Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1, 1 Conscription. Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Conscription. That's the situation. You should prepare yourself after you go back. The instructor in the black uniform crossed his arms and looked at the frail youth before him, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. I've been included in the conscription quota. Lin Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment. He had not long crossed over and had not yet had time to adapt. Before he knew it, he was hit with this bolt from the blue. Actually, for ordinary students like Lin Yuan, conscription wasn't such a bad thing. The government was always generous with its military spending. Even if you were a conscript, the treatment wasn't bad. But that was during peacetime. Now, there were rumors of alien invasions in the border star systems. Many people speculated that the purpose of this conscription was to bolster the front-line reserves. In the Starry Sea era of 2,600,000 years, the Cosmic Human Alliance carried out fervent interstellar expansion, occupying countless galaxy systems, inevitably coming into contact with other species civilizations. Resources were limited, and to vie for various cosmic resources, human civilization initiated a series of conflict wars. Those ousted alien civilizations all watched human civilization from the shadows, looking for any opportunity to counterattack. Now this is troublesome. Lin Yuan's mood sank. He was well aware that, although human civilization overall had the absolute upper hand in most wars against other species civilizations, the situation on specific battlefields was anything but smooth sailing. The alien civilizations deep in the Starry Sea were ferocious and brutal, with individuals whose strength was unimaginably great. Tearing apart warships with bare hands was no joke. In combat against these aliens, even fully armed human soldiers had an average mortality rate of 20 to 30%. Moreover, due to the secrecy of the war, all soldiers involved in the extermination of alien races were prohibited from communicating with the outside world. The average duration of localized starry wars was long, lasting 100 or even several hundred years as nothing out of the ordinary. In other words, Lin Yuan, having been selected for this conscription quota, even if he survived the conflict with the aliens, would likely spend the rest of his life aboard a cold spacecraft in outer space. He would never again touch the ground or seas of a living planet. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Director, can we talk about this? My parents are counting on me for support, and I have a younger sister. The instructor tapped on the desk, speaking seriously. Don't worry, by actively responding to the government's conscription policy, your family will be properly taken care of. Your father's current position will be raised by 1 level, and your mother will receive a respectable job in the district. Your sister will have all her tuition fees waived from now on, and after she turns 18, she will be granted 1 opportunity for advanced study at a higher education institution. So, you've even taken care of everything after my death. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, feeling indescribably complex. In truth, these terms were acceptable. His father was currently at a career bottleneck, which most people couldn't break through in decades. His mother was unemployed, and securing a respectable job would greatly improve the family's living conditions. As for his sister, a chance for advanced study at a higher education institution was something money couldn't buy. If his sister could attend advanced studies at a higher institution, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her prospects would be boundless. But, why should all this come at the expense of my sacrifice? Lin Yuan had only crossed over into this body a few days ago, and although he had received all the memories, facing such a situation of sacrifice one for the happiness of the family, an indescribable resistance surged in his heart. I still prefer life on a planet. Lin Yuan fell silent for a while, then couldn't help but speak out. Once he became a soldier, everything would be subject to militarized management. By then, it would be too late to refuse. Although refusing now probably wouldn't make much difference either. Lin Yuan, serving the government is a duty every citizen should fulfill. Besides, this conscription is a mandatory policy. If it lands on you, it's no use not wanting to go. Moreover, young man, what's wrong with going out and making your way? Getting to see alien species that only appear in textbooks is something ordinary citizens can never achieve in their lifetimes. If you manage to distinguish yourself, you might even be reassigned back to a military position. It's a rare opportunity. The director patiently consoled Lin Yuan for a few moments. But Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say more. But the director cut him off with a sweep of his hand. All right, you can go now. Spend more time with your family in the next few days. Under the director's gaze, Lin Yuan stood up and left. Outside, over a dozen students about Lin Yuan's age were lined up waiting. When Lin Yuan came out, one of the students entered. "Classmate, what did the director ask us to come here for?" A student with dark skin urgently grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and whispered. "You'll know once you go in." Lin Yuan sighed and, without saying more, walked away. Before meeting the director, Lin Yuan had not expected to be included in the mandatory conscription quota. Last week, he learned about the compulsory conscription from a broadcast by an authoritative media on his planet. But at the time, Lin Yuan didn't take it too seriously. The scope of compulsory conscription included the entire Kanglin star as well as dozens of nearby habitable planets. With a permanent population of 50 billion on Kanglin star, the conscription quota allocated to Kanglin star was only in the hundreds of thousands. From a probabilistic standpoint, the chance that a citizen would be selected for mandatory conscription was roughly 1 in 100,000. Such a minuscule chance didn't concern Lin Yuan in the slightest. But reality is full of surprises. Chapter 2, 1 Conscription _2. Chapter 2, Chapter 1 Conscription _2. The original body had bought all kinds of lottery tickets for over 10 years and had never won once. Yet with just a 1 in 100,000 chance, he was conscripted right away. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan found his parents and even his young sister, who rarely sat in her seat, were there. She gazed at the cake in front of her, drooling, but dared not reach out for it. Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Qiong stood up, her gaze upon Lin Yuan full of words she seemed unable to express. Father Lin Shouqing was frowning, sitting there deep in thought. Obviously, the news of Lin Yuan being drafted had already reached home. Even more, compared to Lin Yuan, his parents had known about it earlier. There might still be room for maneuver with the conscription. "Tomorrow I will go see your uncle and ask him to pull some strings on your behalf," Father Lin Shouqing spoke. The uncle he referred to was a distant relative, currently holding a position in a certain research institute with quite a few connections. "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. The conscription policy was decreed by the government. Not to mention an employee of some unknown research institute. Even the Kanglin Star governor would have to pay a hefty price to make a change. Of course, if Lin Yuan truly had connections with the governor, his name would not appear on the conscription list at all. Before the conscription list is finalized, spending money and using connections might give hope to not being listed. But once the list is set, it's difficult to be removed. "I'm a bit tired. I'm going back to my room." After eating a bit, Lin Yuan got up and returned to his room. How to be excluded from the conscription list? Lin Yuan lay back on the soft bed, still harboring a sliver of hope. Connect to the goddess of wisdom. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan sat up. The goddess of wisdom is one of the 3 major goddesses of the cosmic human alliance. She is the core intelligence processing system of the whole civilization, commanding the operation of the civilization, responsible for all the affairs of all citizens of the human civilization, strictly monitoring any abnormal behavior, making sure it adheres to the civilization's charter in all operations. In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, the civilization of humankind could sweep over many alien races, thanks in no small part to the work of the 3 goddesses. If not for the 3 goddesses' absolutely selfless handling of affairs, the cosmic human civilization might have perished in internal strife long ago. How could it develop to such a vast, splendid, and dazzling civilization? Humans have emotions, can have cognitive biases toward things, and can be influenced by emotions to make incorrect decisions, but the 3 goddesses do not. The stance of the 3 goddesses is always for the entire human civilization, with no selfishness, always maintaining fairness. The goddess of wisdom that Lin Yuan is connecting to, of course, is not the main consciousness of the real goddess of wisdom. It is a minuscule subconsciousness derived from her, a privilege that every citizen possesses. Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your question. An electronic synthesized voice, through the omnipresent network, rang in Lin Yuan's ears. I want to know, what are the conditions for exemption from forced conscription? Lin Yuan organized his language and asked. Forced conscription originates from Article 156 of the Charter, intended to maintain the stability of human civilization and for warfare against others. All human citizens have a duty to comply with conscription. The following three conditions can exempt one from forced conscription. 1. Evolvers, humans who are on the path of evolution, are the hope of human civilization, and have the privilege to refuse the policy of forced conscription. Evolvers. Lin Yuan's expression was complex. In the lengthy history of the Starry Sea era, evolvers were no secret. There were many ways to become an evolver. Mainly divided into unique type evolvers and common type evolvers. Unique type evolvers are easy to understand, not widely available or replicable evolvers. For instance, certain evolutionary families that pass their traits through bloodlines belong to this category. There are also individuals who have gone through an unrepeatable unique process, experienced mutations, and gained extraordinary powers. They are also deemed unique type evolvers. As for common type evolvers, they are humans who have embarked on a stable evolutionary path. For example, genetic warriors who have taken expensive gene medicine to step onto the path of evolution. Or spirit masters, who became killing machines through brutal training and torture. Combined with specific cultivation methods, and so on. Any stable evolutionary path is incredibly precious. It is the valuable knowledge explored by countless ancestors at the cost of their lives. I suppose I'm just an ordinary person. Lin Yuan sighed. Being ordinary meant he had no connection with unique type evolvers. If Lin Yuan wanted to become an evolver, he could only consider the common path of evolution. However, that is not something that happens overnight, although a few paths like that of genetic warriors might be fast-tracked. But such speed depends on the costly gene medicine and other treasures. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, gene medicine is a tightly controlled product. Ordinary people have absolutely no means of purchasing eligibility. Even if we step back 10,000 steps, Lin Yuan couldn't afford it even if the gene potion were placed right in front of him. As Lin Yuan was pondering, the cold, indifferent synthesized electronic voice sounded again. 2. Cosmic 4th level citizens have a privilege exemption every 10 years, which can be used to avoid forced conscription. 4th level citizen. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. In the Starry Sea era, Year Yuan, human civilization had established a citizen-level system. Citizens are divided into 12 levels, and the higher the level, the more privileges they enjoy. The way to improve one's citizen level is to make contributions to human civilization. This is supervised and implemented by 3 goddesses, and is absolutely fair. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to raise one's citizen level. Fiwend.com, nearly 99% of citizens remain at level 1 from birth until death. Of course, this is accompanied by many benefits for high-level citizens. From level 4 citizens onward, one has a privilege exemption every 10 years. They can forgive the sentences of citizens below serious criminals. Forced conscription is also included. However, with the Lin family's current connections, where could he even begin to meet a 4th-level citizen? You should know that the entire population of Kanglin Star, with its 50 billion permanent residents, has only one citizen who has reached the 4th level. That person is the Kanglin Star governor. A major figure holding the life and death of billions of citizens in their hands. What about the third option? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. 3. Contribute to the human civilization and rise to a 2nd-level citizen, then you can be exempted from forced conscription. The synthesized electronic voice came once more. But it made Lin Yuan fall silent again. A 2nd-level citizen, even if not an evolver, has a status no lower than most evolvers. The privileges held by evolvers are naturally also available to 2nd-level citizens. However, this is even harder than becoming an evolver. At least Lin Yuan knows how to become an evolver, even if he can't accomplish it. But to be promoted to a 2nd-level citizen, one needs a contribution that can be recognized by the goddess of wisdom, which is completely clueless. What specific actions can be considered contributions? Lin Yuan probed further. Providing a brand new evolutionary path will be rewarded with a huge contribution. The synthesized electronic voice sounded again. Vaguely, Lin Yuan realized. The goddess of wisdom places great importance on brand new evolutionary paths. Otherwise, she wouldn't offer a tremendous contribution as a reward. Let's think of other methods. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples as he considered the 3 scenarios provided by the goddess of wisdom. None of them were possible for him at the moment. Especially the last one, providing a brand new evolutionary path. If Lin Yuan had such an ability, he would have already ascended to a second-level citizen. Why would he be worrying about forced conscription? Unconsciously, it had already reached midnight. Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange suction pulled Lin Yuan's consciousness toward his mind. And deep in his mind, a grand, towering gate of light appeared. Inside the gate was a pale blue light curtain. It rippled like water, continuously undulating. What is this? Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He then woke up from his sleep. It wasn't a dream. After waking up, Lin Yuan could still sense the gate of light deep within his mind. At the same time, rows of illusory text flashed through his field of view. Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm, none. Talent, none. Divine skills, none. Chapter 3:2, Reincarnation Descends, Against Heaven's Understanding. Chapter 3, Chapter 2, Reincarnation Descends, Against Heaven's Understanding. This gate. Can it send me to another world? Through a brief spiritual contact. Streams of information flowed from within the gate. In short, Lin Yuan could, if he wished, pass through the gate in his mind and enter another world. This entering wasn't a physical one, but an arrival of true spirit, consciousness. Similar to the cycle of transmigration. The door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan looked contemplative. According to the text flashing at the bottom of his field of vision, the light gate in his mind should be the door to the myriad realms. And Lin Yuan was its holder. Should I give it a try now? Lin Yuan fell into thought. The door to the myriad realms could send his true spirit consciousness into a different world. But it wasn't without limitations. Each traverse required a period of recharging for the door to the myriad realms. Based on the orbital cycle of Kanglin's star, this period was roughly 8 months to a year. Never mind that. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. In a few days, conscription staff would take him away. Then, like the other recruits, he would be under comprehensive surveillance. Lin Yuan didn't know whether the true spirit traversal through the door to the myriad realms would leave traces on the body that the monitors could detect as abnormal. But Lin Yuan didn't want to gamble. Anyone could see that the door to the myriad realms in his mind was an extraordinary treasure. If it were to be discovered, the consequences would undoubtedly be worse than compulsory conscription. He understood the principle that possession of treasure could be a crime. Therefore, the best time to traverse the myriad realms was now. At least for the moment, Lin Yuan wasn't under any surveillance. Even if anomalies arose, he hoped to cover them up. Furthermore, given the extraordinary nature of the door to the myriad realms, it might enable Lin Yuan to become an evolved being and avoid compulsory conscription. Traverse. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the gate of light in his mind started to vibrate. Lin Yuan merely felt his spiritual consciousness uncontrollably surging into the gate. The Dali dynasty. The Great Zen Temple. As a renowned Buddha gate sanctuary, the Great Zen Temple had an unfathomable heritage. There were no fewer than 50 martial monks in the innate realm and even a Grandmaster realm holy monk. One must know. Whether in government or in the martial fraternity. An innate martial artist was already a master of a locality, while a Grandmaster could be counted on one's fingers. With a Grandmaster presiding, the Great Zen Temple could basically be considered one of the top forces. Martial Monk Institute. Hundreds of martial monks, bare-chested, were sweating profusely, practicing Arhat Fist. Arhat Fist was not any profound martial art, but it greatly benefited the foundation of their cultivation. The many monks of Great Zen Temple often practiced this boxing technique to circulate the qi and blood in their bodies. As the martial monks practiced the fist over and over. Not far away, a group of 3 to 4-year-old novice monks in gray robes poked their heads out. Round eyes looked on, filled with curiosity and anticipation. This group of novices was the most recent batch of disciples taken in by the great Zen temple. Their identities were mostly that of orphans with no parents. I didn't expect. Among the dozen or so young novices, one particularly young novice's gaze suddenly flashed with a strange color. This novice was naturally Lin Yuan, who had traversed here. The martial world. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. Although the original young novice was young, he still had some understanding of this world. It was a world similar to the Earth of ancient times, where practitioners of martial Tao could defy thousands single-handedly. Lin Yuan gathered from the young novice's memory that an old monk of great Zen temple, from tens of meters away, had lightly struck, shattering a wall with a single palm. Such power in the world of human civilization in the universe would undoubtedly be considered superhuman among the ranks of the evolved. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Realm: none. Bound talent: against heaven's understanding. Current status: consciousness descended. Residence time: 20 years. In the lower left of Lin Yuan's field of vision, a row of ethereal characters flitted by without a sound. I can only stay in this world for 20 years. Lin Yuan appeared lost in thought. This wasn't hard to understand. But the newly appeared, bound talent, made Lin Yuan somewhat puzzled. Against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan checked himself over and found that, other than his 5 senses becoming much clearer, there were no other abnormalities. Huh. That's a sparrow. Lin Yuan looked up to see a sparrow flying overhead. His acute senses allowed him to notice every detail on the sparrow's body. Feathers, wings, pinions. Just a moment passed. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the sparrow's flight, you have comprehended the martial art divine sparrow skycrossing skill. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, numerous key points about the divine sparrow skycrossing skill flooded into his mind. This skill allowed one to briefly hover in midair, and even if one couldn't truly fly and soar like a real sparrow, it was incredibly amazing. So this is against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Just by watching a sparrow for a moment, he had comprehended a rare movement skill. Indeed, this ability lived up to the term, against heaven. An earthworm. Lin Yuan shifted his focus, looking at an earthworm crawling out of the soil next to him. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the earthworm burrowing, you have comprehended the martial art earth dragon rolling skill. A wealth of digging techniques and experience emerged. Using the earth dragon rolling skill, Lin Yuan could quickly create a huge network of underground tunnels, making him the ancestor of all tomb robbers. Abnormal. This is just too abnormal. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel astounded inside. At the same time, he no longer paid attention to his surroundings. Instead, his gaze turned to many martial monks practicing their punches not far away. You possess against heaven's understanding. By observing the martial monks practicing Arhat Fist, you have comprehended the superior martial art Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Compared to the previous 2 attempts, this time it took much longer, almost half an incense stick's burning time. Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Sudden insight sprang up in Lin Yuan's mind, and he began practicing the punches fluidly. Underneath an old towering tree at the Martial Monk Institute, Abbot Huiwen paused, looking at the many martial monks practicing their punches. Not bad, not bad. The path of martial Tao has no shortcuts. Only decades of relentless hard work can lead to significant achievements. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly, his face revealing a look of approval. He watched for a while and didn't notice any monks slacking off. Everyone was seriously practicing their punches without any laziness. Those little rascals. Abbot Huiwen's gaze drifted and noticed a group of young novices peeking from not too far away. The great Zen temple, though a holy site of Buddha's gate, was also among the great martial sects, so it was normal for newly initiated novices to yearn for the martial Tao. Can't even walk yet and already thinking of running. The moment Abbot Huiwen spotted 6 or 7 novices imitating the martial monks, practicing punches with theatrical postures, he couldn't help feeling helpless. Even if Arhat Fist was not some profound martial art, it was still a secret technique of the great Zen temple. Learning it without 7 or 8 years of practice was very difficult. That was under the condition of having ample qi and blood and guidance from expert teachers. As for those novices, their bodies were not even fully grown, and it was impossible for them to master Arhat Fist. Nonsense, nothing but nonsense. Abbot Huiwen frowned. Practicing martial arts was not a joking matter. Forcing practice could not only be unhelpful but could also harm the body. Just as Abbot Huiwen was about to step in and shoo away the group of novices, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the youngest among the novices. Similar to the other novices, this one was also practicing the punches. Abbot Huiwen's expression changed subtly, becoming increasingly incredulous as he watched, his heart shaken like a tumultuous sea. Chapter 4:3, A Martial Tao Prodigy Seen Once in 1,000 Years. Chapter 3, A Martial Tao Prodigy Seen Once in 1,000 Years. For Abbot Huiwen, an innate realm peak martial artist, there was hardly anything that could stir his emotions. The Buddha Gate's martial arts inherently possessed the effect of calming the mind and qi. Having been immersed in the Buddha's teachings for 70 to 80 years, it wasn't to say that he wouldn't bat an eyelid if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. But it wouldn't be too far off. Yet now, his heart was tumultuous with shock and amazement. Is this the Arhat Fist? No, this isn't the Arhat Fist. Abbot Huiwen carefully observed the young novice practicing the fist technique. Compared to the hundreds of adult martial monks executing the Arhat Fist, bursting forth with vast vital energy, this young novice's practice didn't create any disturbance. However, in Huiwen's eyes, there was something. Like an antelope hanging by its horns. A natural masterpiece. Every punch and kick from the young novice carried an inexplicable meaning. How is this possible? How can a mere child grasp such a profound technique? Huiwen was incredulous. Any martial art, including those from Buddha Gate, would require a great deal of time and comprehension to master. The Arhat Fist wasn't overly complex martial arts, but a normal person would still need 6 to 7 years of arduous training to achieve proficiency. And yet, the fist technique practiced by the young novice clearly exceeded the Arhat Fist by several levels. And he had already mastered it to perfection, which was utterly inconceivable. What astounded Huiwen the most was that he had never seen the fist technique the novice was practicing before. It had traces of the Arhat Fist, but was incomparably more sophisticated. Almost reaching the level of the 72 supreme skills of the Great Zen Temple. Such a superior Buddha Gate martial art, and Huiwen, the nearly 100-year-old monk, had never heard of it. Abbot. The other novices also noticed Huiwen's gaze. Each one of them turned pale and stood obediently in their places. Only Lin Yuan continued to practice the newly comprehended, Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Huiwen at that moment wasn't concerned about these novices who had sneaked out. He waved his hand, signaling all the novices to leave, while he himself stared intently at Lin Yuan, who was practicing his fists. Great Arhat Buddha Fist. Lin Yuan, while practicing this newly realized martial technique, felt a tingling sensation radiating from his limbs and bones. It was as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Unsure of how much time had passed, a strand of qi silently condensed inside the dantian located below Lin Yuan's abdomen. Could this be inner qi? The innate qi that only innate realm martial artists can wield. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Being only 3 or 4 years old, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that innate inner qi was a power wielded by innate martial Tao experts. Once the inner qi formed, Lin Yuan suddenly felt hungry. So he instinctively stopped practicing his fists, as continuing would probably starve him to death. However, when Lin Yuan looked around, he noticed that the hundreds of martial monks, as well as the dozen or so novices nearby, had all vanished without a trace. In their place stood 7 elderly monks. And the old monk in the middle with the long eyebrows had a piercing gaze that made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Abbot. Head monk. Lin Yuan ventured to ask. Among the 7 monks, Lin Yuan had met 3 of them. They were the heads of the Martial Monk Institute, the Discipline Academy, and the current abbot of the Great Zen Temple. As for the remaining 4, he did not recognize them. However, given that they stood alongside the abbot and the institute heads, their status was certainly not low. Especially Elder Long Eyebrow, Even the abbot only dared to stand half a step behind him. Little fellow. The current abbot of the great Zen temple, Huiwen, revealed a gentle smile and asked, "Where did you learn the boxing technique you just practiced?" After Abbot Huiwen sent the other novice monks away, he immediately contacted the abbot of the great Zen temple and the other institute heads. These real martial Tao experts of the great Zen temple immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed over, setting aside what they were doing. Everyone's judgment was the same as Huiwen's. The boxing technique Lin Yuan practiced held profound intentions and was not inferior to any superior martial arts. Moreover, this technique was an unheard-of fist technique of the Buddha Gate. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there existed superior Buddhist martial arts that they had never even heard of in this world. Where I learned it from. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan internally breathed a sigh of relief. Performing the Great Arhat Buddha Fist on the spot was, in part, to showcase his talent. Through his attempts just now, Lin Yuan understood that to maximize the effect of his against heaven's understanding, he needed to expose himself to as many of the world's profound martial arts as possible. By observing sparrows and earthworms, he could only comprehend ordinary martial techniques like Divine Sparrow Skycrossing Skill and Earth Dragon Rolling Skill. But by watching the martial monks practice the Arhat Fist, he was able to directly comprehend the superior martial art, Great Arhat Buddha Fist. If he could observe a superior martial art, the technique he would comprehend. Although Lin Yuan did not know the status of superior martial arts, the fact that it allowed him to ascend to heaven in one step and condense innate qi was certainly not simple. To gain access to the kind of superior martial arts of the great Zen temple, or even more profound ones, his status as a mere novice monk would definitely not suffice. Replying to the abbot, I saw the brothers practicing their boxing and wanted to join in. As I was practicing, I came to understand this technique, though I'm not sure if I should have. Lin Yuan timely showed a hint of trepidation. The words he spoke were not false. In the cosmic human alliance, if Lin Yuan were this candid, he might be observed or even studied. But in this world, which resembled the martial world of an ancient feudal dynasty, especially in a place full of Buddhist atmosphere like the Great Zen Temple, even if Lin Yuan showed extraordinary talents, he would only be regarded as a true Buddha reincarnated or a living Buddha child. To watch the martial monks practice the Arhat Fist and then comprehend a superior martial art that far surpasses the Arhat Fist. The abbot of the great Zen temple and the other institute heads fell silent. Elder Long Eyebrow, who scrutinized Lin Yuan with sharp eyes, also fell silent. If anyone else dared to say such things, they naturally wouldn't believe it. What a joke! Do they really think superior martial arts are as common as cabbages? Most superior martial arts in the world are created through the painstaking efforts of Grand Master Realm martial Tao experts. The Great Zen Temple, as a sacred Buddha gate and one of the great martial sects, mainly relies on 72 unique skills to continuously cultivate innate realm martial Tao experts. The 72 unique skills are precisely 72 superior martial arts. You, a mere child of 3 or 4, claim to have comprehended a superior martial art. However, upon closer consideration, the abbot and others found it bizarrely possible that what Lin Yuan said could be true. Firstly, the Great Arhat Buddha Fist is a superior martial art of the Buddha Gate. In the current world, apart from the Great Zen Temple, there indeed are some other Buddhist sections. But without a doubt, the Great Zen Temple is at the forefront. There are superior Buddhist martial arts beyond the 72 unique skills. But the abbot and the institute heads certainly would have heard of them. The superior martial art practiced by Lin Yuan, however, was the first time anyone had seen it. Secondly, it is not difficult to see that the Great Arhat Buddha Fist is deeply connected to the Arhat Fist. This is consistent with Lin Yuan's claim that he comprehended the Great Arhat Buddha Fist by observing the Arhat Fist. In a flash, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and several institute heads exchanged glances. A thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. Could it be that among the new disciples recently accepted by the Great Zen Temple, there truly appeared a martial Tao prodigy that comes once in a millennium? Chapter 5:4, Sutra Pavilion, 5 years later. Chapter 5, Chapter 4, Sutra Pavilion, 5 years later. Little fellow, show me your hand. As the abbot and the heads of the various halls' thoughts were churning wildly, Elder Long Eyebrow stepped forward and said with a gentle tone, "Fine. Lin Yuan did not refuse. In fact, he could not refuse. When he looked at Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan felt the strand of innate qi that had just begun to nourish within his dantian trembling. It was clear. This Elder Long Eyebrow was far beyond Lin Yuan's imagination in strength. He was at least a large cut above the abbot and the heads of the various halls. Because Lin Yuan had not felt such pressure from the latter. Martial arts perfected, inner qi self-generated. Indeed, he has cultivated a superior martial art to the perfect state. Elder Long Eyebrow lightly touched Lin Yuan's right hand, a scorching inner qi spread, and then he sighed. Inner qi self-generated. The great Zen temple's abbot and the various heads exhaled in unison when they heard this. Even though they had already suspected it, it still seemed incredible to them. In this world of martial Tao, there are the acquired realm, innate realm, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Generally speaking, being a grandmaster is already the ceiling, and a great grandmaster, one might not appear even in hundreds of years. And the majority of martial artists belong to the acquired and innate realms. There are roughly 3 ways to step from the acquired realm into the innate realm. 1. Swallow a rare spiritual medicine from heaven and earth, and as long as the medicinal power is absorbed, even an ordinary person can become an innate realm martial Taoist. 2. An acquired peak martial artist grasps the opportunity for a breakthrough and successfully enters the innate realm. This way is also the mainstream, nearly all innate martial artists come about this way. 3. Perfecting a superior martial art to its ultimate state. A superior martial art is the painstaking creation of a grandmaster-level martial Taoist. A superior martial art at the perfect level has already developed a certain aspect of the body to the ultimate extent. Therefore, it is not strange for innate qi to naturally arise from this. However, martial Taoists who enter the innate realm through this path are basically in their 50s or 60s, after decades of day and night studying a superior martial art. Finally, on a certain day, an enlightenment arises from a serendipitous event. freeabnovel.com. For someone like Lin Yuan to grasp a superior martial art at the age of 3 or 4, at least the abbot and heads had never heard of such a thing. Only those who are born with knowledge, the once-in-a-thousand-years martial prodigy, could barely explain it. "Little fellow, would you like to take me as your master?" Elder Long Eyebrow looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression and suddenly asked. At these words, the abbot and the various heads did not show any surprise. After confirming that Lin Yuan had grasped a superior martial art and cultivated it to the perfect state, they realized that Lin Yuan's martial talent was truly the best seen in the great Zen temple for 1,000 years. Such a martial Tao prodigy could only be taught by Elder Long Eyebrow in the entire great Zen temple. As for the abbot and heads, strictly speaking, they were at the same innate level as Lin Yuan. Where were they qualified to take disciples? Disciple pays respect to master. Lin Yuan immediately bowed deeply to Elder Long Eyebrow. Becoming the disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow indeed saved Lin Yuan a great deal of time. According to the rules of the great Zen temple, any disciple, no matter who they are or what their status, must go through 3 years as a horse-riding monk, 3 years of menial service, 3 years in the Sutra Exposition Hall, and 3 years in the Discipline Academy. Only after enduring these 12 years do they qualify to truly engage with the genuine martial arts of the great Zen temple. If Lin Yuan hadn't shown his talent and had hidden among the ordinary novice monks, who knows how much time it would have wasted. Although with his against heaven's understanding, even by watching mountains and waters, he could still have epiphanies. The different starting points meant vastly different gains in the same amount of time. Under the premise that he could only stay in this world for 20 years, hiding would obviously not work. As Elder Long Eyebrow's disciple and having the only grandmaster of the great Zen temple to teach him personally, combined with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan's progress was indeed rarely seen in the world. 2 months later, Lin Yuan and Elder Long Eyebrow sat opposite each other. From now on, you should move to Sutra Pavilion to live. Elder Long Eyebrow's mouth twitched slightly. These words implied that Elder Long Eyebrow had realized he could no longer teach Lin Yuan. There was no helping it. Lin Yuan's understanding was too exaggerated. In the beginning, Elder Long Eyebrow could still offer some guidance to Lin Yuan. But after a few days, something felt amiss. Since ancient times, the phrase, to lift one and infer three, was used to describe people with keen talents. But was Lin Yuan merely capable of drawing inferences from one fact? No, he was able to infer tenfold. Even 100-fold. No matter what Elder Long Eyebrow said, Lin Yuan could quickly understand. And from that, he could perceive even more profound meanings. What astonished Elder Long Eyebrow even more was that Lin Yuan's talent was not limited to the martial Tao. He was equally talented in understanding Buddhist sutras and laws. Facing such an anomaly, even a grandmaster like Elder Long Eyebrow felt somewhat overwhelmed. So towards the end, rather than saying Elder Long Eyebrow was instructing Lin Yuan, it was more like a debate between two high monks on equal footing. Sometimes, the words of Lin Yuan brought great benefit to Elder Long Eyebrow, despite being a grandmaster himself. And all this had only taken 2 months. Sutra Pavilion. Lin Yuan's eyes shone with a faint light. The Sutra Pavilion was where the great Zen temple stored its martial arts. It was an absolutely critical and vital place. The 72 ultimate techniques, the 72 supreme martial arts, were all housed on the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Besides, the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion contained martial arts that surpassed even the 72 ultimate techniques. Lin Yuan had long wanted to go to the Sutra Pavilion to have a look, but Elder Long Eyebrow had not agreed yet. Saying something about being too young and that touching upon things that were too advanced could be detrimental to one's mental state. The numerous martial arts collected in the Sutra Pavilion are the creations of the past grandmasters of the great Zen temple. There, you should be able to learn a lot more. Elder Long Eyebrow waved his hand, with an attitude of giving up. Since he could not teach Lin Yuan, let the legacy of the past grandmasters of the great Zen temple do the teaching. In fact, the Sutra Pavilion, being an important place in the great Zen temple, was out of bounds for regular disciples. But Lin Yuan was different. With the permission of Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow, entering the Sutra Pavilion wouldn't be a problem for him at all. After that day, Elder Long Eyebrow declared he would go into seclusion. And Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra Pavilion frequently. Only 3 years old, Lin Yuan began to browse through numerous martial arts. The martial arts stored in the Sutra Pavilion were vast as the sea. The 72 ultimate techniques were just the most famous part, among many other martial arts. I Jin Jing. On the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan took out an ancient tome. The I Jin Jing was a unique martial art that could remodel the meridians and enhance martial talent. Its value was even above that of the 72 ultimate techniques. However, no one in the entire Great Zen Temple had managed to master this martial art. The reason was that the threshold was too high. It required not only martial understanding but was also related to the essence of Buddhist scriptures. Elder Long Eyebrow might have had the foundation to practice the I Jin Jing, but for a grandmaster, the I Jin Jing was no longer that significant. Lin Yuan picked up the original text of the I Jin Jing and began to read intently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Your understanding is against heavens. By observing the special martial art I Jin Jing, you've comprehended the special martial art I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He felt an indescribable energy beginning to circulate within his limbs and bones, slowly strengthening his own meridians and flesh. This force was not limited to the physical body but was also nourishing Lin Yuan's spirit and soul. The original I Jin Jing could only remodel the meridians, which seems too one-dimensional. This newly comprehended, I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, can strengthen all aspects without any weaknesses or flaws. Even great grandmasters would probably be envious too. See this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. With 2 months of teachings from Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial arts of the present world was no longer negligible. Grandmasters do not focus on sinews and bones. Or rather, every grandmaster has already developed their sinews and bones to the extreme limit of ordinary people. But the subsequent tempering of the body, exchanging of blood, and refining of the spirit, could have a huge impact on grandmasters. Especially the refining of the spirit, which it is said even great grandmasters desperately desire to enhance through martial arts. With this I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, stepping into the grandmaster realm should come sooner rather than later. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with himself. After comprehending the Great Arhat Buddha Fist, Lin Yuan ascended rapidly, bypassing the acquired realm and stepping directly into the innate realm. But Lin Yuan's innate realm was somewhat superficially strong. After all, other innate martial Tao experts nurtured their innate qi under the premise of robust vitality and strength, eventually breaking through to the innate realm. Whereas Lin Yuan, with the physique of a 3-year-old child, naturally had neither the quality nor the quantity of innate qi compared to normal innate martial Tao experts. But with the realm achieved, everything else was just a matter of time. Now, however, with the nurturing of the body and spirit through the gene washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill, Lin Yuan was even saving time. This martial technique far surpassed the gene Jing and could comprehensively improve and enhance all aspects of Lin Yuan's being. And so, Lin Yuan stayed in the Sutra Pavilion for 5 years. Chapter 6, 5 Is this human? Is this even a human? Chapter 6, Chapter 5 Is this human? Is this even a human? Great Zen Temple with ancient Buddha lamps. 5 years had passed without leaving a trace in this place. Sutra Pavilion. 5 years already. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes deep and distant. Unconsciously, he had already been in this world for 5 years. 1/4 of the 20-year sojourn term had elapsed. During these 5 years, besides immersing himself in the practice of understanding and cultivating the law, he had also gained some understanding of this world. As for the source of his understanding, it naturally came from the Great Zen Temple. As the sacred land of Buddha Gate and one of the great martial sects, the Great Zen Temple could not truly live in isolation from the world. On the contrary, the intelligence network of the temple had infiltrated all aspects of the world. Spreading intelligence under the guise of Buddhist beliefs, it was said to be omnipresent. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the contemporary Dali dynasty ruled over the Central Plains, in its prime. All within the 4 seas and 8 deserts submitted to its rule. Even a 1,000-year-old great sect like the Great Zen Temple had to bow its head to the Dali dynasty. According to the information gathered by the Great Zen Temple, there were at least 6 martial arts grandmasters serving the Dali dynasty. Keep in mind, there are estimated to be only a dozen or so martial arts grandmasters in the entire world. The Great Zen Temple, with a single grandmaster in residence, could pressure the martial world. The deterrence of the Dali dynasty, commanding 6 martial arts grandmasters, could be imagined. The foundation of the Dali dynasty was due to its founding ancestor, who was a great grandmaster. Grandmaster. Great grandmaster. A difference of one word. Like heaven and earth. Since ancient times, each era gave birth to certain grandmasters. At fewest, several to a dozen, at most, several dozens. But a great grandmaster, one might emerge only every few hundred years. The Dali dynasty swept across the world and forced great martial sects like the Great Zen Temple to capitulate. All because of that invincible founding great grandmaster. So much so that today, many years after the demise of that founder, they still had the means to command so many martial arts grandmasters. If Hotian, innate, and even grandmaster represented the physical and bodily transcendence, then a great grandmaster signified the sublimation of spirit and soul. A living great grandmaster could, with a single glance, cause ordinary grandmasters to tremble inwardly. Extraordinary mental force. Lin Yuan touched his forehead. The founder of the Great Zen Temple a millennium ago, Patriarch Bodhidharma, was also a great grandmaster. Therefore, the temple was no stranger to descriptions of great grandmasters. Compared to grandmasters, the biggest characteristic of a great grandmaster was the beginning to harness the power of the spirit and soul. To break through to the great grandmaster, one must consolidate and master this extraordinary mental force. However, how intangible and elusive is the spirit and soul? Common grandmasters, probably for decades, wouldn't be able to feel such power. Even if a grandmaster did have an epiphany, any minor error during the consolidation of the extraordinary mental force could lead to irreversible calamities. After all, while physical injuries could be slowly nursed back to health, the spirit and soul were unforgiving of any carelessness. Normally speaking, for every 100 grandmasters, 80 would never touch upon the level of spirit and soul in their lifetimes. 19 would reach the level of spirit and soul and fail in consolidating the extraordinary mental force, leading to death. Only one Grandmaster would manage to ascend to the realm of Great Grandmaster. The 163rd secret technique for breaking into the realm of Great Grandmaster is almost safe now. Lin Yuan pondered within. Ever since 4 years ago, when he had successfully stepped into the realm of Grandmaster using the gene washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill to nurture his body. Lin Yuan had been pondering on top of his practice, creating methods to advance to the rank of Great Grandmaster. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, to perceive and even develop the spirit and soul was within his grasp. The difficulty was how to consolidate the extraordinary mental force without any risk. Being an essential strength related to the soul, even Lin Yuan had to be extremely cautious. The great Zen temple's patriarch Bodhidharma did indeed leave behind methods for breaking through to the Great Grandmaster. And they were kept on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. However, these methods had a high mortality rate, reaching 96%. A 96% mortality rate, even though it was already an improvement compared to the outside world's 99%, it was still far from acceptable for Lin Yuan. That's why Lin Yuan intended to employ his against heaven's understanding to create a risk-free technique for entering the realm of the Great Grandmaster. After devising 162 secret techniques, the 163rd breakthrough secret technique created a few days prior had satisfied Lin Yuan greatly. Not only had it reduced the risks of advancing to the Great Grandmaster to almost zero. Even if some extreme condition were to arise, for instance, being disturbed by external forces during a breakthrough. Or perhaps Lin Yuan himself suddenly no longer wished to make the breakthrough. There would still be room for recovery. At most it would take a few years to recuperate. Unlike other secret techniques for breakthrough that leave no path for return. Stepping into the realm of Great Grandmaster happens today. After considering repeatedly for a while, Lin Yuan decided to begin the breakthrough immediately. Meanwhile, the abbot of the Great Zen Temple and Abbot Huiwen of the Martial Monk Institute, along with several other heads, were chatting leisurely. Judging by the time, it has been 3 to 4 years since Wei Zhen last stepped out of the Sutra Pavilion, hasn't it? The head of the Discipline Academy pondered for a while before speaking. Wei Zhen, that is, Lin Yuan. Since becoming a disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow, a Grandmaster, Lin Yuan's seniority in the Great Zen Temple was now equal to that of the heads and abbots belonging to the Hui generation. Normally, when the abbot reckoned Lin Yuan, he would refer to him as junior brother. Indeed. The abbot of the Great Zen Temple nodded and said, ever since Lin Yuan moved into the Sutra Pavilion 5 years ago, except for the initial year when he occasionally came out to stroll around. In the subsequent 4 years, he never once stepped out from the great doors of the Sutra Pavilion. They say Hui Zhen was a prodigy of the martial Tao who nurtured innate qi at the age of 3, a once-in-a-millennium talent, but the brother's dedication to the martial arts is not something ordinary people can compare with. The head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute said. The rest nodded in agreement. For years without leaving the Sutra Pavilion, constantly accompanied by martial arts scriptures. Such focus and patience, many high monks do not possess. I wonder how junior brother Hui Zhen's cultivation is progressing. A third head revealed a hint of curiosity on his face. Simply by observing a demonstration of the Arhat fist, he smoothly entered the innate realm. Now, after spending 5 years in the Sutra Pavilion, everyone was curious about what level Lin Yuan had achieved. With Hui Zhen junior brother's talent, he might well be at the innate realm peak by now. The head of the Discipline Academy conjectured. Innate realm peak. The abbot of the Great Zen Temple hesitated for a moment. Within this world, the martial Tao is divided into the postnatal, innate, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster levels. Although Lin Yuan, as a 3-year-old child, had entered the innate realm. A 3-year-old's vitality is naturally insufficient. Foundationally entering the innate realm with such a constitution would surely require a lot of time to compensate. 5 years' time. Lin Yuan might just have finished compensating, reaching the level of an ordinary innate martial Tao expert. Perhaps. The abbot of the Great Zen Temple thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He didn't believe that Hui Zhen junior brother, after having replenished his foundational strength, would then cultivate to the level of the innate realm peak. Nevertheless, since Lin Yuan was a disciple of Elder Long Eyebrow and their contemporary, one could not be too negative in one's words. You two old men have so little faith in Hui Zhen junior brother. Perhaps Wei Zhen Jr. brother is already a grandmaster. The head of the Martial Monk Institute glanced towards the Sutra Pavilion. A smile emerged on his face as he spoke. He was the very first to recognize Lin Yuan's martial arts talent. Grandmaster. The head of the Discipline Academy and the head of the Miscellaneous Tasks Institute exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Even if the head of the Martial Monk Institute spoke in jest, they did not echo the sentiment. After all, that would be a grandmaster. Those were the pillars of heaven you could count on one's hands under the vast sky. Enough, let's not speculate about Wei Zhen Jr. brother anymore. Feeling that the idle talk was getting out of hand, the abbot of the great Zen temple immediately interjected. However, just at that moment, boom! An invisible force surged to the heavens, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. Is this a spiritual disturbance? Is it a great grandmaster, the spiritual disturbance of a great grandmaster? The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head's pupils contracted sharply. They then felt as if their scalps were exploding, their faces full of panic. When did a great grandmaster appear in the world? And that great grandmaster had come to their great Zen temple. No, this spiritual disturbance, it originates from the Sutra Pavilion. This is Wei Zhen Jr. brother's aura. The head of the Discipline Academy, as if realizing something, bulged his eyes wide. Wei Zhen Jr. brother's aura. Spiritual disturbance. Great Grandmaster. The abbot of the great Zen temple and the head of the Martial Monk Institute opened their mouths as if they had seen a ghost. Considering the source and aura of this spiritual disturbance, a possibility emerged within their minds. Could it be that Wei Zhen Jr. brother, who had spent 5 years in the Sutra Pavilion, had stepped into the realm of Great Grandmaster? Realizing this, a sense of absurdity overcame them. An innate expert at 3 was one thing. But now, a Great Grandmaster at 8. Is this even human? Is this even human? Chapter 7, 6 The Living Sons of Buddha. Chapter 7, Chapter 6 The Living Sons of Buddha. Innate and Grandmaster are not the same concept at all. What's more, a great Grandmaster who has developed spiritual psychic power. The clearest manifestation is that those in the innate realm can take shortcuts. For example, consuming some kind of heaven and earth spiritual medicine. Or receiving a full-force power transmission from a Grandmaster, etc. With the foundation of the Great Zen Temple, if they are willing to pay the price, they could artificially create several innate realm martial Tao experts. But such an act is meaningless. For great sects like the Great Zen Temple, having a few more innate martial Tao experts does not make a fundamental impact. What truly determines the power of the Great Zen Temple is Grandmaster. Is Great Grandmaster. The latter can even decide the major trends of the world. However, whether stepping into the Grandmaster realm or the realm of Great Grandmaster, external objects are of little significance. Breaking through from innate to Grandmaster requires perfect control of strength. Breaking through from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster involves developing spiritual psychic power, which is fraught with deadly risk. This is also why the abbot and others from the Great Zen Temple were so shocked when they realized the mysterious Great Grandmaster exhibiting spiritual psychic power could be Lin Yuan from inside the Sutra Pavilion. In today's world, it is rare for a Great Grandmaster to appear every few hundred years. The last known Great Grandmaster was the founding emperor of the Dali dynasty 180 years ago. Looking at the timing, it's not impossible for a new Great Grandmaster to emerge. But it should be from among those well-known figures at the Grandmaster peak. As for Lin Yuan, he's but an 8-year-old child. How could he possibly be a Great Grandmaster who commands the world invincibly? This is entirely beyond the realm of common sense and cognition. In the back mountains of the Great Zen Temple, Elder Long Eyebrow, who was in seclusion, was also startled by the psychic fluctuations coming from the Sutra Pavilion room. Fuabm.com, Spiritual Psychic Power. Has my disciple Huizhen already stepped into the realm of a Great Grandmaster? Elder Long Eyebrow's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. Even though he had anticipated this day, his emotions were uncontrollably stirring at this moment. As a Grandmaster of this generation in the Great Zen Temple, Elder Long Eyebrow had once taught Lin Yuan for 2 months and was aware of his terrifying talent in the martial Tao. In Elder Long Eyebrow's opinion, It wouldn't be a problem for Lin Yuan to become a grandmaster in the future. And he even had a great chance of touching the realm of great grandmaster. But that was something for decades later. Now, only 5 years have passed. Lin Yuan has become a great grandmaster. Compared to the abbot and the heads of the monastery, Elder Long Eyebrow felt an even greater shock. The abbot and the heads were only at the peak of the innate realm. They only knew about the difficulty of breaking through to the realm of great grandmaster, but didn't have a concrete concept. However, Elder Long Eyebrow is a grandmaster. Only one realm away from a great grandmaster. He feels the chasm between great grandmaster and grandmaster all the time. Even with the breakthrough secret technique left by Patriarch Bodhidharma, Elder Long Eyebrow still had no clue about breaking through to the realm of great grandmaster. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, reeling in the fluctuations of his spiritual psychic power. This spiritual power, is it similar to the evolution path of mental masters in the cosmos human civilization? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. In the cosmos human civilization, evolutionaries are not a secret. Many evolution paths derived from this are known to many citizens. The evolution path of mental masters requires stimulating the mind through special means. And thus, they wielded the power of the mind, unleashing a multitude of inconceivable abilities. It's only similar, not the same. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolvers on the path of mental mastery in the universe's human civilization wielded a spirit power leaning towards the illusionary realm. Whereas the spiritual abilities of the great grandmasters were purely martial, creating a sense of oppressive force that surpassed that of the mental masters. Additionally, the physical bodies of the mental masters in the universe's human civilization were generally considered a weakness, rather frail. But great grandmasters had long surpassed the peak of human physical potential and could perfectly control every bit of strength in their bodies. Lin Yuan did not know the specifics of the strengths and weaknesses of the path of the mental master. But he surmised that, in terms of combat power, mental masters were probably weaker. Martial Tao, is it considered a brand new evolutionary path in the universe's human civilization? If I can develop Martial Tao to a higher level in this realm, and then have it validated by the Goddess of Wisdom upon my return, I should be able to receive a substantial reward. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. After learning about the forced conscription, Lin Yuan had asked the Goddess of Wisdom and was clear about how highly she valued new evolutionary paths. Are they all waiting outside? Lin Yuan seemed to have perceived something and glanced outside the Sutra Pavilion. When breaking through to the realm of the great grandmaster, the refining of spiritual abnormal strengths could not be kept from spreading. This naturally led the abbot and the heads of the monastery to notice, which was only to be expected. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot of the great Zen temple, and the heads of the monastery were all waiting. If there were other monks present, they would notice that the abbot and monastery heads, who usually carried themselves with the demeanor of high monks, now had an anxious look on their faces. It was as if students in a private school were about to meet a teacher they admired. Unease. Expectation. Come in. Just then, a gentle voice rose, reaching everyone's ears. Yes. Upon receiving permission, the abbot and the heads of the monastery let out a sigh of relief and, following Elder Long Eyebrow, entered the Sutra Pavilion. We pay our respects to the Buddha child. On the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and the others finally saw Lin Yuan. They promptly bowed. It was inevitable. If Lin Yuan reaching the innate realm at the age of 3 could still be explained as a once-in-a-millennium martial Taoist genius, then stepping into the great grandmaster realm at the age of 8 was simply beyond normal comprehension. Only the reincarnated true Buddha, the living Buddha child, could reset people's understanding. All, including Elder Long Eyebrow, unhesitatingly addressed Lin Yuan as Buddha child. Buddha child. Lin Yuan gave a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Yuan knew his own affairs well, he was no Buddha child. But as long as Lin Yuan kept silent, no one else would know the truth. Subsequently, Lin Yuan chatted with the abbot and the heads of the monastery for a few moments. Taking the opportunity, he shared insights he had sporadically gained on breaking through from the innate realm to the grandmaster realm over the past few years, giving guidance. This directly struck the abbot and the heads like a revelation. The great Zen temple, as a major lineage of the great grandmasters, naturally had records on how to break through to the grandmaster level. These were the precious legacies left by Patriarch Bodhidharma and all the grandmasters of past generations. However, even the manuscripts left by Patriarch Bodhidharma contained many things that were puzzling to the abbot and heads of the monastery. Being able to perform certain acts did not necessarily mean they understood all the underlying principles and nature thoroughly. They all knew that to break through to Grandmaster, one needed to exert perfect control over every part of one's power. But how to exert that perfect control, and what that meant, was not explained in detail, let alone how to achieve it. Yet, leveraging his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan flawlessly replicated the process of breaking through from the innate to the Grandmaster level, providing specific means and methods. This almost brought tears to the eyes of the abbot and the heads. Thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, they at least saw a glimmer of hope in breaking through to the Grandmaster level. If they could refine their skills for 30 or 20 years, perhaps they, too, could step into the Grandmaster domain. In just a few words, Lin Yuan had nearly cultivated several Grandmasters for the great Zen temple's future decades down the line. Such ability. If not the Buddha child, who else could achieve it? It could be said that if there were still those who dared to question Lin Yuan's identity as the Buddha child, the abbot of the great Zen temple and several heads would be the first to refuse. Chapter 8:7 Descend the mountain, enter the world. Chapter 8, Chapter 7 Descend the mountain, enter the world. As for you, Master. Lin Yuan looked towards Elder Long Eyebrow standing by the side. Elder Long Eyebrow had graced Lin Yuan with guidance and pointers, even if it was only for 2 months. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was able to move into the Sutra Pavilion smoothly with the consent of Elder Long Eyebrow. In the realm of Great Grandmaster, it's primarily about the spirit, external forces can hardly interfere. Years ago, I observed the martial arts I Jin Jing in the Sutra Pavilion and comprehended another form of martial arts, which should be helpful for stepping into the realm of Great Grandmaster. The martial arts that Lin Yuan referred to was naturally the I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. This technique, besides nurturing the physical body, could also temper the spirit. The breakthrough from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster was essentially about unlocking spiritual power. The purer the spiritual power, the easier it was to sense and condense into a spiritual force. It could be said that as long as one could cultivate this martial art to the perfected state, the odds of a peak Grandmaster advancing to the realm of Great Grandmaster could reach as much as 20 to 30%. Buddha's child, there's no need to expend your energy on me, the path of the Great Grandmaster requires a moment of sudden enlightenment. Elder Long Eyebrow immediately spoke up. Before Lin Yuan, the common knowledge among the world's martial arts powerhouses was that the realm of Great Grandmaster couldn't be pursued forcefully. Even a Great Grandmaster, to cultivate another Great Grandmaster, was almost impossible. 1,000 years before, the founder of the Great Zen Temple, Patriarch Bodhidharma, who was also a Great Grandmaster, took in 108 monks from Buddha Gate as disciples to establish the Great Zen Temple. Yet, not a single one of those 108 monks could step into the realm of Great Grandmaster. It doesn't matter, just listen. Lin Yuan didn't say much and slowly recited the I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill. Seeing this, Elder Long Eyebrow listened attentively. At first, Elder Long Eyebrow's attitude was quite calm. Thinking that what Lin Yuan said would be somewhat similar to the teachings and insights left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, after hearing 1/5 of it, his brows were deeply furrowed as tumultuous thoughts started to surge in his mind. This. Elder Long Eyebrow's heart raced. As a Grandmaster, he still had basic discernment. Just after hearing half of it, he realized the value of the martial arts Lin Yuan was passing on. This was actually a spiritual martial art. Spiritual aspects of martial arts were not unheard of. Several spiritual martial arts were kept on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, all left by Patriarch Bodhidharma. However, all the spiritual martial arts in the world could only be cultivated by Great Grandmasters, and only the Great Grandmasters who had condensed spiritual forces were qualified to practice spiritual martial arts. Yet the I Jin washing marrow tempering body exchanging blood refining divine skill that Lin Yuan had comprehended could be cultivated even by martial artists in the innate realm. This was simply inconceivable. Elder Long Eyebrow was momentarily left parched and tongue-tied. He was acutely aware of the value of this martial art, it could be said that if this matter were to spread, the Great Zen Temple would become the focus of the entire world. Other great martial sects, and even the Dali dynasty, would shamelessly come to snatch away this martial art. After a moment, Lin Yuan finished speaking and looked towards the dumbfounded elder Long Eyebrow. The abbot and the head of the institute who were nearby also listened through once and did not immediately realize the value of this martial art. They only felt that the martial art Lin Yuan spoke of was profound and difficult to understand, necessitating slow contemplation. All right. You all may go back. Lin Yuan cast his gaze downward and waved his hand. Yes. Elder Long Eyebrow, as if waking from a dream, suppressed the excitement in his heart and respectfully said. After Elder Long Eyebrow and the others left, the Sutra Pavilion became quiet once more. Lin Yuan went to the third floor and picked up an ancient tome. On the surface of the tome, the words, Demon-Subduing Wisdom Scripture, were prominently written. The wisdom scripture was related to the spirit. This martial art was clearly a spiritual one, left by Patriarch Bodhidharma 1,000 years ago. Before making a breakthrough to Great Grandmaster, Lin Yuan didn't possess spiritual force. Although he had against heaven's understanding, he hadn't delved much into such spiritual martial arts. Now that he had become a great grandmaster, he naturally began to contemplate these aspects. Half a month passed in a flash. During these 10+ days, Lin Yuan had been studying the demon-subduing wisdom scripture. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the spiritual martial art, demon-subduing wisdom scripture, realizing the unique spiritual skill, heaven-striking earth-shattering skill. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. Inside his Naiwan palace at his forehead, strands of spiritual force continually entwined and interlaced, forming some inexplicable pattern, imprinting upon it. Heaven-striking earth-shattering skill. A unique spiritual skill. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once he activated the pattern condensed by the spiritual force within the Naiwan palace, he would release a type of spiritual domain. Within the scope of that domain, even if others were great grandmasters, their spiritual will would be suppressed, suffering the agony of sinking into confusion and getting lost. Unreasonable. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling a little emotional. Just with this unique spiritual skill, Lin Yuan was certain he could achieve invincibility within the Grandmaster realm. Time flowed endlessly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, strands of an inexplicable aura permeated and spread, yet all halted before the entrance. Above a great grandmaster. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and faintly, a white bolt of lightning streaked across the void. Electricity born from the void. This was the external manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. The spiritual force of a great grandmaster could kill a person, but it could not shake the rules of matter. For example, lifting a stone with the force of the spirit. Throughout history, not a single great grandmaster had managed to do this. But now, this ironclad law had been broken by Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan's realm had already surpassed that of a great grandmaster, reaching a level unprecedented in this world. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had taken just 5 years to traverse the 3 great realms of post-innate, innate, and grandmaster and achieve the body of a great grandmaster. Now, another 5 years had passed, and it was not surprising that he broke free from the shackles of the great grandmaster to accomplish what no one before him had. Above a great grandmaster, let's call it the mythical realm. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The level above that of a great grandmaster belonged to legend, to myth. Thus, naming it mythical seemed quite fitting. I have 10 more years left to stay here. It's time to take a look outside. Lin Yuan calmed his aura and looked out beyond the great Zen temple. After stepping into the mythical realm, he had almost completely assimilated and absorbed the 1,000-year foundation of the great Zen temple. If Lin Yuan wanted to maintain his cultivation speed from the past 10 years, he would need to travel the world and witness the various other martial arts and secret techniques. After all, the Great Zen Temple was just one of the great martial sects of the world. Beyond the Great Zen Temple, there still existed several other great martial sects. And even the Dali dynasty stood sovereign and overlooking all. Witnessing martial arts entirely different from those of the Great Zen Temple and then elevating them to their utmost with his against heaven's understanding, would allow Lin Yuan to more easily comprehend the paths and realms ahead. Outside the Bodhi Yard, Abbot Huayuan of the Great Zen Temple was once again gathered with several heads of institutes. I can already feel the bottleneck of the Grand Master realm. In 10 years at most, 20 at the least, I will be able to charge at the Grand Master realm. Abbot Huayuan said with excitement. Normally, with his capabilities, the chances of him stepping into the Grand Master realm weren't great. However, under Lin Yuan's guidance several years ago, he had seen hope. The expressions of the other heads of institutes were similarly excited, benefiting greatly from Lin Yuan's guidance. Although they weren't as confident as the abbot that they could challenge the Grand Master within 20 years. There was still hope in 30 or 40 years. In this world, it wasn't difficult for martial warriors at the peak of the innate realm to live past 100. Most of the institute heads were in their 60s or 70s, capable of making one last effort. Just then, a martial monk hurried in. Abbot, heads of the institutes, no, this is bad. The martial monk was stammering, clearly very urgent. Take your time, no need to rush. Abbot Huayuan reassured from the side. The young Bodhisattva, the young Bodhisattva. The martial monk took a deep breath, about to speak. What happened to the young Bodhisattva? Abbot Huayuan stood up abruptly, staring at the martial monk. The other heads of institutes had similarly solemn expressions. At this moment, in their eyes, the young Bodhisattva was the hope of the Great Zen Temple for the next 500 years. Anything related to the young Bodhisattva was a major affair for the Great Zen Temple. The young Bodhisattva. Seeing the expressions of the institute heads, the martial monk quickly said, the young Bodhisattva has descended the mountain. What? The young Bodhisattva descended the mountain. Abbot Huayuan was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, did the young Bodhisattva say why he was descending the mountain? Right, what did he say? Institute head Huayuan of the Martial Monk Institute also urgently inquired. The young Bodhisattva said, he is descending the mountain too. The martial monk steadied himself, trying as best as he could to mimic Lin Yuan's tone. To take a look at this world. Chapter 9:8, The Supreme of the World, the Dali Dynasty. Chapter 8, The Supreme of the World, the Dali Dynasty. The Buddha's son has entered the secular world. Martial Monk Institute head Huayuan immediately reacted. The monks from Great Zen Temple descending the mountain to travel the world. Is not a strange occurrence. Abbot Huayuan and several disciplinary institute heads have experienced it, more than once. For high-ranking monks, descending the mountain to enter the secular world is a form of spiritual cultivation. Only, in the hearts of Abbot Huayuan and others. Lin Yuan had been sitting in the Sutra Pavilion for 10 years as if a single day had passed. Such a state of mind, at least some of the institute heads could not compare with. That's why they had overlooked that Lin Yuan had never descended the mountain before. Could the Buddha's son encounter any danger going down the mountain alone? The disciplinary institute head seemed to think of something and couldn't help but speak out. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words. Abbot Huayuan and the other institute heads exchanged glances once more. What a joke. Danger. They certainly didn't know the realm Lin Yuan was in now. But as early as 5 years ago, Lin Yuan was already at the realm of Great Grandmaster. Even if Lin Yuan were to stand still for 5 years, he would still be a Great Grandmaster. With the power of a Great Grandmaster, even if trapped by hundreds of thousands of troops. It would take some time, but he could annihilate this vast army to the last man. At the worst, he could retreat with his whole body. A Great Grandmaster traveling the world, as long as he doesn't wish to die, cannot be killed. It's fine. The portrait of the Buddha's son has long been distributed to temples all over the world. Our monks from Great Zen Temple in various places will heed the Buddha's son's commands. Abbot Huayuan slowly said. Great Zen Temple, as a holy Buddhist site and one of the great martial sects. Its potential influence and impact are unfathomable. And among the several other great martial sects, it is second to none. Outside the Great Zen Temple, the sky is high and the land is vast. A young monk dressed in a gray robe walks along a narrow mountain path. If someone were to observe carefully, they would discover that. With every step this young monk took, his figure would appear several meters away, extremely extraordinary. This young monk was naturally Lin Yuan. After coming out of the Great Zen Temple, Lin Yuan crossed 1,200 miles in 2 hours. Compared to the realm of Great Grandmaster. Within the body of a mythical realm martial artist, inner chi has already evolved into a higher level of energy. For the time being, Lin Yuan referred to this type of power as Yuan Force. A strand of Yuan Force could break 10 strands of inner chi at the Great Grandmaster level. Of course, this was just a simple conversion, the specifics of combat were another matter. According to Lin Yuan's estimation, his true combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. Even if all the great grandmasters from ancient times to the present were resurrected and stood before him, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single slap from him. Ha 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 ha. Thrilling, truly thrilling. With every step Lin Yuan took, his blood surged and Yuan Force circulated. His terrifying heat spread in all directions, burning like a furnace. The bodily flesh of the mythical realm gave Lin Yuan the semblance of a humanoid monster. Suddenly. At this moment. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped walking. A whiff of breeze brushed against his face. Lin Yuan paused there in thought. Sunrise and sunset, days went by. With your against heaven's understanding, you have read through myriad sutras, felt the blowing of the wind, listened to the profound principles of the wind, and grasped the true meaning martial arts divine wind 9 steps. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and countless sparks of inspiration burst forth in his mind, forming a true meaning martial art. True meaning martial arts, a martial art that transcends those of great grandmasters. Require mythical realm martial artists to expend a vast amount of energy and time to possibly create. This time, Lin Yuan left Great Zen Temple, his mind relaxed, free from constraints, feeling the wind of heaven and earth, and with the help of his against heaven's understanding, he created this martial art. Divine Wind 9 Steps. Lin Yuan pondered deeply, the martial arts he was studying belonged to the category of movement techniques. Phoebe Sigma M, utilizing the inner chi within the body to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. After 9 steps, one aims to merge with the wind as much as possible, thereby realizing a several-fold increase in one's own speed. Terrifying. Lin Yuan felt deeply moved in his heart. At his level, all aspects of his ability had already reached their peak. Even a small improvement was incredibly difficult, let alone an increase by several times. True meaning martial arts have begun to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. Is the path ahead also related to heaven and earth? Lin Yuan remained standing in his original spot, his expression thoughtful. Pudu Temple. This temple was built 300 years ago by a high-ranking monk from the Great Zen Temple while traveling here. For hundreds of years, it has maintained a close relationship with the Great Zen Temple. Honored Buddhist disciple, what brings you to Bright Moon Palace? The head of Pudu Temple asked cautiously. In front of him sat a young monk, who was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's main purpose for leaving the Great Zen Temple this time was to observe the profound martial arts of the other great sections. First on the list were forces that stood alongside the Great Zen Temple as one of the great martial sects. Those revered as great martial sects were generally founded by great grandmasters. And throughout their histories, they had produced many grandmasters. And Bright Moon Palace was one of the great martial sects. The founder of Bright Moon Palace was an uncommon female great grandmaster. I wish to observe the various martial arts of Bright Moon Palace. Lin Yuan said calmly, sitting cross-legged. On his way to Bright Moon Palace, he passed by Pudu Temple and stopped to rest for a moment. Even someone of the mythical realm is still human, and cannot be tireless like a robot. Since Pudu Temple had a deep connection with the Great Zen Temple. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, the head immediately offered hospitality. Bright Moon Palace. The head of Pudu Temple seemed hesitant. To be frank with you, Buddhist disciple, a grandmaster of Bright Moon Palace entered Nirvana 6 months ago, and with no successor, there was an internal rebellion. Many martial arts scriptures are likely missing. The head of Pudu Temple spoke in a low voice. Although Bright Moon Palace desperately tried to suppress the news, Pudu Temple had learned of it through special channels. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly at this remark. If you wish to view the martial arts scriptures of Bright Moon Palace, you could visit the Dali capital city. In the past, the founding emperor of Dali conquered the world and swept across all directions, even visiting Bright Moon Palace and copying all their martial arts scriptures to bring back. The head of Pudu Temple paused, then subtly mentioned another matter. At that time, it wasn't just Bright Moon Palace, but all the great martial sects, including the Great Zen Temple, had been visited by the emperor, and their martial arts were copied and taken away. As a great grandmaster and an invincible figure of his era, none of the great martial sects dared to refuse. They had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the loss. Oh. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. This was something he had not read about in the books of the Great Zen Temple. But on second thought, it made sense. Having someone show up at your door and take away all your martial arts scriptures was hardly an honorable event. Even if that person was the founding emperor of Dali, a great grandmaster. The Great Zen Temple would not suppress this story intentionally, but it certainly wouldn't go out of its way to publicize or record it. So, in the Dali capital city, there are the martial arts scriptures of all the current great martial sects? Lin Yuan asked. In the past, the founding emperor of Dali wanted to progress further, so he gathered martial arts from all over the world. Any notable martial sect was required to hand over their core martial arts techniques, no exceptions. The head of Pudu Temple stated truthfully. That is quite good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Originally, if Lin Yuan wanted to view the martial arts from various sects, he would definitely need to visit each one by one, as the great martial sects were spread all over. It would certainly take a lot of time for Lin Yuan to find each one. Now, it seemed much simpler. He would just need to make one trip to the Dali capital city. Chapter 10, 9 Why bother going to such trouble? Chapter 10, Chapter 9 Why bother going to such trouble? The capital of the Dali. Linglong Pavilion. As the largest restaurant in the capital, Linglong Pavilion was crowded every day. Visitors from other places, local guests. Given the chance, who wouldn't want to taste the cuisine of Linglong Pavilion? Clap. In the center of the restaurant, on a constructed stage, a storyteller was vividly narrating a story. It is said that 10 years ago, within the Great Zen Temple, a sacred Buddhist site, a Buddha child was born. This Buddha child was innately aware and bore the marks of all Buddhas. It is rumored that at that time, the figure of the Buddha appeared above the Great Zen Temple, and golden light covered tens of miles around. Under the illumination of the golden light, many people found their hidden ailments fading away. Now, 10 years have passed, and that Buddha child. Just as the storyteller reached this point, he suddenly stopped and, bowing with his hands clasped, said, "Esteemed patrons, today's tale ends here. If you wish to know what has become of this young Buddha child, please come again tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, a murmur of disappointment spread through the many guests present. They were engrossed in the story, eager to know what had become of this Buddha child, only to have the storyteller cut off at this juncture. Who could bear this? "This is for you, keep talking." A rugged burly man took out a silver ingot and tossed it onto the stage. The other spectators also threw down some coins and other items of value. "Hee, thanks to all the esteemed patrons for your generosity, I will continue." Seeing this, the storyteller chuckled and immediately sat back down. One must know where to pause in storytelling to arouse the audience's curiosity if one wishes to tell a good tale and earn more money. The storyteller obviously knew this well. After collecting the silver and money on the stage, he continued with his story. Considering the age, that Buddha child should be over 10 years old now, naturally in the Great Zen Temple, reciting Buddhist scriptures and delving into Dharma. The storyteller unfolded his paper fan and continued, bobbing his head rhythmically. Sigh. The many guests couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. They wanted to hear about any remarkable feats from the Buddha child, but this was it. However, after thinking it over, they found it reasonable. What could a child of merely 10 years old, no matter how advanced in Buddha nature, possibly do? As for the extraordinary phenomena the storyteller had mentioned earlier, they were likely fabricated to attract attention. What everyone in the restaurant did not notice was, in a corner, a young monk dressed in a gray robe had a look of bewilderment on his face. "Have I been written into a storybook?" Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He did not find it particularly strange. The Great Zen Temple, being the sacred Buddhist site and one of the great martial sects in the world. Every move they made naturally attracted attention from the outside world, especially someone like himself, taken as a disciple by Grandmaster Elder Long Eyebrow. There were definitely many eyes watching. Moreover, the abbots of the monastery had no intention of blocking the news. Over time, various rumors would naturally arise, after distortions and exaggerations. Having tasted the cuisine of this world in Linglong Pavilion, Lin Yuan stood up, placed down the silver, and left. On the streets paved with blue stone, there was an endless stream of pedestrians, with the cries of hawkers everywhere. Lin Yuan, walking among them, did not attract much attention. However, as Lin Yuan continued towards the deeper parts of the capital, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, but more patrolling soldiers. Until he arrived in front of a tall city gate, guarded by dozens of soldiers with sharp looks and strong auras. Beyond the city gate was the Dali Imperial Palace, the absolute heart of a dynasty. Even standing outside the palace, one could faintly see the magnificent palaces within. Just then, a carriage slowly exited from within the imperial palace. Seeing this, the guarding soldiers immediately stepped back, clearing a path for it. Furubnovel.com. In the carriage, a middle-aged monk dressed in a red kasaya was massaging his brow. The current Empress Dowager of Dali was devout in Buddhism and often invited high monks into the palace. This middle-aged monk in red kasaya was a well-known monk in recent years, held in high esteem and favor by the Empress Dowager. Every 10 days or so, he would be summoned to the palace. The Empress Dowager's questions have been getting more and more tricky lately. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows, somewhat troubled. I should be leaving the palace now. The middle-aged monk extended his hand and lifted the curtain of the carriage. He glanced around carelessly. But this casual glance made the middle-aged monk's pupils shrink. Is that? The middle-aged monk fixed his gaze on the young monk standing not far away, his expression full of surprise and uncertainty. Buddha child. The middle-aged monk came from the great Zen temple, and although he had spent the last dozen years or so in the Dali capital, he regularly stayed in touch with the great Zen temple. Several years ago, the temple had sent him a portrait of a Buddha child, instructing the middle-aged monk to remember it well and to act accordingly if he ever encountered the child. And that portrait bore a near-identical resemblance to the young monk not far away. With this realization, the middle-aged monk quickly got off the carriage and approached Lin Yuan. Buddha child, he asked tentatively. You know me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. 20 years ago, I was also a monk at the great Zen temple, the middle-aged monk explained with a single sentence, indicating his identity. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The great Zen temple, being a Buddha gate sacred place, its influence extended beyond Mount Shaoshi. The Pudu temple that Lin Yuan had passed by earlier, as well as the middle-aged monk in front of him, were a testament to this. May I ask what brings the Buddha child to the capital? Do you have any business here? The middle-aged monk asked curiously. Before meeting Lin Yuan, he had not received any news from the great Zen temple. Clearly, Lin Yuan's visit here was unbeknownst to even the abbots of the monastery. Otherwise, they would have definitely informed him. I wish to enter the martial hall in the imperial palace for a visit. Lin Yuan spoke. The martial hall of the Dali imperial palace, that is the place where countless martial arts manuals of the world are stored. In years past, the founder of the Dali dynasty, when he established his rule, gathered copies of various sects' martial arts and placed them all within the martial hall. It could be said that the collection of martial arts within the martial hall of the Dali imperial palace is 10-fold, 100-fold that of the great Zen temple's sutra pavilion. To enter the martial hall, that would be somewhat troublesome. The middle-aged monk furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Generally speaking, only the royal offspring have the qualifications to enter the martial hall. This was a rule set by the founder of the Dali dynasty. In addition, prominent officials who have made significant contributions to Dali also have the qualifications to enter the martial hall. But clearly, Lin Yuan met neither condition. Therefore, it was almost impossible for him to have the opportunity to access the martial hall. The Dali dynasty was founded on martial prowess and held the various secret martial arts manuscripts in extremely high regard. It would definitely not allow just any outsider to enter such a sacred martial Tao site as the martial hall. It's not without a solution. The middle-aged monk slowly said. The imperial palace has tight security, sneaking in is definitely impossible. A look of wariness crossed the face of the middle-aged monk. As a guest of honor of the Empress Dowager, he had some understanding of the Dali imperial palace. The 8,000 members of the Imperial Guard inside the palace were all acquired peak martial artists trained by the royal secret technique. The 200 captains were innate realm martial Taoists. And the 18 chief captains were innate peak martial Taoists. One could say that just with this force alone, it would be possible to easily sweep through hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Even if a grandmaster personally arrived, he would be trapped. Furthermore, the middle-aged monk occasionally learned from the Empress Dowager that at key points within the palace, there were martial Taoists of grandmaster level in residence. Over the years, the middle-aged monk had gone in and out of the imperial palace. And he had roughly estimated that the number of grandmasters inside the palace was no less than 4. 4 grandmasters. 18 at the peak of the innate realm. 200 in the innate realm. 8,000 at the peak of the acquired realm. This was the strongest hand of the Dali dynasty. Even now, as the world fell into decay, the Dali dynasty could reclaim it all over again. Not to mention this was just part of the Dali dynasty's strength. Outside the palace, a massive army suppressed the border. And the grandmasters, always ready to follow the Dali dynasty's orders. Buddha's disciple. Listen to me. You will accompany me to the palace to meet the Empress Dowager. With my introduction, the Empress Dowager will certainly take a higher view of you, Buddha's disciple. Over the next 3 months, Buddha's disciple should frequently visit the Empress Dowager to become familiar to her eyes. After half a year, when the Emperor celebrates his 60th birthday, with the Empress Dowager stepping forward to take you along to offer congratulations. At that time, I will present a treasured item from the Buddha Gate. Under the great joy of the Emperor of Dali, the chances of Buddha's disciple making a request to visit the martial hall would be very high. The middle-aged monk pondered deeply and offered the only feasible method he could think of. Theoretically, it was impossible for an outsider to enter the martial hall. But if the current Emperor of Dali permits it, naturally there would be no issue of being able or unable to enter. As long as Lin Yuan could win over the Emperor's favor, entering the martial hall would not be an impossible task. After all, Lin Yuan merely wanted to take a look inside the martial hall, which would cause no loss to the numerous martial arts manuscripts there. I wonder what the Buddha's disciple thinks of this. The middle-aged monk finished speaking in one breath and looked at Lin Yuan, who remained silent, then asked with some unease. It's not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged monk had indeed put a lot of thought into it. According to his method, there was a high likelihood of smoothly entering the martial hall. It's just. Lin Yuan shook his head again. It's just what? The middle-aged monk asked anxiously. It's just too troublesome. Lin Yuan said with a calm gaze, looking towards the palace not far away. Troublesome. The middle-aged monk did not respond for a long time. His plan was already as simple as it could be. Directly taking Lin Yuan to see the Empress Dowager, then using her influence on the Emperor. This was the fastest method the middle-aged monk could think of to enter the martial hall. Could they possibly just go straight to seeing the Emperor? Without someone of sufficient weight to make an introduction, even the middle-aged monk wouldn't be able to see the Emperor, let alone Lin Yuan. Just say it directly. Lin Yuan finished speaking, then took a step forward, took a deep breath, and called out loudly in the direction of the palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the imperial palace. When his voice produced the first word, humble, it still sounded normal. But the tone began to rise with the second word. By the fifth word, a terrifying sonic wave spread frantically in all directions. Finally, when the last word, visit, was uttered, it sounded like the sky was splitting and thunder was exploding. Boom. 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 At that moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped in the ferocious sonic wave. The 8,000 acquired peak martial artists of the Imperial Guard felt their ears ringing and their minds dispersing. The 18 innate peak chief captains further bled from their 7 orifices, unable to rise from their knees. Deep within the palace, 5 grandmaster-level presences flickered as they tried to resist the Buddha's voice invading their ears, but after only a few breaths, their presences rapidly waned, powerless to resist. In an instant, the originally tight security of the Great Dali Imperial Palace turned into a disorganized mess, on the verge of collapse. This. The middle-aged monk's mouth hung open in shock. Chapter 11, 10 One Man Dominates a Country. Chapter 11, Chapter 10 One Man Dominates a Country. Dali Imperial Palace. Taiji Hall. An authoritative man adorned in a dragon robe sat in front of a sandalwood desk. Opposite him sat an emaciated elder. Uncle Ancestor, there should be no match for you in the world now, right? The dignified man was none other than the current emperor of Dali. And the thin elder sitting across from him was an old patriarch of the Dali royal family. He was also the strongest, a martial artist at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. If it weren't for this seacoming divine needle, the Dali dynasty might still have reached its current state of ruling the seas and having all regions submit. But certainly not with such ease. Without reaching the level of a great Grandmaster, there can be no talk of having no competitors. The emaciated elder shook his head, but his tone lacked any modesty. Even among the Grandmasters, there were differences in strength. And without a doubt, the thin elder stood among the most supreme at the Grandmaster level. In terms of heritage, the other great martial sects also carried the teachings of great Grandmasters. But the great Grandmaster progenitor of the Dali dynasty undoubtedly had the greatest influence. After all, this progenitor lived over 100 years ago and his name and influence remain undiminished to this day. The many martial arts manuals he left behind might not be said to be stronger than the other great Grandmaster heritages. But at least they are more complete and perfected. Not to mention that in former years, the patriarch personally visited the other great martial sects and copied all their martial arts to bring back. Amassing all the martial arts in the world, the Dali dynasty's foundation can only far surpass that of the great martial sects. Great Grandmaster. Uncle Ancestor, you're only a hair's breadth away from great Grandmaster level, right? The Emperor of Dali asked with an inexplicable tone. A hair's breadth away is still a world of difference. The emaciated elder sighed. The closer he got to the realm of great Grandmaster, the more he felt despair and helplessness. This was still under the premise of the many breakthrough insights left by the Dali progenitor. Without those, the thin elder would not even dare to dream of reaching the Grandmaster realm. Even so, the emaciated elder had little confidence in himself to take that one step further. However, Your Majesty can rest assured, in this world today, if I can't break through to the level of a great Grandmaster, neither can the other Grandmasters. The thin elder's voice was low, filled with immense self-confidence. Just as the Emperor of Dali was about to say something, a terrifying wave of sound descended, pervading every inch of air around them. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. This humble monk Huizhen wishes to visit the martial hall of the Imperial Palace. As if demon sounds filled his ears, the Emperor of Dali felt his eardrums vibrating and his vision starting to blur. Compared to the Emperor of Dali, the elder, who had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, suffered much more. The stronger one's power, the more sensitive they are to sound waves, and the heavier the suppression and impact will be. What kind of sound skill is this? The emaciated elder couldn't believe it. Just with the power of sound, and from a distance unknown. He, a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm, had lost the ability to resist. Who on earth could it be? Could it be a great Grandmaster? Fruinovel.com, even someone as strong as the great Grandmaster progenitor of the Dali dynasty couldn't achieve this extent, could they? Outside the Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan's gaze was tranquil. He had just used one of the great Zen temple's 72 unique skills, the Soundwave martial arts Lion's Roar, to announce his wish to visit the martial hall. Lion's Roar, a superior martial art, is also a rare Soundwave martial art, which can intimidate through sound, causing terror and utter dread. However, such martial skills are difficult to affect those at the innate realm of martial artists. After all, compared to physical combat and weapons, the effect of Soundwave was indeed limited. But Lin Yuan's current strength was too overbearing. Empowered by vital energy of a body that surpassed the great Grandmaster and reached into the mythical realm. His roar could not talk of shattering mountains and rivers, but at least a Grandmaster would struggle to withstand it. Of course, Lin Yuan did not strike with lethal intent. Within the terrifying coverage of the Lion's Roar sound wave, those below the acquired realm peak merely felt their eardrums vibrating without sustaining other injuries. As for the ones at acquired realm peak, innate realm peak, and even martial Taoists at the Grandmaster realm, the impact was indeed more severe, but they would recover after a month or two of rest. It wouldn't cause any irreversible damage. In years past, The founder of the Dali dynasty forced the great Zen temple's monks to hand over their ultimate teachings with absolute martial force when he visited. Now, with Lin Yuan's roar outside the imperial palace, turning the strict palace defenses upside down, it could be considered tit for tat. Buddhist disciple, this. The middle-aged monk beside him was blank in the mind at this moment. He had just been wondering why the Buddhist disciple would say there was trouble. As well as what, just say it directly, could mean. And then he witnessed this incredible scene before his eyes. Look, I bet we can get in soon. Lin Yuan said casually, glancing back at the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk was still immersed in shock. Although he didn't know what had happened inside the palace. Following Lin Yuan's roar, various chaotic auras emanated from within the palace. Even the auras of grandmasters were plummeting. The middle-aged monk had the sense that the palace defenses had likely dropped to an all-time low. Probably a group of innate martial artists could easily bloodwash it. Under such circumstances, he had no doubt about Lin Yuan's comment, I bet we can get in soon. With the battle prowess Lin Yuan had roared out. Not to mention entering the mere martial hall, even if it were the harem of the current emperor of Dali. It would probably just take a word. A moment later. Under the gaze of the middle-aged monk, an imposing man clad in dragon robes and a gaunt old man quickly walked out. Besides them, several figures followed. And though these figures had weakened auras, their demeanor as they walked proclaimed a might far beyond that of the innate realm. The Emperor of Dali stepped out of the palace and soon spotted Lin Yuan, who stood there in a grey monk's robe. May I have the honor of addressing the master? The Emperor of Dali said. With a heavy heart, immediately bending over to greet him. After suffering from the terrifying sound wave in the Taiji Hall, the Emperor of Dali wasn't greatly affected and quickly recovered. The first thought of the Emperor of Dali was to flee. But the gaunt old man beside him stopped him. The gaunt old man was at the Grandmaster Peak realm. He understood very well that someone who could cause such chaos with a sound wave possessed a strength that if not earth-shatteringly unique, at least surpassed that of the founder of the Dali dynasty from over 100 years ago. How could they flee from such a formidable individual, and where could they possibly go? On the contrary, judging by the injury the Emperor of Dali sustained, the gaunt old man deduced that Lin Yuan probably held no killing intent toward the Dali royal family. Otherwise, just that terrifying sound wave alone would have been enough to seriously harm a grandmaster of his stature. How could the Emperor of Dali, who was not even at the level of the innate realm, suffer only so little? That's why. Following the suggestion of the gaunt old man, the Emperor of Dali gathered the courage to follow the source of the sound wave and walked out of the palace. I am Hui Zhen, wishing to enter the palace's martial hall for a visit. Lin Yuan stated outright upon seeing the disheveled Emperor of Dali. This matter is simple. Please enter, master. Please enter, master. The Emperor of Dali said, relieving some tension. At the same time, he felt aggrieved. If you wanted to enter the martial hall, why didn't you say so earlier? Why make such a big commotion? Chapter 12:11 The Frog in the Well Looks Up at the Moon. Chapter 11 The Frog in the Well Looks Up at the Moon. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, the deed of Lin Yuan silencing the imperial palace with a roar had spread like a hurricane to all corners of the world. After all, the incident was not minor, and even if the imperial guards and palace maids inside the palace dared not spread rumors, those martial powerhouses outside the palace walls could not possibly pretend it never happened. They were neither blind nor deaf. Even a middle-aged monk could sense the changes in the aura inside the palace. Phoebe Sigma M, other martial powerhouses naturally could as well. Moreover, the scene of the Emperor of Dali stepping out of the palace and bowing towards Lin Yuan had been witnessed by many. Connecting the dots before and after, it was easy for people to speculate about the approximate truth. The palace of the Dali dynasty had been breached by a mysterious monk from the Buddha Gate. Even the reigning emperor had to step out and bow his head in acknowledgement of error. The Dali dynasty certainly wanted to suppress the incident, but they simply couldn't contain it. And this explanation was the truth, it even flattered the Dali dynasty. After all, the use of the word breached at least suggests that Lin Yuan had made a few moves. The Dali dynasty still had the power to resist, but just ended up failing in the end. But the truth was, it was just one vocal technique that had caused many strong individuals within the imperial palace to fall to the ground, unable to rise. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Commoners and martial experts from all over. They all discussed this matter. The Dali dynasty had ruled the world for nearly 200 years, and all the martial powerhouses had been stifled because of that founding ancestor. Seeing the Dali dynasty being humiliated, and completely brought to its knees, was naturally welcomed by everyone. After discussing the Dali dynasty, everyone's attention quickly focused on that mysterious Buddhist monk. Was the Dali dynasty weak? Certainly not. Not only was it not weak, it was terrifyingly strong. Even though the founder, the great grandmaster, had passed away, the strength of the Dali dynasty could still suppress the world. Yet even so, the imperial palace, the place that gathered the most elite forces and the greatest number of powerful people of the Dali dynasty, had been breached by a mysterious monk. What this implied, once thought over carefully, made everyone's skin crawl. Without a doubt, the strength of that mysterious monk must have already entered the realm of Great Grandmaster. In the martial hall of the Dali imperial palace, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his expression calm. Since entering this place half a year ago, Lin Yuan had not left. The Emperor of Dali certainly showed foresight, directly declaring the martial hall a forbidden zone, not allowing anyone to disturb Lin Yuan. In addition, every meal was meticulously prepared. They were not only able to replenish Yuan energy but were also expertly cooked by the imperial chefs. There was no fault to be found in their flavor. Not enough, these martial arts are still far from enough, Lin Yuan silently sighed in his heart. In just half a year, Lin Yuan had thoroughly comprehended all the martial arts contained within the imperial palace's martial hall. It wasn't that the martial arts in the martial hall were inferior to those in the great Zen temple's sutra pavilion. To be fair, the martial arts collected in the martial hall far exceeded those of the sutra pavilion. It was just a matter of time. Lin Yuan was now at an unprecedented height, the mythical realm. Whereas at the great Zen temple, Lin Yuan was an innate grandmaster, a grandmaster. From such a lofty perspective, comprehending the Tao was naturally far more efficient than before. However, even after having completely grasped all the martial arts within the martial hall, and utilizing his against heaven's understanding to its fullest, Lin Yuan still had not broken through to the mythical realm. The martial arts that can be recorded and passed down in the world are, after all, only a minority. Many more martial arts are scattered across every martial practitioner in the world, Lin Yuan silently thought. These martial arts might not be high-level and far from being top-notch martial arts, but they were unique in their perspective. They might even be entirely different from the current martial Tao cultivation system. If Lin Yuan could comprehend martial Tao from other perspectives, it would likely help him break through to the mythical realm. Come in, Lin Yuan slightly raised his head and looked towards the door of the martial hall. Yes. The gaunt elder immediately walked over with great respect. As the highest-ranking and strongest ancestor of the Dali royal family, it was beneath him to stand outside the martial hall, waiting for Lin Yuan's orders. But ever since Lin Yuan had causally given him a pointer not long after entering the martial hall, leading to a moment of enlightenment, the gaunt elder had stayed outside the martial hall, unwilling to leave. That one pointer made the gaunt elder realize that even if he practiced bitterly for 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, it would not compare to a single casual remark from Lin Yuan. I plan to hold a great martial sex gathering, right here in the capital. Any martial practitioner in the acquired realm or innate realm can participate. And the top 10 winners will be allowed to choose any 3 high-grade martial techniques, Lin Yuan declared. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan did not need to learn martial arts, merely by watching others perform, he could gain insight. More than a decade ago, when Lin Yuan watched the martial monks of the great Zen temple demonstrate the Arhat fist, he derived the superior martial art great Arhat Buddha fist from it, which was an example. Asking martial practitioners to write down their unique skills for others was unrealistic. Many unaffiliated martial practitioners, with no sect to tie them down, if pressured too much, could just retreat deep into the mountains and forests, beyond even Lin Yuan's reach. However, by attracting them with a martial gathering, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding would allow him to quietly grasp all their secrets. As for whether it could attract those unaffiliated martial practitioners, what the people of the world chased after was nothing more than 2 things. Fame or profit? For martial practitioners, there was an additional pursuit. That was their own martial realm. With high-grade martial arts as bait, Lin Yuan wasn't worried that those unaffiliated martial practitioners wouldn't take the bait. High-grade martial arts were not cabbages, one technique alone could serve as the foundation for a legacy. Even for a sacred Buddhist place like the Great Zen Temple and great martial sects, there were only 72 high-grade martial arts. Chapter 13:11 The Frog in the Well Looks Up at the Moon _2. Chapter 13, Chapter 11 The Frog in the Well Looks Up at the Moon _2. In addition, at such a martial Tao tournament led by the Dali dynasty, one could become famous overnight just by showing a hint of potential. And then there's the grandmasters. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. It made no sense for grandmasters to participate in the martial Tao tournament. After all, there were far too few grandmasters, you could count all the openly acknowledged ones in the world on 2 hands. Even if you included those who retreated from the world and hid in secrecy, their number wouldn't exceed 20. If a grandmaster were to come, they could challenge me. Regardless of win or loss, they would receive a secret technique in spiritual martial arts. Lin Yuan said slowly. In simple terms, grandmasters would obtain a secret technique in spiritual martial arts just by showing up. What is the concept of spiritual martial arts? That is a secret technique that only great grandmasters can cultivate. Although grandmasters can't cultivate spiritual martial arts, constant contemplation over the years is an enormous help to step into the realm of great grandmaster. Yes. The lean old man swallowed hard. Although the founding emperor of Dali left behind several spiritual martial arts techniques. Who would complain about having too many spiritual martial arts? Understanding different spiritual martial arts at the same time and verifying the realm of great grandmaster from various aspects makes it easier to take that next step. As the news of the martial Tao tournament spread, the entire world was in an uproar, and countless warriors were dumbstruck. Just by placing in the top 10 of the martial Tao tournament, one could choose any 3 superior martial arts techniques. If it weren't for the personal promise from the Emperor of Dali, perhaps no one would believe it. Those were superior martial arts techniques. Just by making it to the top 10, one could obtain them. And one could choose at that. At first, there were warriors who doubted the claim, but after the first martial Tao tournament was held and the top 10 warriors received the 3 superior martial arts techniques they wished for, the warriors of the entire world went mad with excitement. They traveled to the capital of Dali Kingdom without stopping, eagerly awaiting the start of the next martial Tao tournament. Compared to the excitement of the warriors in the acquired realm and innate realm, various grandmasters stationed around the land began to change their minds. They all saw the announcement about the martial Tao tournament made by the Emperor of Dali. Grandmasters were also eligible to participate and could even challenge that mysterious monk who single-handedly breached the imperial palace. No matter the outcome, they would receive a secret technique in spiritual martial arts. In a moment, many grandmasters couldn't stay put and made their way towards the capital of the Dali Kingdom. Half a year later, Dali Imperial Palace. Outside the martial hall, a burly man carrying a heavy sword appeared quietly. By the side of the burly man was a youth of only 15 or 16. Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, I didn't expect you to come as well. The lean old man guarding the front of the martial hall said with a grave expression. Before encountering Lin Yuan, the lean old man considered himself unrivaled below the level of a great grandmaster. Across the world, there were very few grandmasters he was wary of. And the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was one of them. In terms of strength, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was no stronger than the lean old man. At most, they were evenly matched. However, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea did not come from one of the great martial sects. He reached his current level step by step on his own. The lean old man was born into the Dali royal family and had been guided by one grandmaster after another since childhood. He had frequently pondered the insights left behind by the founding emperor. That's how he had come this far. Whereas the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, relying solely on himself, had managed to keep pace with the lean old man. His perception and talent should not be underestimated. You've already started to condense spiritual energy. After a careful look at the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, the lean old man suddenly showed shock. He could feel a faint spiritual pressure coming off the other men. This was an indication of beginning to cultivate spiritual energy. successfully condensing even a strand of spiritual energy. One could break through to the Grandmaster realm. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea did not speak. From the moment he appeared, his gaze had never fallen on the lean old man. Instead, it was firmly fixed on the interior of the martial hall. Great Grandmaster. A faint smile surfaced at the corner of the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea's mouth. Unlike other Grandmasters who came to this place, he, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, was not here for spiritual martial arts. Although spiritual martial arts could indeed help in gathering mental extraordinary powers, he, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, no longer needed it. His true purpose was to challenge that mysterious monk, the great Grandmaster who had pierced the Dali Imperial Palace with his power alone. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea had great aspirations. He aimed to use a great Grandmaster as a stepping stone, to forge his own path into the realm of great Grandmaster. Master, do you really wish to go in? The 15 or 16-year-old youth by the Southern Sea Sword Saint's side was somewhat nervous. After all, the fact that the mysterious monk was in the Grandmaster realm was a widely recognized truth among the many warriors outside. Besides a great Grandmaster, who else could pierce the Dali Imperial Palace with their power alone? And although his own master, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, had extremely strong abilities, and had even begun to refine his mental extraordinary powers, embarking on the path of a great Grandmaster, he was ultimately not a great Grandmaster. Facing a true great Grandmaster, life and death were unpredictable. Disciple, rest assured. With my current strength, just by facing the mental pressure of a great Grandmaster, I could break through to the realm of great Grandmaster at any moment. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea had nothing to worry about. Now, he already had one foot in the realm of great Grandmaster. He just needed a real great Grandmaster to give him a push, and fully stepping into the great Grandmaster would be a matter of an instant. By that time, in the same Grandmaster realm, even if the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea couldn't defeat the mysterious monk, he believed he could retreat unscathed. I am going in. My good disciple, wait outside for a moment. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea's tone was full of longing, his expression expectant. The door of the martial hall opened quickly. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea, with a face full of battle intent, stepped in. The 15 or 16-year-old youth, in a fleeting glance, saw a young monk in a gray monk's robe sitting deep inside the martial hall. Master will definitely not lose. The 15 or 16-year-old youth clenched his fist, cheering himself up in his heart. Only a short time, less than half a stick of incense, had passed. The doors of the martial hall opened once again. The tall and burly man carrying a heavy sword walked out with a wooden expression. Master, Master. It's over so soon. The youth hurried over, asking with concern. Let's go. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea shook his head slightly, leading the youth away from the Imperial Palace. They continued until they were outside the capital city. Only then did the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea stop, turn around to look in the direction of the palace, and sat down on a rock with a thud. He was even muttering things like, how could someone be so strong, and, how could there be such a person in this world? The 15 or 16-year-old youth realized immediately that his master must have lost. And it was a very thorough defeat at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. Master, I didn't find him that strong, did I? In the future, once you become a great Grandmaster, won't you just be able to challenge him again and win back your honor? The youth said from the side. It was indeed true, just now, when the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea had entered into the martial hall. The youth had a fleeting glimpse and had seen the mysterious monk for a moment. The monk's aura was indeed unfathomable, but at most, he was only somewhat stronger than his own master. It might not be impossible to catch up in the future. Not that strong. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea was silent for a while, at a loss for words. After a long time, the Sword Saint of the Southern Sea steadied himself and slowly said, now you are only in the innate realm, with a narrow perspective, like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. The day when you luckily step into the Grandmaster realm, or become a half-step great Grandmaster like your master. The Sword Saint of the Southern Sea spoke up to this point and continued with an extremely complex emotion. You will see him as a mayfly looking up at the vast sky. Chapter 14:12, Engaging with the World while Retaining Detachment. Chapter 14, Chapter 12, Engaging with the World while Retaining Detachment. Outside the martial hall, The gaunt old man Yuan Pan watched as the figure of the sword saint of the southern sea disappeared. To use Master Hui Zhen as a stepping stone to challenge the realm of Great Grandmaster, this is truly. The gaunt old man Yuan Pan was at a loss for words for a moment. A look of sympathy couldn't help but appear on his face. In fact, using the pressure of life and death to break through shackles and bottlenecks isn't a rare occurrence. With the talent and understanding of the sword saint of the southern sea, under the oppression of a great grandmaster, there's indeed a great possibility of success. After all, compared to Yuan Pan, the sword saint of the southern sea reached this step today all on his own. His potential goes without saying. The biggest mistake of the sword saint of the southern sea was setting his sights on Master Hui Zhen. Because in the eyes of Yuan Pan, Lin Yuan's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary great grandmaster, and could even be considered the strongest among all the great grandmasters throughout the ages. Through close to a year of contact, Yuan Pan was almost certain of this. Furthermore, Yuan Pan had an even more terrifying conjecture. Has the master's strength truly broken through that step? Yuan Pan felt his entire body trembling. Since ancient times, spanning thousands of years, the great grandmaster has always been regarded as the strongest without dispute. It is the ultimate realm that all martial artists strive for. As for the realm above Great Grandmaster, transcending the Great Grandmaster, Yuan Pan neither dared to think about it nor wished to. It was as pointless as wondering why the sun hangs in the sky. But now, after experiencing the might of Lin Yuan's roar, Yuan Pan finally began to doubt. Perhaps, there is a higher realm above the Great Grandmaster. Just like Lin Yuan. No wonder Yuan Pan thought this way, the combat power manifested by Lin Yuan was indeed extraordinary. The ancestor of the Dali dynasty who was a great grandmaster didn't die many years ago. And Yuan Pan remembered quite clearly the descriptions of a great grandmaster. Even the strongest wouldn't be this strong. Moreover, when occasionally guided by Lin Yuan over the past year, Yuan Pan distinctly felt the existence of the great grandmaster bottleneck. If the guidance of a great grandmaster was so useful, there wouldn't be a notion that a great grandmaster cannot cultivate another great grandmaster. Inside the martial hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Since half a year ago, when the Martial Tao Conference began to be held in the capital, Lin Yuan's gains have never ceased as he witnessed countless martial artists fighting and killing each other. The participants of the Martial Tao Conference might not be very strong, but the martial skills they displayed were very diverse. With Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan gained enlightenment from numerous perspectives, which was far more useful than singly observing a few superior and profound martial skills. With your Against Heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, your understanding of the martial Tao after the mythical realm has improved. With your Against Heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you have vaguely grasped the true essence of nature. With your Against Heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you have created the cloud mist spirit refining skill. With your Against Heaven's understanding, by comprehending the martial Tao of the world, you begin to perceive the direction for breaking through to subsequent realms. Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the world of enlightenment, and unless faced with a life and death threat, he would hardly awaken. And with Lin Yuan's current physique and the self-protecting Yuan force of the mythical realm, even if a group of grandmasters attacked, he would not suffer the slightest injury. Half a month later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. I've finally found it. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. At this moment, with the help of Against Heaven's understanding, he had finally locked onto the path that transcends the mythical level. It was only about locking onto the path. As for completely traversing it, it would still require a great deal of effort. But as long as the direction was correct, the rest was merely a matter of time for Lin Yuan. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the outside of the martial hall. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, it didn't matter where he practiced. Still, he had spent 10 years at the Great Zen Temple and was quite content with the environment of Mount Shaoshi, with its ancient Buddha lamps and a setting free from disturbances. To advance beyond the mythical realm would require a considerable amount of time, and Lin Yuan still wanted to return and stay on Mount Shaoshi. Crack! The doors of the martial hall swung open. Yuan Pan, the lean old man who was always guarding outside, was suddenly startled. Master! Yuan Pan instinctively looked towards the inside of the martial hall. But he found that the young monk who should have been sitting there had already disappeared. The master has left. Yuan Pan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat forlorn. Even though he had foreseen it, knowing that a powerhouse like Lin Yuan wouldn't stay at the imperial palace forever. He felt as though he had lost something. Great Zen Temple. Abbot Huayuan, the head of the Martial Monk Institute Huayuan, and several other institute heads gathered at the temple gate, their faces filled with worry. A year ago, the Dali Imperial Palace was breached by a mysterious monk, possibly a great grandmaster. And of course, the Great Zen Temple had heard about it early on. Unlike other martial artists and powers speculating about the origins of this mysterious monk, Abbot Huayuan and the several institute heads almost immediately confirmed that the monk was one of their Buddhist disciples. There was no choice. It was a young monk's appearance. Plus, the strength of a great grandmaster. Such an accurate description could only fit the disciple who had just entered the world. At first, they were amazed by Lin Yuan's power. Over 100 years ago, the great grandmaster who was the ancestor of the Dali dynasty ascended Mount Shaoxia. Now, the Buddhist disciple of the Great Zen Temple had single-handedly breached the Dali imperial palace, which was a sort of quid pro quo. However, as time passed, the abbot and heads began to sense something was amiss. It seemed the Buddhist disciple was planning to reside permanently at the Dali imperial palace. Abbot Huayuan and the others weren't really afraid that Lin Yuan would forsake the Great Zen Temple. But they worried the Dali dynasty might harbor other intentions. It's easy to dodge an overt spear, but hard to avoid a hidden arrow. Admittedly, with Lin Yuan's strength, no one in the Dali dynasty was his match. But what if the Dali dynasty resorted to some despicable schemes? You must know, the Dali imperial palace was once the home of the great grandmaster ancestor, and it's not without means to deal with a great grandmaster. If Lin Yuan stayed at the Dali imperial palace for a long time, what if he fell into a trap? Besides, Abbot Huayuan had even deeper concerns. As the Martial Tao conference took place and several grandmasters went to the capital city to test their skills against Lin Yuan, rumors about Lin Yuan's power started to abound. Great Grandmaster. Pinnacle Great Grandmaster. Invincible Great Grandmaster. The unparalleled Great Grandmaster of all time, and so on. These rumors all originated from the other grandmasters. There was no question about their authenticity. As a result, Lin Yuan's fame grew larger and larger, far surpassing Patriarch Bodhidharma from 1,000 years ago and the ancestor of the Dali dynasty 100+ years prior. For other great grandmasters, this might not have had any impact. After all, those great grandmasters took at least decades to reach this stage, their mental states had been tempered through many trials. But Abbot Huayuan was well aware that the Buddhist disciple was only in his teens. Could someone so young endure the trials of fame and fortune in the martial world? Let's wait a bit longer. The disciple has only been down the mountain for a year, it's not a long time. Even if he's affected by the secular world, he can still turn back in time, said the head of the Discipline Academy in a deep voice. Not to mention a great grandmaster, even for an ordinary martial artist, 1 year was not long, just the beginning of their journey. The disciple has a simple heart. The head of the Martial Monk Institute frowned, about to speak. Just then, on the narrow trail of Mount Shaoxia, a young monk dressed in robes and straw sandals was stepping up the mountain one step at a time. The disciple has returned. Abbot Huayuan was the first to spot Lin Yuan. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived at the entrance to the Great Zen Temple. Disciple. The others greeted Lin Yuan with a slight bow, hesitating to speak. All is settled. Lin Yuan said only this. Before returning to the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, sitting down once again, distancing himself from the secular world, far from the troubles of the martial world. On that day, the young Buddhist disciple of Mount Shaoxia, in his straw sandals and robes, had just entered the martial world before he left it. Chapter 15, 13 Against Heaven's Understanding, Integration, and Mastery, Unprecedented and Unparalleled. Chapter 15, Chapter 13 Against Heaven's Understanding, Integration, and Mastery, Unprecedented and Unparalleled. Lin Yuan returned to the Great Zen Temple without causing much of a stir. Apart from the abbot and a few heads of the departments, no other monks were aware. On the third floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. There are 8 years left. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory light screen below his line of sight. Knowing that his time remaining in this world wasn't much. It should be enough. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had already charted a specific direction and approach for understanding the path above the mythical realm. And with an against heaven's understanding of comprehending it, 8 years was more than enough. The path of martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. In this world, the path of martial Tao was based on the human body, intertwined with spirit, continually transforming. Although the progress was slow, the advantage was that there were no significant weaknesses. At least it had much more potential compared to the evolution path of the genetic warriors of the Cosmic Human Alliance. The genetic warriors followed a pure physical evolution path. And once they encountered evolutionary beings like super ability sorcerers or mind masters, without prior preparation, they were basically swept away. The genetic warrior path of evolution was probably a route designed by the upper echelons of human civilization, specifically created for their descendants. Completely reliant on gene potions, one could continue to advance as long as they could purchase potions of sufficient rank. I wonder how martial Tao is categorized as an evolution path and what the goddess of wisdom thinks of it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Cosmic Human Alliance encourages its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths. And the goddess of wisdom even offers huge contributions as rewards to attract more human citizens to invest in this area. The value of an evolutionary path depends on 2 aspects. One is its popularity, and the other is its potential. The popularity aspect is easy to understand. If the path allows only you to cultivate, then it's of little value to the civilization as a whole. As for the potential, it's the theoretical limit of that evolutionary path. After more than a decade in this world, Lin Yuan had been using his against heaven's understanding to deduce martial arts, opening up the path above the Grandmaster realm towards the mythical realm, and even beyond the mythic levels. He was pushing the limits of the martial Tao evolutionary path as much as possible, in order to obtain a higher evaluation from the goddess of wisdom and receive ample rewards. Lin Yuan was well aware of his priorities. This world was just a stopover for him. Once his 20-year stay was up, he was to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance. Let's continue comprehending, he said. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, closed his eyes, and fell back into a state of enlightenment. This trip to the martial hall of Dali Imperial Palace had been of great help to Lin Yuan. The myriad martial arts recorded in the martial hall, the various wonderful methods mastered by fighters around the world. In the catalysis of the against heaven's understanding, countless inspirations exploded in Lin Yuan's mind, unwaveringly advancing towards a realm above mythical. Time passed. 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye. As time went on, the real identity of that mysterious monk who had broken through the Dali Imperial Palace finally came to light. He was Hui Zhen, the Buddhist disciple from the Great Zen Temple. Back then, Lin Yuan's words outside the palace, "This poor monk Hui Zhen," were heard by many. What's more, the Great Zen Temple had long since distributed Hui Zhen's portrait to temples far and wide, and Lin Yuan had also shown up at various martial Tao conventions held in the imperial capital of Dali. It wasn't difficult to speculate when comparing the past with the present. The exposure of the mysterious monk's identity led to a direct consequence. The Great Zen Temple became lively, and at the foot of Mount Shaoshe, throngs of warriors came every day in admiration. The mysterious monk had only stayed in the capital of Dali for 1 year before vanishing without a trace. Many speculated that the monk might have returned to the Great Zen Temple. The numerous warriors came to the Great Zen Temple in hopes of catching a glimpse of Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan was recognized as a great grandmaster and even proclaimed by several grandmasters as the greatest great grandmaster of all time. There is no first in literature, but there is no second in martial arts. To be universally recognized by all grandmasters without any objection meant only one possibility. That Hui Zhen was unfathomably strong. He had convinced all the grandmasters. This was what attracted so many warriors to come. Even if they couldn't meet him, just a distant glance was considered extremely fortunate, and who knows if someone would be lucky enough to catch the eye of that unnamed monk. Wouldn't such a chance be even greater than a carp leaping through the dragon gate? As for the possibility of being valued by the Buddhist disciple and having to renounce worldly life to become a monk, just to step into the Grandmaster realm, let alone renunciation, there would be a crowd willing to sever all emotional ties and take the vows. On the narrow path up Mount Shaoshur, a burly man carrying a heavy sword walked slowly. Following the muscular man was a young man in his 20s. "Master, Master. Have you come here to challenge that Buddhist disciple once again?" the young man asked curiously as he walked. The burly man carrying the heavy sword was the sword saint of the Southern Sea. If there were grandmasters nearby, they would notice that the sword saint of the Southern Sea had a profound aura, and staring into his eyes, one could feel the sharp and formidable spirit as if from a sharp sword. Great Grandmaster. This sword saint of the Southern Sea had indeed taken that step and had become a great grandmaster. In other times, the birth of any great grandmaster would be an extremely sensational event. Greetings from all directions. Countless heads bowing in reverence. These would be the most basic responses. However, the sword saint of the Southern Sea found it all tasteless. Ever since the sparring with Lin Yuan 8 years ago, the sword saint of the Southern Sea realized that there were always people beyond oneself, and heavens beyond this heaven. What of a great grandmaster? When facing that Buddha's child, even a great grandmaster would have to die. "I'm just here to have a look." The sword saint of the Southern Sea shook his head. "Also, do not compare your master with that Buddha's child. That Buddha's child was already beyond the great grandmaster realm 8 years ago." The sword saint of the Southern Sea took a deep breath and said softly. Suddenly, the expression of the sword saint of the Southern Sea drastically changed. He looked up abruptly toward the summit of Mount Shaoshur, in the direction of the great Zen temple. OM. A terrifying aura began to shake and instantly swept over the whole of Mount Shaoshur. And it spread to all directions at an extremely terrifying speed. What is that? The sword saint of the Southern Sea's face turned pale. In his perception, an overwhelming aura rose up from deep within the great Zen temple, shining upon the world like the brilliant sun. Finally succeeded. On the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the Sutra Pavilion. After nearly a decade, he had finally stepped into a level above the mythical realm. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow, the abbot, and various heads of the monastery had been waiting for a long time. The commotion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough was too great, even the sword saint of the Southern Sea who was on the mountainside perceived it, let alone the many monks within the great Zen temple. Buddha's child. We've seen the Buddha's child. As Lin Yuan emerged from the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Long Eyebrow and others immediately bowed and said, Lin Yuan nodded, in a good mood. The Buddha's child's strength must have surpassed that of a great grandmaster by now, right? Abbot Huayuan hesitated for a moment before probing. He had actually speculated as much earlier, but had never been sure. After all, the great grandmaster had always been the ceiling for martial artists since ancient times, surpassing it was no easy feat. However, just now, having felt the disturbances of Lin Yuan's breakthrough, even if Abbot Huayuan were foolish, he realized something. That incredible aura, not even 10 or 100 great grandmasters could compare to it. The reason Abbot Huayuan knew this so well was that Elder Long Eyebrow had also successfully advanced to the realm of the great grandmaster a year ago. More or less. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm as he spoke lightly. Truly surpassed the grandmaster realm. Although they had already guessed as much, their hearts still stirred with massive waves upon hearing Lin Yuan's confirmation. The saintly monk, who was already a great grandmaster, had an even more complex mind. He had witnessed Lin Yuan's growth step by step, and more than a decade ago, he had even taken on the role of a master, guiding him. What lies above the realm of great grandmaster? Abbot Huayuan asked, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stared at Lin Yuan, their eyes burning with intensity. Though they could not reach the heights of Lin Yuan, and even the realm of great grandmaster seemed far-fetched, they at least wanted to listen. This alone put them ahead of the great grandmasters of old. Above the realm of great grandmaster is known as the mythical realm, where inner chi is sublimated into Yuan force. Lin Yuan patiently began to introduce the many wonders of the mythical realm. After finishing, Lin Yuan paused for a while, then continued, above the mythical realm. I haven't thought of a name for it yet, but when vigor, blood, and spirit fuse, one can sense the chi of heaven and earth. Above the mythical realm. The hearts of Abbot Huayuan and others were tremendously shaken, and it took a long while for them to come back to their senses. They were just immersing themselves in the many increased abilities of the mythical realm, imagining the characteristics of that state, when Lin Yuan mentioned something beyond the mythical realm. Could it be that the young Buddha's child in front of them had already transcended the mythical realm? Otherwise, how could he know of the mysteries above it? Next, Lin Yuan patiently explained a few points before sending Abbot Huayuan and the others away. It wasn't that Lin Yuan did not want to elaborate. But with their realm not being sufficient, more words were useless. On the contrary, it could affect one's own cultivation. It should have reached the limit. Lin Yuan mused for a while, already faintly feeling an oppressive force from between heaven and earth. The level he was at now had reached the ultimate of this world, proceeding further. Given his against heaven's understanding, it wasn't impossible, but Lin Yuan did not have enough time left. That should be about it. Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of books piled up in front of him. They recorded the specific process details from the acquired realm through the mythical realm and even beyond the mythical level. Of course, the deeper one delved into the martial Tao, the more difficult it became for ordinary people to understand. This was why Lin Yuan was reluctant to discuss it in detail with Abbot Huayuan and the others. However, just in case the great Zen temple produced a disciple one day with even 1,000th of Lin Yuan's talent, these volumes might guide them. Considering such a day, it was probably an event for centuries or millennia in the future. After stepping into a level above the mythical realm, Lin Yuan stopped cultivating and instead began to wander and enjoy himself. Even so, he increasingly felt the pressure from the world, as uncomfortable as a stranded whale. Several months later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Because the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 16, 14 Return. Chapter 16, Chapter 14 Return. Amidst a daze, Lin Yuan once again opened his eyes. The bed, bookshelf, photos. His gaze swept across the room, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Am I back? Surrounded by the familiar environment, Lin Yuan felt as if he had been in another lifetime. A moment ago, he was still in the martial world where he had spent 20 years. Now, he had returned to the cosmic human alliance that spanned the starry sea. That's right, let's see how much time has passed. After his moment of reflection, Lin Yuan immediately checked the time. Although from his current surroundings, Lin Yuan guessed that not much time could have passed. Otherwise, given the state of his consciousness having left his body to descend into another world, he would have already been taken to the hospital for treatment by his parents. But to know how many minutes or hours had specifically passed, he still needed to check. Only 10 minutes have passed. Having confirmed the current time, Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned. The 20 years he had spent in the martial world were merely 10 minutes here in the main world. Could it be the flow of time differs between these two worlds? Before traversing the barrier, the door to the myriad realms had informed Lin Yuan that the time flow of the world he was about to enter differed from his current world. But Lin Yuan had not expected the difference in time flow to be so vast. 10 minutes compared to 20 years. Since ancient times, there has been the saying, a day in the immortal realm equals a year in the human world. The flow of time in higher worlds is much slower than in lower worlds. Compared to the main world, the martial world clearly belongs to a lower world. The difference in time flow is even greater than that between the immortal realm and the human world. This could be discerned just by comparing the flow of time. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness submerged into his mind. There, a vast and towering door was hovering. Upon closer observation, the door to the myriad realms at this moment seemed much dimmer. Its edges were slowly lighting up. Once the entire door was illuminated, Lin Yuan could undertake a second traversal. As Lin Yuan focused his consciousness on the door to the myriad realms, streams of information began transmitting to him anew. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. Having gone through his first traversal, more functions of the door to the myriad realms flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. First was the manner of traversal. Apart from descending in consciousness, one could also traverse with their physical body through the door to the myriad realms. However, this method of traversal consumed more energy from the door to the myriad realms. It required at least several years to accumulate enough energy. Bear in mind, Lin Yuan's normal consciousness descent took only 8 months to a year for a single traversal. Physical traversal. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, not very optimistic about this method of traversal. Physical traversal had many conveniences, such as not needing to cultivate from scratch, and so on. But the drawbacks were also obvious, which was that death meant actual death. A consciousness descent meant that even in the event of death, it was merely a return of the consciousness to the original body. There was an opportunity to try again. Of course, Lin Yuan had not completely ruled out physical traversal. At the very least, it could be used as a sort of life-saving method. For instance, if Lin Yuan faced some kind of life and death crisis in the main world, he could completely escape to another world through physical traversal. Then, after the crisis was over, he could return. Or, he could take advantage of the different time flows between the two worlds, achieve a breakthrough in the other world, and then return to the main world to turn the tables, and so on. In addition to adding the option for physical traversal, the information conveyed by the door to the myriad realms also mentioned that one could bring back objects from other worlds at a certain cost. This point did not surprise Lin Yuan. Since even people could traverse, it made no sense that other things couldn't. Innate Qi. After absorbing the information transmitted from the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and a strand of innate Qi naturally condensed within his Dantian Qi Si. In the martial world, Lin Yuan had just comprehended the superior martial art of the great Arhat Buddha fist, and consequently, he smoothly gathered inner Qi with the body of a child. What's more, now that he had already surpassed the mythical realm. Surpassing the mythical realm, Lin Yuan named it the free and unfettered realm. Upon entering this realm, the sky is high and the earth is thick, I may roam free and unfettered. That is the free and unfettered realm. If it weren't for the promotion to a grandmaster, great grandmaster, or even to the mythical realm requiring vast amounts of external energy, making it impossible to achieve overnight, Lin Yuan now estimated it would happen in just a thought. Once the realm was achieved, all advancements naturally followed. Now, should I consider myself an evolver? Lin Yuan channeled the innate Qi throughout his body, silently pondering in his heart. The Cosmic Human Alliance had a very clear definition of an evolver, possessing power that ordinary people could not wield. The power here is a general term. The power of the mind, of a psychic master. The supernatural powers of a super-ability sorcerer, and so on. All within its scope. The innate Qi that Lin Yuan had condensed, although not of high intensity, was clearly something that ordinary people couldn't master. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room suddenly sounded. Brother, it's me. A young girl's voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up and knew it was his 6-year-old sister. After the notice of conscription came down, his parents were all well accommodated, and his young sister was no exception. Before even starting elementary school, she already had a place reserved in a higher education institution. Such immense wealth was the envy of many. He got up, opened the door. Lin Yuan then saw his young sister. Brother, you eat the cake. His sister said with a cake in her hands, looking aggrieved. It was clear that giving Lin Yuan the cake was not her own idea. Lin Yuan glanced at the living room and noticed that although his parents were busy with their own things, they were both covertly paying attention to this side. The matter of compulsory conscription was like sacrificing one son, Lin Yuan, in exchange for the family's prosperity, which didn't sit well with his parents. After all, Lin Yuan was their son, and deep feelings had developed over the many years of living together. But they could not change the situation, as it was the decision of the Human Alliance government. Compulsory conscription is compulsory. Why add the word compulsory in front of it? His parents wanted to comfort Lin Yuan but feared upsetting him. So they could only let his sister bring her favorite little cake to him to eat. Not bad. Lin Yuan took the little cake from his sister's hands and finished it in one bite under her hopeful gaze. It had to be said, after condensing innate Qi, Lin Yuan was quite hungry, and although the small piece of cake was but a drop in the ocean, it was exceptionally sweet. Is it tasty, brother? Her big eyes looked up at Lin Yuan, with teardrops beginning to well. It's especially tasty. Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. Freebnovel.cm, wah. Such a tasty cake, how could brother eat it all up? His sister burst into tears and ran back into the living room. Closing the room door, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Now that he had become an evolver, he could be exempted from conscription, and by rights, he should tell his parents. Yet, obtaining an evolver's certificate for it seemed the more prudent course. Only thus would he be officially registered, with official evidence, and able to apply for exemption from conscription. Lin Yuan planned to visit the Evolvers Association the next day, and after obtaining the Evolver's certificate, he would then announce the news to his parents. Otherwise, even if he told them, his parents might not believe him. How could their good son suddenly become an Evolver? Anyway, there was almost half a month left before the date of conscription. According to the statutes of the Cosmic Human Alliance, as long as one hadn't boarded the military district warship, one could be exempted from conscription as an Evolver. Chapter 17, 15 Uploading, Martial Tao Evolution Path. Chapter 17, Chapter 15 Uploading, Martial Tao Evolution Path. The most pressing matter at hand is to fully recover my strength as soon as possible. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, pondering to himself. With Lin Yuan's realm, as long as there was sufficient external energy, he could return to his peak in the shortest time. And, external energy, could translate to various kinds of nutritional supplements and tonics. The Cosmic Human Alliance governed vast star domains and was not lacking in such things. But the prerequisite was having enough money. As a student, Lin Yuan naturally didn't have much money. Although his parents had some savings, it was definitely not enough for the amount of nutritional supplements Lin Yuan needed to buy. Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway. If Lin Yuan could upload this evolutionary pathway, given the cosmic human civilization's support for developing entirely new evolutionary pathways, Lin Yuan would certainly receive a substantial amount of rewards. Not just rewards, but also a sufficiently illustrious identity. Lin Yuan had seen more than once on the internet the various deeds of evolution scholars who had pioneered certain evolutionary pathways. However, before uploading the Martial World Evolutionary Pathway, Lin Yuan still needed to make some minor modifications. After all, the human anatomy of the martial world was not identical to that of humans within the cosmic human civilization's realm. As a result, it was not guaranteed that the martial world's practices could be cultivated by citizens of the main world. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the value of the evolutionary pathway. One of the criteria for judging the value of an evolutionary pathway was its level of pervasiveness. However, such problems were nothing but trivial for Lin Yuan. Under the premise of a roughly similar overall framework and with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could easily adapt and modify the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway to make it suitable for the citizens of the main world to cultivate. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. With your against heaven's understanding, you began to improve the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, and it was quite effective. Compared to starting from scratch and deducing the subsequent path of the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, modifying the existing martial world practices was undoubtedly much easier. In just 2 hours' time, Lin Yuan had completed the modifications for the Innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter. He also integrated all that he had comprehended in his 20 years in the martial world, forming a complete cultivation system. Martial Canon. Lin Yuan named it the Martial Canon. Having completed all this, Lin Yuan chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. As one of the 3 ultimate AIs of the cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom was absolutely impartial, harboring no personal bias. Uploading the evolutionary pathway to the Goddess of Wisdom would prevent any interception along the way, and other such accidents. The Goddess of Wisdom herself would impartially determine its value. Dozens of seconds passed. A familiar synthesized voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Cosmic Level 1 Citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. Remember, you have already connected with the Goddess of Wisdom twice this month, leaving you 8 opportunities remaining. Please use them wisely. I want to upload a brand new evolutionary pathway. Lin Yuan said directly. Uploading a brand new evolutionary pathway. The synthesized voice didn't fluctuate in the slightest. In fact, not just across the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, Freednull.com, but on Kanglan Star alone. There were plenty of citizens who uploaded what they thought were evolutionary pathways every moment. What is an evolutionary pathway? It's a guide capable of facilitating a leap in the very essence of life. This leap must be stable and positive. Most evolutionary pathways uploaded by citizens are extremely one-sided, highly volatile, and may not even have many specific cases to show. It's just a waste of the Goddess of Wisdom's time for evaluation. However, a brand new evolutionary pathway is too important for the Cosmic Human Alliance. It's related to the birth of new supreme beings. Therefore, whether it's the Human Alliance or the three intelligent goddesses, all spared no effort in encouraging citizens to explore and develop new evolutionary paths, even if it resulted in some resource wastage. That's all. Lin Yuan had translated the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon into the Human Alliance's script and then began uploading. Evolutionary path reception in progress. Commencing preliminary judgment. Almost instantly, the innate chapter and the Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon were being simulated and deduced under massive computational power. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path is real. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path is appearing for the first time. Preliminary judgment, this evolutionary path has a vast popularity. Seconds later, Lin Yuan was contemplating the upcoming Great Grandmaster chapter and the mythological chapter. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom reached his ears once more. However, compared to the electronic synthesized voice before him, this time the voice sounded solemn and cool, even carrying a hint of emotion that should not exist. Respected Class 1 citizen of the Cosmic Human Alliance, Lin Yuan, the evolutionary path you uploaded is undergoing deeper judgment. Please wait. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had certainly noticed the change in the Goddess of Wisdom. Could it be that the one currently contacting me is one of the main consciousnesses of the Goddess of Wisdom? Lin Yuan silently mused. The Cosmic Human Alliance governed vast star domains, and the number of its citizens was incalculable. Therefore, the Goddess of Wisdom given to each citizen as a welfare was actually a trivial subconsciousness of the true Goddess of Wisdom. Not much different from ordinary artificial intelligence. The only difference was that it could contact the real Goddess of Wisdom at any time. It was said that the main consciousness of the Goddess of Wisdom would appear when making truly significant decisions, but Lin Yuan had never experienced this. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, at this very moment, in a mysterious space countless light-years away from Kanglin's star, a vast screen was rapidly flickering, frantically assessing the value of the martial canon. Deep judgment, the completeness and stability of this evolutionary path meet the standards. Deep judgment, the potential limit of this evolutionary path reaches Tier 3. Deep judgment, there is no similar evolutionary path in the current database. Deep judgment, this item complies with Article 3 of the Alliance's Charter. Initiating the contingency plan immediately, and ready to request authorization. Searching for the highest authority within the nearby star domain of Kanglin's star. Planetary Governor Song Wuyang identified. Contacting Planetary Governor Song Wuyang. At the highest place on Kanglin's star. Song Wuyang stretched lazily, ready to end his day's work. As the planetary governor of Kanglin's star, there were too many responsibilities that Song Wuyang had to juggle. Kanglin's star was a middle-grade life planet, with a resident population of 50 billion alone. Let alone other citizens who come for travel or business. And all of this was Song Wuyang's responsibility. Ready to rest, shutting off all communication devices. Song Wuyang instructed his smart assistant and began massaging his temples as he stood up. This was Song Wuyang's habit over many years. Once resting, he would not involve himself with any work-related matters. Of course, Song Wuyang's rest time was very short. Only 2 hours each day, but during those 2 hours, Song Wuyang would absolutely not make contact with any work-related matters. Just as Song Wuyang was about to rest, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in his ears. Governor, there is a call request. Didn't I say to shut off all communication devices? No one is to contact me while I rest. Song Wuyang opened his eyes abruptly, his eyebrows tightly knitted in dissatisfaction as he spoke. The requesting party's authority level is the highest in the nearby star domain, unable to reject. The highest authority level in the nearby star domain. Song Wuyang raised an eyebrow, quickly regaining his composure. Is it from one of the Star Lords? No, it is the Goddess of Wisdom. Chapter 18, 16 Second-Class Citizens, the Elite Class. Chapter 18, Chapter 16 Second-Class Citizens, the Elite Class. Goddess of Wisdom. Song Wuyong's expression grew grave. As one of the three ultimate intelligence goddesses, the authority of the Goddess of Wisdom was not only the highest in the nearby star domains. Even against the backdrop of the entire cosmic human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom was one of those with the highest authority. What does the Goddess of Wisdom want with me this late? Song Wuyong speculated in his mind. Every action of the Goddess of Wisdom was the result of countless computations by the intelligence network. It would never be without meaning. Could it be that those extraterrestrial species have made their move? Song Wuyong's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Several months ago, the Alliance detected traces of extraterrestrial species in a nearby star domain. That was why a conscription effort was launched, in hopes of dealing with the extraterrestrial species as soon as possible. Connect. Amidst fluctuating thoughts, Song Wuyong chose to connect. In fact, with the authority held by the Goddess of Wisdom, even if he refused to connect, it would be meaningless, as the Goddess of Wisdom could forcibly establish communication. The so-called right to connect was a right fiercely argued for by some Star Lord to protect citizen privacy, proposed at the once-in-a-century Constitution Convention tens of thousands of years ago, and it was a power that had been requested from the three goddesses. Even though this power was virtually useless, and choosing not to connect didn't actually mean one could avoid connection, it at least served as a fig leaf to ensure that one was not suddenly hearing the voices of the three goddesses while engaged in private matters. The moment Song Wuyong chose to connect the call, with a ding sound, the Goddess of Wisdom is now connected. Song Wuyong steadied his spirit and arranged his posture, then cautiously asked, "It's quite late, may I know why the goddess has sought me out?" The three ultimate intelligence goddesses of cosmic human civilization were the Goddess of Freedom, Goddess of Justice, and Goddess of Wisdom. These three goddesses, each in charge of different aspects, Goddess of Freedom overseeing aggression and expansion, Goddess of Justice managing legal decision-making, and Goddess of Wisdom responsible for public welfare and logistics. The three goddesses each performed their duties, supporting the dazzling brilliance of the current cosmic human civilization. According to Article 16 of the Constitution, when a new evolutionary path with potential reaching the third tier or above is discovered, the decision should be deliberated jointly by the Goddess of Wisdom and the highest authority figure in the vicinity. The solemn and dignified voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Song Wuyong's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately asked, "Do you mean, a brand new evolution path has been discovered that has the potential to reach the third tier?" As a governing official like Song Wuyong, he would encounter new evolution paths every day that needed his review and authorization. However, nearly all evolutionary paths had low potential, with most not even achieving a tier, and coming across a first-tier evolution path was already considered extremely fortunate. No wonder the Goddess of Wisdom is being so cautious by contacting me outside of working hours. Song Wuyong mused thoughtfully. If it had been a common evolutionary path, the Goddess of Wisdom would have already made her own determination and then just waited until Song Wuyong was working the next day to grant authorization. But potential reaching the third tier. Potential does not refer to the current upper limit of this evolutionary path, but rather the future upper limit simulated by the Goddess of Wisdom using her massive computing power. Any evolution path with potential reaching the third tier or above is the future and wealth of the entire human civilization, with the possibility of giving birth to third-tier evolvers through this path. Correct. The Goddess of Wisdom answered, "Please look, Officer Song Wuyong." Immediately, screen after screen flashed before Song Wuyong's eyes. It was the Martial Canon, Innate Chapter and Grandmaster Chapter submitted by Lin Yuan. This. Song Wuyong's eyebrows scrunched up. Being a powerful evolver himself, he immediately realized the terrifying aspect of the Martial Tao evolutionary path represented by the Martial Canon. It required few external resources, and it was not demanding in terms of innate talent. Even if one did not become an evolver through this path, one could still use it to strengthen and improve health. It was highly adaptable with few restrictions and had no significant weaknesses. Unlike certain extreme evolutionary paths that were too specialized and, if targeted, could be rendered completely powerless. The Grand Master realm of this evolutionary path should already meet the standards of a tiered evolver, Song Wuyong judged. Regardless of which evolutionary path one took, evolvers were divided into tiered and non-tiered evolvers. Non-tiered evolvers, though also possessing power beyond the limits of ordinary people, were far inferior in strength to those who reached a tier. This evolutionary path should be eligible to enter our Kanglan star's evolution ranking, right? Song Wuyong tentatively asked. The Kanglan evolution ranking recorded all the evolutionary paths that had emerged on Kanglan star since it became habitable, spanning a period of 820,000 years. According to the highest intelligence calculations, the Marshall Tao evolutionary path can be ranked at number 93 on the Kanglan evolution ranking, the voice of the goddess of wisdom conveyed. It really made it onto the evolution ranking. Song Wuyong's expression was slightly complex. The Kanglan evolution ranking recorded the 100 strongest evolution pathways in the history of Kanglan star. These 100 evolution pathways had withstood the test of long ages and seldom changed. At least since Song Wuyong had been an official, the Kanglan evolution ranking had not altered. According to Article 86 of the Charter, concerning the support policy for developing new evolution pathways, this evolution pathway will grant the developer a reward of 2,000 merit points. Does official Song Wuyong agree? The voice of the goddess of wisdom was somber and dignified. 2,000 merit points. Song Wuyong fell into deep thought. Merit points were the most valuable currency of the Cosmic Human Alliance, directly issued by the three goddesses. In human civilization, merit points could almost do anything, such as upgrading a citizen's level. With enough merit points, one could even command the three goddesses. Of course, the issuance of merit points depended entirely on one's contribution to human civilization. The more merit points one had, the greater their contribution to human civilization, and naturally, the more corresponding privileges one could enjoy. The decision of the Goddess of Wisdom to award 2,000 merit points to the developer of the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway made Song Wuyong realize that he had still underestimated this evolution pathway. You should know that an evolution pathway with a normal potential reaching the third rank would only be rewarded with 800 to 1,000 merit points. It's rare to exceed 1,000 merit points, let alone a direct 2,000 merit points. I agree. Song Wuyong nodded. The Goddess of Wisdom would not be partial, since she deemed it worth 2,000 merit points, then it certainly was worth that much. Inside the room, Lin Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. Still a bit hungry. After finishing the snacks in the room, Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Just then, a solemn and dignified voice came. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the Marshall Tao evolution pathway you submitted has been fully evaluated. Oh. Lin Yuan immediately perked up. The Marshall Tao evolution pathway was the culmination of 20 years of effort and understanding in the martial world, his final achievement in that realm. Lin Yuan also wanted to know the value of this evolution pathway in the Cosmic Human Alliance. Freebnol.com Citizen Lin Yuan, according to the judgment, the Marshall Tao evolution pathway has a potential of rank 3, with extremely widespread applicability, valued at 2,000 merit points. Would you like them to be issued now? 2,000 merit points. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the value of merit points. They were personally bestowed by the three goddesses of human civilization and represented the highest honor, capable of being used to raise one's citizen level. The fact that it was worth 2,000 merit points was also a great surprise to Lin Yuan. You should know that merit points could buy almost any restricted resource. In the underground black market, a single merit point could sell for tens of millions at exorbitant prices. And 2,000 merit points, even if sold cheaply on the black market, amounted to several billion. Merit points have been issued. After the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out, Lin Yuan immediately found that in the merit point column of his account, which was previously invisible, the words 2,000 now appeared. Upgrade citizen level. Lin Yuan began to operate. Although the value of merit points was high, their most important purpose was still to upgrade the citizen level. Using merit points as currency to buy items or converting merit points into cash through the underground black market. That was entirely a short-sighted action. Once the citizen level increased, would one still worry about not having money? At least Lin Yuan knew that citizens above level 2 could loan millions interest-free annually from the central bank. Moreover, many places simply required high-level citizens to lend their names, providing incomes of tens or even hundreds of millions a year. As Lin Yuan began to upgrade his citizen level, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came again. Universe Level 1 citizen Lin Yuan, using 1,000 merit points, has been upgraded to a Level 2 citizen. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It took 1,000 merit points to go from a Level 1 citizen to a Level 2 citizen. It would take 5,000 merit points to go from Level 2 to Level 3 citizen. Although he did not rise to a Level 3 citizen, Lin Yuan was already very content. Level 2 citizen already surpassed 99% of the citizens. Normally, out of tens or even hundreds of thousands of Level 1 citizens, there would emerge only one Level 2 citizen. It was a rare elite class among hundreds of thousands. Chapter 19:17, Kanglin Evolution Ranking, What Did You Say? Chapter 19, Chapter 17, Kanglin Evolution Ranking, What Did You Say? Accompanied by the change in Lin Yuan's citizenship level. A string of emails swiftly arrived in Lin Yuan's inbox. Emails. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Immediately, with a thought, he connected to the network, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The Cosmic Human Alliance emphasized technological development and had long abandoned external networking devices such as mobile phones and computers. As long as one was a human citizen, by using specific thought waves, one could connect to the omnipresent network. The Goddess of Wisdom and the other two supreme AIs could use this method to contact any citizen at any time. Open the inbox. Lin Yuan reviewed the first email that had been sent. This email was from the Cosmic Human Alliance. The general message was to congratulate Lin Yuan on becoming a secondary citizen, expressing hope that he would join hands with human civilization in the future, and so on. At the end of the email was an encouragement from the Cosmic Human Alliance. A transfer of 5 million. They are really generous. Lin Yuan thought, clicking his tongue. Then he casually glanced at his bank account. Indeed, 5 million had just been credited. The currency of the Cosmic Human Alliance was extremely stable. 5 million, enough to cover the expenses of a typical family of 4 for 200 years. Lin Yuan's father, Lin Shoucheng, could not earn 5 million in his entire life of work. Even a secondary citizen would not disregard 5 million. After all, nobody would complain about having too much money. It seems that higher-tier citizens are far more popular than evolutionary beings of the same level. Lin Yuan silently considered. At least he had never heard of a citizen who had just become an evolutionary being receiving a transfer from the Cosmic Human Alliance. In fact, this made sense. There were many paths to becoming an evolutionary being, such as buying specific resources, like gene potions or developing one's body, and so on. These were fundamentally personal affairs, unrelated to the Human Alliance. But to become a secondary citizen, one must make contributions to the Human Alliance, receiving merit points from the Goddess of Wisdom. Naturally, the Human Alliance valued higher-tier citizens more. Lin Yuan, happy as could be, looked at the 5 million in his account again. With this fortune, Lin Yuan could buy nutrient solutions and other supplements without any restrictions, and regaining his full strength was now within sight. Next. Lin Yuan read through the other emails. The content of these emails was mostly explanations of various privileges. After becoming a secondary citizen, Lin Yuan gained many privileges that ordinary citizens could not access. There were mainly 5 aspects. 1. Living security. A secondary citizen, even if they did nothing, would still receive 10,000 civilization coins from the central bank every month. 2. Exemption privileges, such as conscription, immigration, and other actions involving compulsion. Unless Lin Yuan volunteered, he could directly refuse. 3. Virtual world access. Secondary citizens are qualified to enter the local network of the virtual world. 4. Life privilege. In the territory governed by the Human Alliance, even if a secondary citizen committed a crime, local law enforcement had no right to arrest them, and even less so to kill them. 5. Purchase authority. Many of the limited resources of human civilization could not be bought with money alone, but required the appropriate citizenship level. Of course, besides the 5 privileges mentioned, secondary citizens had many hidden benefits. For instance, according to the regulations of the Human Alliance, a large conglomerate must have a certain number of secondary citizens and above, and so on. No wonder there are so few high-tier citizens. Lin Yuan's expression revealed his awe. Virtual world access. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 3rd privilege. Lin Yuan could understand the other privileges of a secondary citizen. But this virtual world access. Would you like to enter the virtual world? As Lin Yuan focused on the line regarding the virtual world, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded in his ears. Let's enter. Lin Yuan nodded. He was somewhat curious about this virtual world. Applying to connect to the virtual world. As this is the applicant's first connection to the virtual world, identity verification is now required. Iris verification passed. Blood verification passed. Checking for clone characteristics, result, non-clone, DNA verification passed. Unique life fluctuation matches records, verification passed. Citizen Lin Yuan, please refrain from any thoughts of resistance during your time in the virtual world. No sooner had the voice of the goddess of wisdom come through than Lin Yuan felt darkness before his eyes, and his consciousness quickly sank. With Lin Yuan's strength, he could easily break free from this descent. But doing so might prevent him from entering the so-called virtual world, so he let his consciousness continue to sink. Where is this? When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a starry sky. Below his feet, a pale blue planet was slowly rotating. Is it Kanglan Star? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized that the planet under his feet was the miniature of the real Kanglan Star. Whether it was the number of continents or the proportion of the ocean's area, they were all exactly the same as the actual Kanglan Star. Respected Citizen Lin Yuan. Just then, a solemn voice came through. Lin Yuan looked up to see a beautiful woman in a white dress quietly watching him. I am the goddess of wisdom. I will now introduce you to the functions of the virtual world. The goddess of wisdom paused for a moment before continuing. The virtual world that Lin Yuan is currently connected to is, to be precise, the local network of virtual world Kanglan Star. It is divided into 7 areas: the residential area, the trading area, the arena area, central plaza area. With each area the goddess of wisdom mentioned, a corresponding part of Kanglan Star enlarged instantaneously below. That is. Lin Yuan gazed toward the central plaza area that the goddess of wisdom was introducing. In this area, a large number of figures were gathered, and at the center stood a massive and towering stone tablet. That is the Kanglan Evolution Ranking. It records the top 100 evolutionary pathways in the history of Kanglan Star. The goddess of wisdom explained softly. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, then asked curiously, I wonder what rank the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway holds. The Martial Tao evolutionary pathway developed by Citizen Lin Yuan, after calculation by the Supreme Intelligence, is ranked 93rd. The goddess of wisdom replied. 93rd position. Lin Yuan had no particular emotion. The current Martial Tao evolutionary pathway was merely something he had forged in the martial world over the course of 20 years. Even with Against Heaven's understanding, on Kanglan Star, with nearly 1,000,000 years of history and countless talented scholars born, it was not surprising to be ranked 93rd. In terms of understanding, nobody across the 1,000,000-year history of Kanglan Star could compare to Lin Yuan. But one cannot overlook the extended period and the large population base. The Kanglan Evolution Ranking will be updated tomorrow, and Citizen Lin Yuan's Martial Tao evolutionary pathway will be displayed for the first time. Would Citizen Lin Yuan like to hide his citizen identification number? The goddess of wisdom inquired. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, what confirms a citizen's identity is not their name, but their citizen identification number. After all, there are many with the same name, but each citizen identification number is unique. Hide it. Lin Yuan contemplated briefly and then nodded. Being outstanding leads to envy, and the Kanglan Evolution Ranking, which selects only the strongest 100 evolutionary pathways, surely has tremendous prestige. Given Lin Yuan's current weak strength and lack of background, it was better to remain low-key. After understanding all the virtual world functions, Lin Yuan logged out. Is it almost dawn? Lin Yuan glanced at the sky. Xiao Yuan, may I come in? At that moment, the voice of Lu Qiong came from outside the door. Worried that Lin Yuan couldn't bear the shock of the draft, his parents held back all night and didn't seek him out actively. Now, as it was nearly dawn, his mother Lu Qiong, after much thought, decided to see how Lin Yuan was doing. Come in. The door isn't locked. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. You're up already. You probably didn't sleep well last night, did you? Mother Lu Qiong's voice was gentle. Although she looked rather plain, she emanated a feeling of warmth that made one want to be close to her. Xiao Yuan, actually, we knew about the draft yesterday. The district chief phoned Shouqing. Shouqing rejected it right away. You know your father, he couldn't trade your freedom for a career opportunity, and I didn't want it either. Our family of 4 is doing well, why should we be separated? Mother Lu Qiong's eyes reddened. Mom, there's no need to be so sentimental. I understand it all. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Indeed, the draft was simply due to Lin Yuan's bad luck and had nothing to do with outsiders. There was no conspiracy against Lin Yuan. You're the son I've raised for so long, a piece of flesh that fell from me. If you get drafted, what will I do in the future? Although the current technology of cosmic human civilization, like extracorporeal gestation, has long been achieved, nearly half of married citizens still choose to conceive their offspring through the difficult and thankless task of 10-month gestation. Lu Qiong was one of them. Xiao Yuan, this card contains all the money I've saved over the years, Shouqing doesn't even know about it. Take it for now, the pin is your birthday. It will definitely be useful later. Lu Qiong produced a bank card, placed it in Lin Yuan's hand with a slightly choked voice. This. Lin Yuan hesitated with a touch of uncertainty in his expression. He could clearly see that the money in the card was saved by his mother Lu Qiong through her frugality and thrift. Giving it all to him now. Actually, I don't need this. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan said, I don't have to go to the draft. I know you've always been sensible, Xiao Yuan. Mother Lu Qiong was about to speak when she suddenly caught on. What did you say? Chapter 20, 18 Advanced Nutrient Solution. Chapter 20, Chapter 18 Advanced Nutrient Solution. I don't have to be conscripted anymore. Lin Yuan repeated. Lin Yuan's original plan was to visit the Evolvers Association. To register and then, as an Evolver, refuse conscription. But after being promoted to a second-class citizen, everything became much simpler. Among the 3 methods given by the Goddess of Wisdom to be exempt from conscription, the identities of both an Evolver and a second-class citizen had the privilege to refuse conscription. Xiao Yuan, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital to have a look? Mother Lu Qiong didn't show a hint of joy but said with a worried face. Forced conscription was no trivial matter, and it wasn't something one could refuse just by wishing it. In Lu Qiong's view, had Lin Yuan experienced some kind of shock that caused a mental abnormality, which led to him talking nonsense? I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, pondered for a moment, I should be an Evolver now, don't believe me. Look. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand and pushed in the direction of the living room. A few meters away, the ceramic bowl on the dining table turned to powder. Ah. Mother Lu Qiong widened her eyes at the sight. Facing such an incredible scene, Lu Qiong's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Really an Evolver? Lu Qiong murmured to herself. Besides those miraculous Evolvers, how could an ordinary person do such things? Old Lin, get up quickly. With that thought, Lu Qiong hurriedly ran out to report the good news to her husband, Lin Shouqing. A moment later. Lin Yuan sat in front of the dining table. His father Lin Shouqing and mother Lu Qiong sat upright, scrutinizing Lin Yuan up and down. It was as if they were meeting their own son for the first time. Especially Lin Shouqing, who was racking his brains about the conscription matter. Even if there was not much hope, he could not accept watching his son being sent to fight against alien races. But Lin Shouqing could never have dreamed that the matter would be resolved in another way. Lin Yuan had become an Evolver. According to the Human Civilization Charter, even an unranked Evolver had the right to refuse conscription. How did you become an Evolver? Father Lin Shouqing couldn't help but ask. There were many ways to become an Evolver, but the vast majority required paying a sufficient price, whether in money or in other ways. And Lin Yuan was just an ordinary student, with no price to offer. I just woke up with it after a sleep this morning. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. Of course, he couldn't possibly reveal the door to the myriad realms in his mind. This was his biggest secret, one that he couldn't tell to anyone but himself, not even to his closest kin. It wasn't that his parents would harm Lin Yuan, but the more people who knew, the greater the risk of the secret being leaked. Could it be that you're an awakening-type evolver? Father Lin Shouqing excitedly speculated. Evolver types were divided into two categories, unique and common. Among the unique types, there were many kinds, and awakening types were among them. Awakening-type evolvers possessed evolutionary genes in their blood. These genes might never manifest in a lifetime, or they might suddenly manifest one day. Going by Lin Yuan's description, his son closely resembled an awakening-type evolver. In our Lin family, there must have been a powerful evolver among our ancestors, otherwise, how could there be evolutionary genes passed down? Father Lin Shouqing was quite pleased with himself. Mother Lu Qiong immediately objected, pushing Lin Shouqing, "Why can't the evolutionary genes come from my side?" The two spoke with a noticeably lighter tone. Regardless of which side the evolutionary genes came from, Lin Yuan had become an evolver, and therefore the upcoming forced conscription had nothing to do with him anymore. Of course, after being exempted from forced conscription, all the conditions previously offered by the government were naturally also voided. But these matters, compared to having one's own son become an evolver, were utterly insignificant. After all, as long as Lin Yuan entered the circle of evolvers, not to mention skyrocketing to success, at least crossing social classes would be a breeze, and by extension, they could also benefit from his light. Sanglan Star Virtual World. Central Plaza Area. Without exception, those who could appear here were either citizens above the second level or evolvers. Ordinary citizens didn't even have access to the virtual world, let alone enter this area. Among the 7 major areas of the virtual world, Central Plaza area was the liveliest, with the towering monument formed by the Kanglin evolution ranking. It was looked up to by countless evolvers and high-level citizens. You've just become evolvers and entered the virtual world, and the first thing you need to know is the significance of the Kanglin evolution ranking. In a corner of the Central Plaza area, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was disseminating common knowledge to a few young men and women. The Kanglin evolution ranking includes the 100 most powerful evolution paths in the history of our Kanglin star, some of which have even shone brightly in other star domains. Remember, these 100 evolution paths have all been honed through the long passage of time. They are the monuments of us evolvers and are immutable, the woman with black-framed glasses quickly said. The young men and women listening nodded their heads in agreement. What a joke, they weren't fools and naturally understood the value of the Kanglin evolution ranking. The woman with black-framed glasses gave a slight nod. This time there were no people of overbearing pride and low ability to stand up and argue. Next. The woman with black-framed glasses was about to continue speaking. Just at that moment, below, a baby-faced young woman suddenly opened her mouth wide. "Sister Wan, it changed, the ranking has changed," stammered the baby-faced young woman. "Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How could the Kanglin evolution ranking possibly change?" The woman with the black-framed glasses frowned slightly. The 100 evolution paths on the Kanglin evolution ranking were the strongest that had emerged from countless other paths over nearly 1,000,000 years. A change in the Kanglin evolution ranking meant that one of the paths had been surpassed and kicked off the list, which was, of course, an incredibly incredible event. Out of curiosity, she nonetheless looked up again at the Kanglin evolution ranking. Blood evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses first looked at the blood evolution path ranked at 100. It's really gone, she thought with a sinking feeling. The blood evolution path that had been ranked at 100 had vanished, in its place the previously 99th ranked path. Martial Tao evolution path. The woman with black-framed glasses quickly looked higher and immediately noticed a new face in the 93rd position. Is it this evolution path that has broken into the Kanglin evolution ranking? The woman with black-framed glasses took a deep breath, her heart surging with waves. Entering the ranking already proved the potential of the Martial Tao evolution path. What shocked her was which big shot had developed this evolution path. Big trouble is brewing, the woman with black-framed glasses thought to herself. Changes in the Kanglin evolution ranking would inevitably draw the attention of many powers on Kanglin star. For example, the blood evolution path being squeezed out of the ranking probably had its practitioners going mad by now. The change in the Kanglin evolution ranking was noticed by others in the plaza at the same time. Suddenly, the entire plaza burst into an uproar. Amazing, the last time the ranking changed was 560 years ago. Ah, who developed the Martial Tao evolution path? Dr. Chen. Or perhaps Dean Sher. Not sure, Dr. Chen is my relative, and I haven't heard about him working on a new evolution path recently. How is the Marshall Tao evolution path? Has anyone tried it out? Many evolvers and citizens of second level and above were discussing animatedly. They wanted to know who had developed the Marshall Tao evolution path, but alas, the citizen number was hidden, and no one knew. Lin Yuan was naturally unaware that his upload of the Marshall Tao evolution path had caused a hurricane-like commotion in the virtual world. At that moment, he was browsing the mall, intending to purchase some nutrient solutions to quickly restore his strength. The so-called mall is a shopping platform officially constructed by human civilization. With a huge variety of goods and fair pricing backed by official endorsement, products in the mall were very diverse. As a second-level citizen, Lin Yuan primarily had access to restricted items. Genetic agents that ordinary citizens could never touch were included there, and they were selling for only $1 million each. Advanced Nutrient Solution. Lin Yuan quickly searched for a while, and then his gaze settled on the Advanced Nutrient Solution. Nutrient solutions were essential supplies for space explorers, greatly supplementing their energy consumption. Nutrient solutions were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. A single dose of low-level nutrient solution contained enough energy to satisfy a normal person's needs for a month. In other words, after taking a dose of low-level nutrient solution, a normal person could go without eating or drinking for a month. As for mid-level and high-level, they were mostly used by certain gigantic beasts and exotic creatures. Ordinary humans simply could not withstand the terrifying energy contained in such high-quality nutrient solutions. Chapter 21, 19 Full Recovery of Strength. Chapter 21, Chapter 19 Full Recovery of Strength. I'll buy a bottle to try the effect. First, Lin Yuan set the quantity of the advanced nutrient solution to 1. Then he clicked to purchase. The price of a bottle of advanced nutrient solution was 200,000. Equivalent to the 10-year income of an ordinary citizen without eating or drinking. And a nutrient solution of advanced quality was already a restricted resource. If Lin Yuan hadn't been promoted to a second-tier citizen, let alone buying it, he wouldn't even be able to see the option. At my current strength level, do I probably belong to the unevolved? After purchasing the advanced nutrient solution, Lin Yuan began to evaluate himself. According to the Cosmic Human Alliance's different description standards for each evolutionary stage, the innate realm in martial arts was barely at the threshold of evolution. That is, he was at the unentered level. Of course, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. The two should not be conflated. With Lin Yuan's mastery of the free and unfettered realm, he could exert 100% effectiveness from 1% of strength. Even though only at the unentered level, when facing ordinary entered stage evolvers, he could still crush and thrash them without effort. Among entered stage evolvers, the first layer is divided into 12 segments. If I could recover all my strength, I would probably be between the 10th and 12th segments. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Purely in terms of destructive power, the Grand Master Realm was equivalent to the first layer's 1st to 3rd segments, the Great Grand Master Realm to the 4th to 6th segments, and the Mythical Realm to the 7th to 9th segments. The free and unfettered realm, I estimate, is almost reaching the limit of the first layer, approaching the level of the second layer. Freebnol.com, a true second-layer evolver, while not reaching the City Destroyer grade, would not take long to destroy a city without opposition from evolvers of the same level or technological weapons. A casual blow could easily demolish buildings and skyscrapers hundreds to thousands of meters tall. Senior evolutionary fluids, these restricted resources, would certainly need to be allocated from other major cities. It would take at least half a day to be delivered to Lin Yuan's hands. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yuan planned to buy a house. More precisely, a practice venue. The room Lin Yuan currently lived in was too cramped and fragile. Sometimes Lin Yuan even worried that if he stretched himself, he could bring it down. Most importantly, sometimes Lin Yuan needed enough space to verify his martial Tao. And as an evolver, he also needed independent space. His current residence clearly did not meet the requirements. Shuiyue Residential Complex. After browsing online for a while, Lin Yuan chose this residential complex. The Shuiyue Residential Complex belonged to the high-end real estate area of Dongning City and had just started selling not long ago, located in the suburbs. In the interstellar era, the real upper-class elites preferred not to live in the city center. Therefore, high-end residential complexes like Shueiyue, built in the suburbs, close to nature, and with a focus on the environment, had always been popular. Lin Yuan glanced at the real estate prices of Shueiyue residential complex. They were around 10 to 15 million. Moreover, second-tier citizens could buy them at half price. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. In the cosmic human civilization, it is completely normal for higher-level citizens to enjoy many welfare benefits. After all, citizenship levels cannot be inherited, and all high-level citizens alive today have made real contributions to human civilization. This will be the complex. Lin Yuan went out and headed towards the suburbs. Half of 10 to 15 million is 5 to 7.5 million. That exceeded Lin Yuan's current savings limit. However, after being promoted to a second-tier citizen, Lin Yuan obtained a credit card from the central bank. He could borrow 20 million civilization coins interest-free. These 20 million civilization coins only needed to be returned within 50 years. It was one of the implicit benefits for second-tier citizens. With the status of a second-tier citizen, earning a few million a year with ease, it would only take about 7 to 8 years to pay off 20 million. It was not a high-risk loan. Soon enough, Lin Yuan arrived at the sales office of Shueiyue residential complex. There were not many citizens here, but without exception, they all had extraordinary temperaments and belonged to the real elite. After all, ordinary citizens rarely wandered around high-end real estate worth 10 to 20 million. When Lin Yuan walked in, although he was dressed plainly, he was not ignored, as a staff member promptly greeted him. "Hello sir, what type of house would you like?" The staff member was a girl, fair and bright with large eyes and a tall figure, wearing a somewhat tight uniform that faintly outlined her curves. A bigger one, a quieter one. Lin Yuan relayed his requirements. Yes, yes, yes. As the conversation continued, Anna's heart grew heavier. She glanced at the young man in front of her who was under 20. Could he really be here to buy a house? It wasn't that Anna looked down on Lin Yuan, but those who came here to inquire, 9 out of 10 were just asking, and only one might have a bit of buying intention. This was perfectly normal, after all, involving affairs worth 10 to 20 million, everyone would be more cautious. But the tone of Lin Yuan's inquiries did not seem like he was just asking. Thinking this, Anna immediately became enthusiastic and even stepped closer to Lin Yuan, almost clinging to him. "I'll take this one." After looking for a while, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. This house had 3 floors, up and down, and to call it a house was an understatement. It was more like a manor, with a special yard, and even an underground training ground. "Are you really buying?" Anna was thrilled inside. "Do you need to apply for a loan, sir?" she asked cautiously. "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. Taking out a loan would come with interest, but with that credit card from the central bank, he could get an interest-free loan. "You guys have a 50% discount for second-tier citizens, right?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Indeed, for higher-level citizens, our Shueiyue," Anna answered routinely. But she stopped mid-sentence, staring in disbelief. "Sir, you are a second-tier citizen." Anna's voice trembled. She had seen many rich people coming here to buy houses, but second-tier citizens or above were extremely rare. Mainly because the whole of Dongning City only had so many second-tier citizens, too few in number. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll call our manager over." Anna apologized repeatedly and ushered Lin Yuan into the VIP room. The sales office resting area. Zhao Qiwu took a sip of water and then immediately walked out. The opportunity to work part-time here had come at a great cost to her. For high-end properties like the Shueiyue residential complex, the sales lady's appearance and figure were the most basic requirements, while their ability to be cordial and their customer service skills were extremely important. They had to ensure that customers did not feel the slightest bit of displeasure, yet were willing to spend their money happily. "I wonder when I'll be able to sell a unit." Zhao Qiwu let out a sigh. Then, she looked up. "Hey! Isn't that Lin Yuan?" Zhao Qiwu immediately noticed Lin Yuan, who was talking with Anna. "What's he doing here?" Zhao Qiwu was full of confusion. She and Lin Yuan were classmates. Although they didn't interact much, she was aware of his family's general financial status. Logically, Lin Yuan's family couldn't afford a house in the Shuiyue residential complex. Could he be just looking around? Zhao Qiwu speculated inwardly. She had no intention of going over to greet him. Firstly, they were classmates, and meeting in this setting would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, Anna had already taken the initiative, and if she went over, it might seem like she was stealing a customer. Even in Zhao Qiwu's mind, Lin Yuan, this customer, simply didn't have the financial ability to buy a house. However, what happened next caused Zhao Qiwu's eyes to widen in shock. First, she didn't know what Lin Yuan said to Anna, but then he was respectfully escorted into the VIP room by Anna. My goodness. That was the VIP room. Normally, only after a financial check and confirmation that one had a bank balance of over 20 million, showing adequate purchasing power, would someone be invited into the VIP room. Zhao Qiwu racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Yuan was invited into the VIP room. If Anna wasn't a senior employee here and wasn't likely to make such a basic mistake, Zhao Qiwu would have felt compelled to stop it. However, while Zhao Qiwu still hadn't collected her thoughts, a middle-aged man with an authoritative expression hurriedly came over and then entered that VIP room. Before entering the VIP room, the middle-aged man even paused to knock on the door patiently. Mr. Wang. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qiwu swallowed hard. Mr. Wang was the manager of the sales office, rumored to have deep connections with several top leaders in Dongning City. With Mr. Wang's status, he hardly ever received customers anymore, and even with significant purchasing power, it was rare to see him. Not to mention him coming over in such a humble manner. Could I have been mistaken? At this moment, Zhao Qiwu started to doubt her own eyesight. It simply couldn't have been Lin Yuan just now, but someone who looked similar to him and was a big shot. But would a big shot wear such shabby clothes? As for that outfit, Zhao Qiwu remembered Lin Yuan had also worn it at school, hadn't he? Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Filled with confusion, Zhao Qiwu waited outside. Moments later, Zhao Qiwu saw Lin Yuan being respectfully escorted out by Mr. Wang. Then, under Mr. Wang's personal guidance, they went to the residential complex behind to view houses. It really is Lin Yuan. This time Zhao Qiwu looked very carefully. She confirmed that the young man walking in front of Mr. Wang was indeed her classmate. What are you looking at? Staring at the customer like that, what kind of training have you had? At this point, Anna came over, frowning at Zhao Qiwu. Sister Anna, I was just curious. What kind of person is he, that even Mr. Wang? Zhao Qiwu didn't continue with the words, is like a grandson to him, but her point was clear. Mr. Lin is a valued guest of our Shuiyue group. Don't refer to him as that person. If the manager finds out, he won't let you off. Anna glared at Zhao Qiwu and continued, also, don't inquire about the guest's information. That's also the company's policy. You understand? Yes, I understand, Zhao Qiwu replied, going slightly pale. Anna had brought up the company rules, which obviously meant that Lin Yuan's true identity was far beyond what someone like her could fathom. The environment is quite nice. At the Shuiyue residential complex, number 32, Lin Yuan sat in the underground training room, his expression showing satisfaction. You get what you pay for, and this place indeed met Lin Yuan's standards. Right, I need to change the address. Seemingly remembering something, Lin Yuan opened the shopping app and changed the delivery address for the high-grade nutritional supplement he had purchased to his current address. Half a day later, a strange man came to the Shuiyue residential complex and stopped in front of Lin Yuan's residence. Hello, Mr. Lin, here's the product you ordered. You can open it with your fingerprint, he said. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy box from the man and ran his finger over the top of the box. Beep. Fingerprint verified, announced a synthetic electronic voice. Following that, the alloy box opened to reveal a 10-centimeter long test tube. Inside the test tube was a sky-blue liquid. Worthy of a nutritional supplement costing 200,000 yuan per dose, Lin Yuan smiled. Gulp. He opened the high-grade nutritional supplement and drank it down in one go. Immediately, Lin Yuan felt a scorching sensation spread through his limbs. The formidable strength nearly burst through his body, threatening to explode in all directions. Assimilate. Lin Yuan sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, the terrifyingly hot flow swiftly merged into his body, continuously being refined. An hour later. Lin Yuan opened his eyes silently. Have I stepped into the Grand Master realm? Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he felt the surge in vitality and inner qi within his body. I'll probably need about 20 more bottles to fully restore my strength, he estimated. Confirming the efficacy of the high-grade nutritional supplement, Lin Yuan hesitated no further and purchased 20 bottles. 2 days later, Lin Yuan had absorbed all 20 bottles of the high-grade nutritional supplement and fully recovered his strength. Chapter 22, 20, The Evolvers Association, An Encounter. Chapter 22, Chapter 20, The Evolvers Association, An Encounter. Shuiyue Residential Complex, Residence Number 32. Underground Training Room. Now, there isn't any sense of oppression. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with deep eyes, quietly thinking to himself. In the martial world, after he stepped into the free and unfettered realm, he could feel the oppression coming from the unknown. As if a whale was stranded, his entire body felt uncomfortable. But now, he didn't feel that way. Is it the difference in the world's limit? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. The limit of the martial world was clearly far lower than that of the main world. This fact could be seen from the huge difference in the flow of time. Lin Yuan, at the unprecedented free and unfettered realm, for the martial world, might be close to the real limit, and was subjected to the world's suppression and rejection. But in the main world, even if it wasn't a beginning, he was still far away from the real world limit. At the very least, Lin Yuan knew that in the Cosmic Human Alliance, those truly powerful evolvers could easily traverse the starry skies with their physical bodies and shatter stars with a snap of their fingers. Over more than 2 million years in the Starry Sea era, the human civilization managed to venture from their mother planet, sweep across the various alien species, and occupy a vast and boundless star domain. Partly because of the unified coordination of the 3 ultimate goddesses of wisdom. And the incredibly strong individual evolvers also made indelible contributions. Having regained all his strength, Lin Yuan took a while to adapt, then connected his consciousness to the virtual world. These past few days, while refining high-grade nutrient solution, Lin Yuan would occasionally enter the virtual world to explore. Tsanglan Star Virtual World, Residential Area. Lin Yuan's figure appeared on a street. People passed by from time to time. In the corner, a few figures would occasionally gather on the seats to chat and converse. At a glance, there were at least dozens of figures on this living street. Lin Yuan was no longer surprised by this. Although ordinary people did not have the authority to connect to the virtual world, Kanglan Star had a population base of 50 billion. Even if only 1 in 50,000 citizens were a second-class citizen, the total number of second-class citizens on Kanglan Star would still exceed 100,000. In reality, one second-class citizen would emerge out of every 200,000 or 300,000 people, and the actual number of second-class citizens on Kanglan Star was close to 300,000. And that was just second-class citizens. Evolvers also had the authority to connect to the virtual world. And the number of evolvers would be far greater than that of second-class citizens. After all, there were many paths to becoming an evolver: normal, abnormal, mutated, inherited, and so on. Of course, when we say there are many evolvers, it's relative to second-class citizens. Compared to regular citizens, evolvers were still extremely rare, with one appearing out of every few thousand people. Lin Yuan casually walked into a pub in the living area, sat in a corner and ordered a mixed drink. This sensation. Lin Yuan took a sip, his expression slightly astonished. If he wasn't acutely aware of his external body, Lin Yuan might have almost believed he had arrived in the real world. No wonder the goddess of wisdom restricts access to the virtual world. Such vivid sensory simulation must be built upon a colossal server, and if everyone could connect, the cost would indeed be terrifying. Lin Yuan sat in the pub for a while, then exited the virtual world. Now that I've regained my strength, I should go to the Evolvers Association as soon as possible, register on the record, and get the Evolver certificate. The Cosmic Human Alliance exercised strict control over evolvers, and even if one was an unranked evolver, they had to register as soon as possible. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately contacted the Evolvers Association in the city and scheduled a registration appointment for the next day. For official organizations like the Evolvers Association, it's best to book in advance. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. In the past few days, Lin Yuan had used the excuse of becoming an evolver who needed to undergo official training and had not stayed at home. At the dinner table, Mother Lu Qiong seemed to remember something and began to speak. "Xiao Yuan, didn't you become an evolver? Your father loves to show off," he mentioned this in the family chat group. After hearing about it, several relatives want to hold a family banquet, so everyone can get together, celebrate a bit, and by the way, see you. That family chat group. Lin Yuan glanced at his father, Lin Shoucheng. In the interstellar era, the concept of clans had long become diluted, but social niceties still remained. Becoming an evolver was a major event that could change one's class status, much more reliable than getting into some higher education institution. Getting into a higher education institution didn't guarantee you could make something of yourself. Every year, millions graduate from such institutions, but how many actually find satisfying jobs? But for evolvers, it was different. Even if one was an unranked evolver, many companies and conglomerates were willing to offer high salaries for recruitment. If one day, by luck, you became a ranked evolver, that would really be like a carp transforming into a dragon. Originally, Lin Yuan's family was just an ordinary one, holding a negligible position among relatives. But now that Lin Yuan had become an evolver, everything had changed. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't come a time when they needed the help of Lin Yuan, the evolver. Sometimes, asking for help wasn't shameful. What's shameful is having no one to ask for help. Mr. Nian helped me before, he wants everyone to gather, and I couldn't refuse. Father Lin Shoucheng said with a wry smile on his face. He had only boasted a few words in the chat group, who would have thought someone would actually take him up on it? It's fine, I will be there for the family banquet. Lin Yuan knew what his parents meant, they were just worried he'd have something else on and couldn't attend. If Lin Yuan, the guest of honor, wasn't there, what would be the point of holding the family banquet? A family banquet. What family banquet? Will there be delicious food? Sister Lin Yi immediately perked up, her big eyes blinking as she asked. After finishing the meal and leaving home, Lin Yuan intended to go to the Evolvers Association to collect his certificate. He hadn't gone far when he received a phone call. "May I speak with Mr. Lin Yuan?" The voice on the other end was a woman's, somewhat tentative in her questioning. "I am him." Lin Yuan nodded. "I'm from the Evolvers Association. Yesterday Mr. Lin Yuan applied to register today. At the time, I was unaware that Mr. Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen, so I didn't make it clear. According to the association's rules, any second-level citizen who comes to handle affairs must be provided with special transport." The woman's voice on the phone was nearly frantic. In Dongning City, there were only so many second-level citizens, all of whom knew the president of the Evolvers Association. They conducted their affairs directly through the president. This low-level employee had never dealt with a second-level citizen before. When she received Lin Yuan's application the previous day, she had been busy with other things and hadn't paid it much mind. Only when she entered Lin Yuan's citizen number in the morning did she realize he was a second-level citizen. Because of this, she had caught her supervisor's attention. They had inquired if the second-level citizen had any special needs, emphasizing the importance of accommodating him to the best of their ability. "It's not a problem." Lin Yuan shook his head. He hadn't lost anything, after all. "Where is Mr. Lin now?" "I'll immediately send someone to pick you up." The woman's voice on the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan had taken issue with her service, there was no doubt that she would be fired the next day, with the reason entered into her record. After that, no company or business group would be willing to employ her, for the offense of slighting a high-ranking citizen was considered crossing a line, no matter where. "I'm currently at." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment but then decided to tell her his current location. Having someone come to pick him up was convenient and would also save him the cost of a cab. After hanging up, Lin Yuan found a random coffee shop on the roadside to wait. However, it wasn't long before a voice suddenly came from nearby. "Feednol.c Sigmam, Lin Yuan, what are you doing here?" Chapter 23, 21 Morning. Chapter 23, Chapter 21 Warning. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a tall and burly student running over to him. It was Du Quan, Lin Yuan's deskmate and close friend at school. Du Quan jogged over, grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Where have you been these past half-month, kiddo? When I asked Mrs. Liu, she just said you were busy." Lin Yuan just smiled and didn't say anything. Du Quan didn't really mind, but suddenly he looked surprised and felt Lin Yuan's shoulders and chest with his hand. "Haven't seen you in half a month, brother, and you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you?" Du Quan exclaimed with admiration. "Really?" Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. You see, not long ago, Lin Yuan had just assimilated 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution. According to the conservation of energy, even though most of the energy from the 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution was transformed into Yuan Qi and spirit, his physical body was affected more or less. This was because the martial Tao evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan focused on secrecy and restraint. If it were other evolutionary paths, absorbing so much energy hastily, it's not to say someone would grow much taller or robust as a bull, but it wouldn't be far off. Unlike Lin Yuan, who just seemed to look a bit stronger. After Du Quan expressed his amazement, he immediately pointed towards a few people approaching from not far away. "Look who's coming." Lin Yuan glanced over and recognized that these were all classmates from their class. "We just graduated, so we came out to hang out," Du Quan explained. He had originally wanted to invite Lin Yuan too, but since Lin Yuan wasn't at home, he had no choice but to leave him out. By this time, those few people too had come closer. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing here, waiting for someone?" a scholarly-looking man with glasses asked casually. "You're Lin Yuan, right? It feels like you've changed a lot in just a few days," a girl sized Lin Yuan up and down, somewhat surprised. "Hello, everyone." Seeing that everyone had come over, Lin Yuan greeted them as a formality. In fact, the original Lin Yuan was a very quiet person. If it weren't for Du Quan, he would not have hung out with these people. Among these people, there were mainly two groups. One was led by the scholarly men with glasses, Chu Shiyu. Chu Shiyu came from a good family and was intelligent, and many classmates wanted to get close to him. Another group was led by Hu Qingyao, a person with an extraordinary background, with seniors in the military, and was fearless in school. And Du Quan, being good at socializing and mediating, was well received by both groups. Furthermore, being righteous, both Chu Shiyu and Hu Qingyao showed him respect. In addition, there were several girls present. "Lin Yuan, take a look at who this is, our class's class flower, admitted to a prestigious university. I invited her over this time too, man, do I have face or what?" Du Quan said proudly, pointing at a tall girl nearby. This girl had fine features and a simple pair of jeans outlined her shapely legs and buttocks. It was none other than Zhao Qiwu. Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu was extremely unsettled. Ever since she saw the ordinary Lin Yuan being respectfully welcomed into the VIP room and buying a house worth over 10 million yuan at the Shuiyue residential complex sales office, and even Mr. Wang was very respectful. Zhao Qiwu realized that Lin Yuan's identity was not simple. All their classmates, even the entire school's teachers and students, had been deceived by Lin Yuan. She agreed to Du Quan's invitation also because Du Quan usually had the best relationship with Lin Yuan. Maybe Lin Yuan would also attend, otherwise, with her character, how could she possibly attend such a meaningless gathering? But after she arrived and found Lin Yuan wasn't there, she felt disappointed but then saw Lin Yuan again, a tumult of emotions making her mind a little disordered. "Hello, classmate Lin Yuan." Zhao Qiwu composed herself and took the initiative to reach out her right hand toward Lin Yuan. This surprised Du Quan, who was nearby, as Zhao Qiwu was always aloof. Even the likes of Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu couldn't easily impress her, so why was she extending her hand to Lin Yuan? "Hello." Lin Yuan courteously reached out and shook hands. The group exchanged pleasantries for a while. And then they found themselves a place to sit. Chu Shiyu called over the staff and ordered everyone a cup of the coffee shop's signature coffee. "That's our you bro, always generous." Du Quan flattered on the side. The signature coffee at this shop wasn't cheap, it was nearly 30 yuan per cup. For several people, that added up to over 200 yuan, which amounted to half a month's living expenses back in school. Once seated, they began to chat casually. I didn't do well in the college entrance exams and ended up at a third-rate university. I don't even know what I'll do after I graduate, a girl sighed. Isn't that simple? You're close with you bro, right? Just work at his family's company after you graduate, Duquan joked on the side. You. The girl pretended to be angry but was internally delighted, and couldn't help but sneak peeks at Chu Shiyu now and then. Duquan makes a good point. After you graduate, come work at my family's company, the compensation will definitely be generous, Chu Shiyu declared with a sweep of his hand. A chance to show off in front of classmates like this, he wouldn't let it slip by, since graduation from college was still a long way off, and there was no need to worry about the future yet. Then thank you, you bro. The girl quickly expressed her gratitude. While sipping coffee, they continued their leisurely talk. Soon, the conversation turned to Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan, you should be on the military conscription list by now, right? Hu Qingyao seemed to remember something and brought it up. Upon saying this, the surroundings fell into silence at once. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. Ordinarily, military conscription wasn't a bad thing, and they even arranged jobs after discharge. Chapter 24, 21 Warning _2. Chapter 24, Chapter 21 Warning _2. For a normal person, that was considered a good outcome. However, this conscription was targeted against and due to confidentiality concerns, it was highly unlikely for anyone who made the draft list to return, even if they weren't killed in battle, it would be almost impossible to see them again during their lifetime. Although the government would provide compensation and ensure the families were properly taken care of, one would definitely be a sacrifice. It's all hearsay, what this and that. In my opinion, these are just rumors. Duquan immediately spoke up. Indeed. The government hasn't mentioned it officially, it might just be a routine conscription. That's right, Lin Yuan, you shouldn't worry too much either. Perhaps after you retire, you could be reassigned back to the military district. A few people started comforting Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just consolation. In reality, no one was positive about this conscription. Even though the government hadn't explicitly stated the purpose of the draft, compensation for everyone on the list had already been arranged. This was no secret, anyone who cared even a little could find out. After all, if it were just a routine conscription, would they offer so much compensation? Actually, there might be a turning point. My uncle works in the military district. I will go back tonight and ask him to see if there's any possibility of making flexible arrangements. Hu Qingyao spoke up at this time. He was the only one in the room with a military district background, and thus the most confident person to make such a statement. Then we'll have to trouble Yao. Hearing this, Duquan immediately responded. His reply wasn't flattery, but a heartfelt thank you. As his classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to walk down a road of no return. When the others heard this, especially the few girls, their eyes suddenly brightened. The statement by Hu Qingyao implied a lot, most notably the possibility of influencing the draft list. This was a huge advantage in terms of connections. Compared to this, Chu Shiyu's earlier promise to help arrange a job seemed insignificant. A job was nothing compared to Hu Qingyao's potential influence over military conscription. Instantly, aside from Zhao Qiwu, the girls present, including the one who sought a job arrangement from Chu Shiyu, all started gravitating towards Hu Qingyao. Lin Yuan sat aside, and instead of being annoyed by Hu Qingyao's chest-thumping gesture, he found it somewhat amusing. The draft list was audited by the goddess of wisdom, and changing it was not as simple as one might think. Yet Hu Qingyao was ultimately trying to help him, even if the nature of that help was to show up Chu Shiyu. At Lin Yuan's level, the open and covert struggle between Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu was as amusing as children playing house. It's about time. I should go. Someone is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and got up to say goodbye. Without waiting for everyone's consent, he promptly left the coffee shop and headed towards the roadside. The people in the room frowned upon seeing this. Especially Hu Qingyao, who had agreed to inquire about the matter with his uncle. Although he hadn't made a guarantee, the least Lin Yuan could do was to say a word of thanks. But Lin Yuan said nothing and remained seated, now even making up an excuse to leave. Such discourteous behavior left Hu Qingyao feeling somewhat put off. This guy. Looking through the cafe's glass, Hu Qingyao watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, about to say something. Just then, a sleek, black, streamlined hover car pulled up at the curb. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. That hover car's license plate. Chu Shiyu also took notice, his attention immediately focusing on the license plate. Although his family did not have military background, they often dealt with the government, so he immediately recognized the license plate of the black hover car as government exclusive. Hanging such a license plate, it could enter special roads, not only shortening the distance but avoiding the possibility of traffic congestion. However, these kinds of designated hover cars were generally only used to transport VIPs. Why was one parked in front of Lin Yuan now? It must be a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help but think to himself. Yet, as everyone watched, a tall man got out of the black hover car and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd was once again silent. They had thought that Lin Yuan's claim of someone waiting for him was just an excuse. But it turned out to be true, and the person waiting for him came in a government-designated vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I saw this kind of plate before when I went with my uncle to the association for some errands. Chu Shiyu seemed to realize something and spoke up again. Evolvers Association. Hu Qingyao's expression slightly changed. Among the many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly one of the toughest to deal with. They managed the community of Evolvers, were exceedingly strong-willed, and very influential. But why would such a formidable Evolvers Association send a special car to pick up Lin Yuan, a mere student? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. It was completely illogical. Maybe there is some kind of cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Hu Qingyao racked his brain and offered this explanation. Probably. It must be that. The others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the idea was absurd, the Evolvers Association and the military district were two different systems, what cooperation could there be? But it was the only explanation that made sense of the current situation. After all, Lin Yuan's name was on the military conscription list. The only connection with the Evolvers Association had to be through the major military districts behind conscription. Fuem.com, a few days ago, I looked over the conscription notice again and found that Lin Yuan's name was no longer on the conscription list. Zhao Qiwu, who had been silent, suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Especially Hu Qingyao, whose expression became rigid. He was no fool, he understood how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially with compulsory conscription. He had sworn earlier that he would inquire with his uncle, but it was just a routine question. He doubted that his uncle could do anything about it. Even if there was a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it was impossible to do such a thing for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had really been removed from the list. Impossible. I need to inquire with the Goddess of Wisdom. Hu Qingyao immediately connected to the network, and upon discovering Lin Yuan's name was not on the list, he started requesting a connection to the Goddess of Wisdom to inquire about Lin Yuan's exemption from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and stately female voice sounded directly in Hu Qingyao's ear. Warning, Level 1 Citizen Hu Qingyao, you are inquiring into matters outside your authority, suspected of violating Charter Article 560. This is the first warning. If you continue your inquiry, you will be brought before the Supreme Court for trial. Hearing the Goddess of Wisdom's icy warning, Hu Qingyao's face turned pale, and he was scared enough to fall on his butt. The Supreme Court of the Cosmic Human Alliance always prosecuted the most vicious criminals, and anyone judged by the Supreme Court bore serious cases and had caused extremely adverse impacts. What could Hu Qingyao possibly have done to warrant the Supreme Court taking time to judge him? Hu Qingyao's teeth chattered, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Chapter 25, 22 Assessment. Chapter 25, Chapter 22 Assessment. Hu Qingyao was now very panic-stricken. As one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of wisdom of the Cosmic Human Alliance, her authority was one of the highest. Even the August Star Lords were utterly respectful in the presence of the three goddesses, not daring to reveal a trace of impatience, fearing to lower their evaluation in the eyes of the goddess. Now that the goddess of wisdom had personally descended upon his main consciousness to issue a stern warning, Hu Qingyao felt as if the sky had collapsed. What? Hu Qingyao hadn't recovered yet when he saw Chu Shiyu's face suddenly turn deathly pale. The level of his fright was no less than Hu Qingyao's, if not greater. You also checked Lin Yuan's information? Hu Qingyao asked. He suddenly turned his head to the others and warned, you must not go looking up Lin Yuan's personal information. If even he, after checking Lin Yuan's personal information, had been warned by the goddess of wisdom, then it went without saying for the others. They were all classmates, and their relationship hadn't deteriorated to such an extent that they had to watch each other be warned by the goddess of wisdom. What? A few female students looked around, bewildered. Hu Qingyao briefly shared his own experience. What kind of background does Lin Yuan have, that his personal information would be encrypted by the goddess of wisdom? Chu Shiyu snapped back to reality, his expression ugly. It was true that in the era of the cosmic human civilization, a citizen's personal information was private. But just now, he wanted to find out why Lin Yuan's name was removed from the military draft list and had been warned by the goddess of wisdom. Such a degree of personal information protection was only available for those rare special talents and high-level citizens. Could Lin Yuan be related to these two aspects? Regardless of his background, I've made a complete fool of myself this time. Hu Qingyao's face turned slightly red. He had just solemnly declared in front of everyone that he would ask his uncle to see if he could help Lin Yuan. It turned out the other party didn't need his help at all, as Lin Yuan's name was already removed from the list. Zhao Qiwu, since you knew so early that Lin Yuan was exempt from the draft, do you understand more? Chu Shiyu seemed to think of something and looked toward Zhao Qiwu, who was sitting aside. The gaze of the others also brightened, all turning toward Zhao Qiwu. Indeed. It was Zhao Qiwu who first mentioned that Lin Yuan was no longer on the draft list. Clearly, Zhao Qiwu knew more than they did. I don't really understand much either. Zhao Qiwu shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. It's just that a few days ago, I was working part-time at the sales center of the newly opened Shuiyue residential complex. I found that Lin Yuan was there and he directly bought a residence. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The Shuiyue residential complex was well known, having been heavily advertised during development. It was a genuinely high-end residential community, where the price of a single unit was upwards of 10 million. If Zhao Qiwu wasn't lying, Lin Yuan was definitely the richest student in their school. Nonchalantly dropping 10 million yuan, even Chu Shiyu would find it hard to do without tapping into his family's connections to borrow money. It wasn't that the Chu family didn't have tens of millions in assets, but that Chu Shiyu couldn't represent the Chu family. Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu looked at each other with complex expressions. The two had been rivals in their class for 3 years, and it was likely all observed by Lin Yuan. Thinking of Lin Yuan's background, they guessed he might have found their rivalry as amusing as watching monkeys play. Zhao Qiwu glanced at Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu, who looked dejected. There was one more thing she hadn't mentioned. Mr. Wang, the manager of the Shuiyue sales office, treated Lin Yuan with utmost respect, much like a grandchild before a grandfather. The Shuiyue real estate group was a well-known capital giant, with markets spanning dozens of surrounding cities. And Mr. Wang had connections with several leaders of Dongning City, yet he behaved in such a manner before Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu shuddered at the thought. She had been around such a big shot for 3 years. If. Zhao Qiwu bit her lip, seemingly pondering over something. Lin Yuan actually has such a significant background. Du Quan felt somewhat dazed. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years but now felt like he had never really known him at all. Evolvers Association. A black hovercar silently approached. The hovercar stopped, and Lin Yuan got out from it. This is the Evolvers Association. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of peculiarity in his heart. In front of him was a gray building, extremely unassuming, and there wasn't even a sign that read, Evolvers Association. Are you Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman dressed in a black suit and skirt, the hem of which was rather short, just above the knee, revealing her fair and slender legs, hurried over and tentatively asked. Yes, that's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Zhu Qianqian sneaked a glance at Lin Yuan and then immediately led the way. She was the staff member who hadn't entered Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this, Zhu Qianqian was under tremendous pressure and was in a state of constant anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she probably would have been fired by her boss today. Mr. Lin looked so young. Zhu Qianqian led the way, sneaking another glance from the corner of her eye. Following Zhu Qianqian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Zhu Qianqian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, "Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to go through an assessment. Then, depending on the results of the assessment, you will receive the evolver certificate." "I'm aware of that." Lin Yuan nodded. On the evolver certificate, there is a specific order indicated. And this can only be determined through a test of strength. In a short time, the two took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were several small rooms, made of dark golden alloy, neatly arranged into 2 rows. "Mr. Lin's assessment room is right here." Zhu Qianqian led Lin Yuan to the door of a room at the far end. "The assessment takes place in this room." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Yes and no." Zhu Qianqian nodded and then shook her head. She then pushed the door open. Inside was a silver-white metallic virtual world cabin slot placed there. "This is a virtual world cabin slot. Mr. Lin's assessment will take place in the virtual world." Zhu Qianqian explained without beating around the bush. "The assessment is carried out in the virtual world." Lin Yuan looked around the room. "Naturally," Zhu Qianqian said with a smile, "powerful evolvers can easily destroy cities and lands. Do you think we should set aside an entire planet just for their strength assessment? Therefore, the assessment for evolvers is mostly done in the virtual world." Zhu Qianqian paused for a moment and then continued, "Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry that your strength in the virtual world will differ from your real strength outside. This is a virtual world cabin slot. As long as Mr. Lin lies down in it, it will scan your entire body and simulate it 100%, subsequently synchronizing it with your physical body in the virtual world." "I see." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of evolvers varies. The weaker ones, such as those who have not reached a rank or are below the first order, third or fourth segment, are okay. At most, they would need a square to assess their strength. But for stronger evolvers, like Lin Yuan, a casual strike could destroy the gray building beneath his feet. And even more powerful ones, second layer, third order or up to fourth order, fifth tier. To assess the strength of such powerful evolvers, how many resources would need to be spent? Thus, placing the assessment location inside the virtual world is the most efficient method. Everything is virtual in the virtual world. Simulating an entire galaxy isn't a difficult task at all. Chapter 26, 23 President. Chapter 26, Chapter 23 President. Next. Zhu Qianqian mentioned some precautions to Lin Yuan about using the virtual world cabin slot. Then she respectfully exited the room. Virtual world cabin slot. Lin Yuan carefully observed it for a while and then lay down inside. A slight fluctuation swept over. Lin Yuan only felt a slight tingling on his skin. And then he heard a voice by his ear, "Replication complete, please connect to the virtual world. Welcome to the assessment world." Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw a stern-looking man watching him. Assessment world. Lin Yuan immediately tried to feel his own body. The strength of his physical body, the circulation of Yuan energy within, and the spiritual strange force inside the Naiwan Palace in his mind. All were no different from his body outside. The Cosmic Human Alliance is truly formidable. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked by such perfect replication, which meant he had no secrets at all. No. The door to the myriad realms has not been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something and concentrated his mind to the depths of his mind. The place where the door to the myriad realms should stand was empty. Even the Cosmic Human Alliance can't replicate the door to the myriad realms. Or is it that they can't detect the existence of the door to the myriad realms at all? Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but speculate. "Evolver, please choose your assessment scenario," the stern-looking man suddenly spoke from not far away. No sooner had he spoken. Various scenes floated up before Lin Yuan. There were vast deserts with endless sands, forests dense with ancient trees, and cities with towering buildings. The desert then. Lin Yuan casually chose one. Scene confirmation complete, the stern man gestured with a wave of his hand. The surrounding environment changed in an instant, and Lin Yuan found himself in the middle of a desert, with endless sand and scorching temperatures. Based on the energy fluctuations in the evolver's body, the assessment will start directly from the first rank. First is an opponent of the first rank first segment. You only qualify for the next assessment if you defeat him. Understood. The stern man looked at Lin Yuan with calm eyes. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Whoosh. The stern man disappeared. Not far away, large swathes of sand quickly gathered, forming a humanoid figure. This was a tall man with dark skin and a fierce black horn growing on his forehead. Die. The black-horned man didn't say another word and charged towards Lin Yuan. He's a bit faster than the average grandmaster, no threat to me, Lin Yuan said, expression unchanged. According to the stern man's instructions, the assessment would go from weak to strong. The first opponent's strength was at the first rank first segment, and only by defeating him could he face the second segment opponent. Crack. The black-horned man suddenly stopped, his gaze quickly dimming, and his body turned back into sand and dispersed. Lin Yuan was standing at the same spot, without having moved an inch. Facing an opponent far weaker than himself, the fastest way to defeat him was to use spiritual martial arts. With the spiritual strength of Lin Yuan's free and unfettered realm, he could crush the opponent's spiritual soul in an instant. Sigh. The sand gathered again. This time, Lin Yuan's opponent was still the black-horned man. However, this time the black-horned man had a stronger aura, almost reaching the level of Grandmaster peak. Yet. Whether it's a Grandmaster or a Great Grandmaster, to Lin Yuan, they were merely a glance away. Just like that. Within a few breaths, he was facing the ninth opponent. The opponent was still the black-horned man. But compared to the previous 8, this black-horned man had a profound look in his eyes, and after forming, he didn't immediately attack Lin Yuan. A pathway of evolution like a spiritual master. This time I have specifically strengthened my soul defense, your spiritual attack, I can nullify 60% of it. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of the black-horned man's mouth. Though he was a life form simulated by massive amounts of data, he also had basic emotions, and anyone would feel unsettled being instantaneously crushed 8 times. Die. After speaking, the black-horned man charged at Lin Yuan again. But in the next moment. Crack. A slender right hand, unbeknownst to him, had grasped his neck and then twisted it hard. Who told you that I only have mental attack methods? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For evolvers who follow the martial Tao evolutionary path, the most fundamental aspect was always the physical body. As for the psychic powers, they were merely forces born from a powerful physical body. You aren't a mental master or some such type of evolver. The men with the black horn couldn't believe it and soon turned into yellow sand once again. Mental masters and similar types of evolvers possess bizarre mental attack methods. But indeed, they have a shortcoming in their physical capabilities. Even if some powerful mental masters consume genetic medicine to cultivate both evolutionary paths, it's very difficult to entirely eliminate this disadvantage. Evolvers Association. Zhu Qianqian stepped out from the assessment room and returned to her workstation. I wonder at which rank Mr. Lin's evolver stage will be set. Zhu Qianqian was quite curious, staring intently at the display screen in front of her. Out of respect for the privacy of evolvers, the combat scenarios that occur during assessments are not allowed to be disclosed to the public. Therefore, even internal staff like Zhu Qianqian were unable to watch the specific content of the assessments. They could only determine the final assessment result for an evolver by the number of light columns that lit up on the screen, indicating how many levels the evolver had passed. Little Zhu, did that Mr. Lin go in already? Zhu Qianqian had just sat down not long ago when the president of the Evolvers Association came over. There was no need for the president of the Evolvers Association to pay attention to an evolver's assessment. But Lin Yuan was not only an evolver but also a second-tier citizen. A second-tier citizen, even without holding an official position, would have a status not much lower than the president. Moreover, this second-tier citizen was someone the president of the Evolvers Association had never heard of, which is why he had made a special trip. He planned to meet him after the assessment and establish a relationship. No matter the reason, getting on good terms with a second-tier citizen was definitely not a mistake. Ah. President. Zhu Qianqian immediately stood up nervously and stammered, Mr. Lin has already gone in. Don't be nervous. The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. All right. Zhu Qianqian composed herself and sat down at her post again. Little Zhu, what do you think, which rank will Mr. Lin be set at? The president of the Evolvers Association also became interested and casually asked. Mr. Lin is a second-tier citizen. Since he has come to register, he must have first-order strength, right? Zhu Qianqian cautiously said. For ordinary people, becoming an evolver is extremely difficult. But in the eyes of high-ranking citizens, there are many ways, the simplest being to buy a bottle of genetic medicine and take the genetic warrior evolutionary path. Even though genetic warriors have significant weaknesses, are not very promising, and rely heavily on external support. They are undoubtedly evolvers as well. Correct. The president of the Evolvers Association nodded slightly. He also believed that Lin Yuan certainly had first-order strength and was not an unranked evolver. High-ranking citizens are likely to be evolvers, but many weaker evolvers remain first-tier citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin's final assessment will be in the first-order second to third segment. The secretary following the president spoke. This guess made the president of the Evolvers Association nod again. It's not difficult for high-ranking citizens to become evolvers, but it is a barrier to becoming a powerful evolver. And that barrier lies between the first-order third and fourth segments. Out of the 12 segments at first order, every 3 segments form a bottleneck, and to go from third to fourth segment requires not only effort and dedication but also a certain level of talent. High-ranking citizens may possess exceptional abilities in other aspects, thus contributing to human civilization and gaining recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But talent in evolution, that is something money can't buy. Using genetic medicine can indeed force an upgrade, but it comes with a risk of death, and high-ranking citizens are unlikely to joke about their lives. Zhang has made a good point. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Qianqian, listening on the side, had no objections. Even though she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, strength is strength. Let me know when Mr. Lin's assessment is over. The president of the Evolvers Association was about to leave. It was at this moment, on the display screen in front of Zhu Qianqian, the first light column suddenly lit up. It seems Mr. Lin has started his assessment. Seeing this, the president of the Evolvers Association suddenly did not want to leave and decided to sit down and wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to end. In the president's view, Lin Yuan's strength was at most at first-order third segment, which required passing just 3 levels. However, what happened next made the president of the Evolvers Association freeze. The display screen showed that right after the first light column lit up, the second one lit instantly. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, all the way to the 12th. It was almost within a few breaths' time. All 12 light columns were illuminated. And by this time, the president of the Evolvers Association had not yet fully sat down. Is this the 12th segment? Zhu Qianqian's eyes widened, and the president next to her was also surprised. Chapter 27, 24 Family Feast. Chapter 27, Chapter 24 Family Feast. 12 layers. First layer, 12 layers. The chairman of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that he was astonished by the first layer, 12 layers itself. A first layer, 12 layers evolver, although powerful and even ranked at the top of Dongning City, was not rare. With a prominent background and having reached his position, the chairman had even seen true second-layer evolvers. What shocked the chairman was that Lin Yuan, on his first registration, possessed a first layer, 12 layers strength. As known, the power transformation for an evolver needed to be gradual. You couldn't just leap from the first layer to the second in one day. The Cosmic Human Alliance had extremely strict standards for power divisions between layers for entering evolvers. Compared to a first-layer evolver, just the energy fluctuations within a second-layer evolver differed by more than 100 times. Such a vast gap was hard to cross in a short period. Yet Lin Yuan, on his first visit for registration, possessed the strength of a first layer, 12 layers. Based on this, the chairman of the Evolvers Association had 2 conjectures. One was that Lin Yuan was very good at holding back. He might have become an evolver much earlier but hadn't registered until now, suppressing his strength until he reached the first layer, 12 layers. This possibility was not very high, given the Human Alliance's control over evolvers. An unregistered evolver who revealed his strength without authorization, if discovered, would be punished. Even if Lin Yuan could be exempt from punishment due to his second-class citizen privileges, the chairman would have gotten wind of it. It couldn't be that he was still completely unaware until now. The second conjecture was that Lin Yuan's talent for evolution was terrifyingly extraordinary. From the first layer, layer 1 to 12 may have only taken a few years or even less than 10. With the Human Alliance's life extension technology, a first-layer evolver could easily live for 500 years, so a few years was naturally not much. The chairman of the Evolvers Association leaned toward the second conjecture. Compared to the chairman's calm analysis and thought, Zhu Qianqian next to him was slightly agape. Oh my god. This was a 12 layers evolver. She, Zhu Qianqian, had been working here for nearly 2 years. And it was her first time witnessing a 12 layers evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first layer, 12 layers evolver was considered the ceiling. The numbers matched those of second-class citizens and weren't seen at random. And this 12 layers evolver was the seemingly ordinary Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Qianqian feel even more incredulous. After all, according to the official standards for a first layer, 12 layers evolver's combat strength, one blow, was enough to demolish a building tens of meters high. Just thinking of such immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Qianqian feel it was unbelievable. Let's go. Go receive Mr. Lin. The chairman of the Evolvers Association took only 2 breaths to think. He then decided to personally go to the assessment room and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. At first, the chairman just planned to meet Lin Yuan and build a good relationship with him. But now, after deducing the opponent's frightening talent for evolution, the chairman felt he needed to lower his stance a bit. The assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up from the virtual world cabin slot. What a pity. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. After defeating the 12th opponent, the assessment space naturally conjured up a second-layer level opponent. Lin Yuan didn't quit but wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and those second-layer evolvers. The result was obvious. After only withstanding 3 techniques, Lin Yuan was defeated. Second layer. A myriad of insights suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. With the enhancement of Against Heaven's understanding, he began to slowly comprehend the path ahead. Merely through a battle with a second-layer evolver, he began to grasp the essence of the second layer. If this were made known, who knows how many evolvers would knock themselves dead against a wall. Compared to Lin Yuan, most other evolvers lived as though their lives were no different from a dog's. But for Lin Yuan, this was commonplace. Under Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in a state of enlightenment at all times. And even without combat against second-layer evolvers, understanding the realm was inevitable, just a matter of time. I have a rough direction now. I should be able to break through in less than 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Coming to the Evolvers Association was indeed a good move. Not only did he casually get registered, but he also gained a clear understanding of the road ahead. Click. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and saw Zhu Qianqian and a middle-aged man standing outside. Mr. Lin, this is our chairman. Zhu Qianqian immediately began to introduce. Chairman. Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. The chairman of the Evolvers Association was definitely a big shot, probably ranking within the top 5 in the entire Dongning city. My surname is Liao. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said congenially. What chairman or not, I'm just a few years older than you, Mr. Lin. If it doesn't bother you, you can just call me Brother Liao, Mr. Liao said warmly. The two talked for a while. Lin Yuan then got up to leave. Mr. Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan to the door. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. Be a bit more pleasant tomorrow, even though you are an evolver now, you can't appear too cold. They are all relatives, and even as an evolver, you need to understand social niceties. Who knows, in the future you might still need those relatives' help. While cooking, Lu Qiong kept reminding Lin Yuan. I understand. Lin Yuan quickly finished his sister's cake and then turned his attention to the big bag of snacks beside him. Tomorrow was the day of the family banquet, when Lin Yuan's distant relatives would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and also take the opportunity to gather together. Lin Yuan of course remembered this. His father, Lin Shoucheng, had mentioned it to him a few days earlier. "Hey, old Lin, should we book a few tables at the Fanqing Grand Hotel?" His mother, Lu Qiong, hesitated. The reason for her hesitation was that the Fanqing Grand Hotel was one of the most prestigious hotels in Donghai City. Booking a table there cost as much as several months of Lin Shoucheng's salary. Lu Qiong really found it hard to part with that much money. "Book it, of course we have to book at Fanqing." Without a second thought, Lin Shoucheng answered immediately. This time, Mr. Nian specially invited Lin Hao, who is a secretary for a certain director in Dongning City, and we can't lose face for Xiao Yuan. Lin Shoucheng spoke up. Lin Hao. Lu Qiong was somewhat dazed. Given Lin Hao's social status, their family was not even in the same league as his. Usually, even Lin Shoucheng had no chance of seeing Lin Hao. He never imagined that because of Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had managed to invite this high official over. Then we really should book at Fanqing. Lu Qiong nodded in agreement. In her simple way of thinking, since Lin Hao was willing to make the time to come over, they naturally had to entertain him properly. Splurging a little money was justifiable. Dongning City. Inside a mansion. Chu Shiyu stood there with his head bowed. In front of him sat a bearded man. "You were warned by the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom when trying to seek out information about your classmate." The bearded man's face was grave as he asked again. "Yes. Grandfather, it was not intentional." Chu Shiyu's face turned pale with fear, and his legs were trembling slightly. The bearded man sitting in front of him was the founder of the Chu Corporation. He had suddenly called him over today to inquire why he had received a warning from the goddess of wisdom. Chu Shiyu could only respond truthfully. Whether it was intentional or not is irrelevant. To receive such a degree of personal information protection from the goddess of wisdom indicates that your classmate is not a simple person. Even though you didn't target him, if he takes it to heart, it could be troublesome. "Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your classmate's home." The bearded man had made up his mind. It was not that he was overreacting, but rather the seriousness of the situation exceeded expectations. After all, it was the goddess of wisdom, who governed the entire cosmic human alliance. Even the highest of the Star Lords had to be careful, not to mention the Chu family. When it came to anything involving the goddess of wisdom, one could never be too cautious. Okay. Chu Shiyu braced himself to respond. Another estate. Hu Qingyao stood upright as he communicated via video with a man in a military uniform, whose face emanated authority. "The goddess of wisdom, eh? Your classmate has probably been put on the goddess's watch list. He is bound to have significant development in the future." The authoritative man in the military uniform spoke slowly through the video call. Significant development. Hu Qingyao shrank a little. The fact that his uncle evaluated Lin Yuan in such a manner meant that Lin Yuan's future achievements were not going to be confined to Dongning City. "You sure know how to cause trouble." "Fine, I'll make a trip for you. No matter what development your classmate will have, first and foremost, your relationship with him needs to be eased. That day you boasted about being able to adjust the conscription list. Anyone with a little insight would see that as utter nonsense. Tomorrow I'll take you to apologize to him. We don't need to become friends, but at least we must not become enemies." The man in the military uniform continued through the video call. The Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his chair. After a while, the secretary walked in. "Have you clarified the background of that Mr. Lin?" Mr. Liao looked up and asked. "Chairman, Mr. Lin Yuan's personal information is sealed by the goddess of wisdom, and I dared not continue to search for fear of causing trouble," the secretary said bluntly. "Sealed by the goddess." Mr. Liao's expression turned serious. The exalted goddess of wisdom, how could she possibly specifically seal the information of a citizen, even if he was a second-layer citizen? It didn't make sense. There had to be other reasons. However, while I couldn't find out about Mr. Lin Yuan, I did learn about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City, with no significant connections to other places, the secretary suddenly revealed. So, Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City. A glint of sharpness passed through Mr. Liao's eyes. What do you mean, Chairman? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed something and couldn't help but ask. Whether it can be done still requires a direct inquiry. So, cancel all of tomorrow's arrangements. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home to discuss this in detail, Mr. Liao stated solemnly. Chapter 28, 25 Visit. Chapter 28, Chapter 25 Visit. Fanqing Grand Hotel. Early in the morning, Lin Shouqing and his wife were already standing at the entrance of the private room. As one of Dongning City's most upscale hotels, Fanqing was expensive, but beyond that, no one could fault its service or the quality of its food. Choosing this venue for the banquet to celebrate their son becoming an evolver was a true testament to their faith. Uncle Tang, you've arrived. Please, sit over here, sit over here. Is this your daughter? She's grown so much in the blink of an eye. Mr. Nian, please, watch your step. Come this way. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Lin Shouqing never had a moment to rest as he continuously exchanged pleasantries at the entrance of the private room. Half an hour later. Almost everyone had arrived. The family banquet officially started. Everyone began to settle down and enjoy the food and drink. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the table, his chopsticks never stopped moving. Fanqing had become so successful in Dongning City not only because it had strong backers but also due to its excellent offerings. Many of Fanqing's ingredients came from other planets, and a lot of the meat was rare exotic beast meat, which in quality and taste, crushed the locally farmed meat from Dongning City. The energy contained in these meats, although nowhere near as effective as high-grade nutrient fluids, still exceeded ordinary meals, and Lin Yuan ate with great enjoyment. At the banquet. Apart from Lin Yuan, no one was entirely focused on eating. The emphasis was still on mingling and chatting. And among them, those who were doing well were certainly the most active. Lin Shouqing's distant cousin, Lin Jie, had caught the wind of opportunity in Dongning City by purchasing several plots of land in the suburbs, which were later developed by the government, earning him a hefty profit and making him quite proud. Let me tell you, I have met the owner of Fanqing a few times, and she's a woman. It is said that. Lin Jie immediately began to show off his connections and insights. His words indeed captured the attention of most people present. The owner of Fanqing was always a mystery, rarely seen by anyone. Everyone was curious about which big shot it could be. Right. Shouqing, what are your plans for Xiaoyuan in the future? After talking about the owner of Fanqing for a while, Lin Jie suddenly turned his attention to Lin Yuan, who was enjoying his meal. As soon as he spoke, all eyes immediately fell upon Lin Yuan. After all, this family banquet was initiated using Lin Yuan as the pretext. And Lin Yuan becoming an evolver had indeed exceeded the expectations of the relatives. Putting other things aside, just considering Lin Yuan's future prospects, he would definitely not be a small figure, and most of the relatives present could only look up to him. I don't have any particular plans yet, just taking it one step at a time, Lin Yuan replied after a pause, setting down his chopsticks to speak the truth. That was actually the truth, since so far Lin Yuan really didn't have any specific goals. If he had to say something, it would be to get as strong as possible, but mentioning such an intent would be equivalent to saying nothing. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Why don't you come work at my company then? Although my company isn't very big, if you join, I'll pay you 20,000 a month, Lin Jie offered confidently, patting his chest. 20,000 a month. The relatives around them began to show envious glances. 20,000 a month, which amounted to 240,000 a year, was considered a high salary. A normal citizen's regular monthly wage was typically around 2,000 to 3,000. How about it? Don't feel like it's beneath you. We've also hired an evolver in our company to handle security matters. If you come over, not only will you get a monthly salary, but you can also consult him about evolution-related questions, Lin Jie said confidently. To the average person, evolvers were extremely rare. But in the eyes of wealthy employers, there were channels specifically for hiring evolvers. Of course, those who were hired were unranked evolvers. Higher-ranked, bona fide evolvers were not something that small employers like Lin Jie could afford. Even so, Lin Jie's words substantially boosted his status in the eyes of the relatives present. Soon someone inquired, "Jie, is your company still hiring? My kid is currently looking for a job. We don't need 20,000 for the salary, 5,000 is enough." 5,000. Auntie, your son didn't graduate from any prestigious institution, how can he ask for 5,000? Jie, my daughter is pretty and has a good figure. She would be perfect as a receptionist at the front desk of your company. Unknowingly, Lin Jie replaced Lin Yuan as the center of attention at the banquet. And Lin Jie himself appeared very gracious, beaming with joy amidst the flattery of his many relatives. Lin Yuan didn't mind at all and once again picked up his chopsticks, continuing to eat while watching Lin Jie's performance. For all of Lin Jie's seeming generosity and the "leave it to me" attitude on display now, he might very well feign ignorance once the banquet was over. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had used his second-class citizen access to briefly check Lin Jie's financial status online. It was true that he owned a company, and he had employed an unranked evolver. But this evolver had voluntarily resigned years ago. The reason was that Lin Jie repeatedly deducted his salary, which almost led to a dispute at the Evolvers Association. One could imagine that Lin Jie might have been wealthy once, but now his financial situation was definitely not that good. How could he afford to hire an evolver again? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it but kept silent, whereas Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong believed the other party, occasionally striking up conversation with Lin Jie to inquire about his work in detail. At this point, Lin Hao, who was seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up, "Xiao Yuan is still so young. Even if he has become an evolver, he doesn't need to enter the workforce so early." As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the room fell silent. Even Lin Jie, who had been talking up a storm, immediately shut his mouth. Among all the participants of the family dinner, Lin Hao held the highest status without a doubt. As the secretary to a certain director in Dongning City, Lin Hao's attendance at this family dinner had even shocked Lin Shouqing. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Lin Shouqing asked in a low voice. "Our bureau has a slot this year for further study at a higher education institution, which only evolvers can apply for." After some contemplation, Lin Hao said, "Here's what we'll do. Xiao Yuan can participate in the bureau's interview in a while, and once he's hired, I'll transfer the slot to him." Studying at a higher education institution as an evolver would certainly result in a tilt in resources from the institution itself, a treatment completely different from that of ordinary students. Therefore, this slot was highly coveted, by several evolvers in Lin Hao's bureau. However, it was Lin Hao who had the final say in the matter. Though he was not an evolver himself, he was the director's secretary and managed a few evolvers. Originally, this opportunity was intended for Lin Hao's own son. But his son, unimpressive as he was, failed to become an evolver despite being tutored by several evolvers. Now it seemed that the slot might fall into the hands of other evolvers in the bureau. Then, to hear that a distant relative's family had unexpectedly produced an evolver. Lin Hao's thought process was simple: since his own family was out of the running for the slot, it would be better to give it to Lin Yuan than to the other evolvers in his bureau. At the very least, Lin Yuan would remember his help from his distant cousin in the future. After all, they were still family no matter what. Ah! Won't that be very precious? Lin Shouqing was somewhat puzzled. He might not be an evolver to comprehend the difficulty of obtaining a slot for advanced studies at a higher education institution. But becoming a student at such an institution was extremely difficult for ordinary people, and now, with just a word from Lin Hao, his son could get in. "It's no problem. Just do as I say when the time comes," Lin Hao said with indifference. Giving the slot to Lin Yuan was like keeping the water in one's own field rather than letting it flow into others. Who could blame him when his own son had failed to impress? Thinking this, Lin Hao glanced at his son, who accompanied him to the family dinner. "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Thank you very much." Lin Shouqing immediately rose to express his gratitude, his heart filled with joy. "Xiao Yuan, aren't you going to thank your cousin?" Lin Shouqing glared at Lin Yuan. "Thank you, cousin," Lin Yuan spoke out. After all, it was a favor from his cousin, who at least thought of benefiting him. "Humph, scoring such a big favor and all you say is thanks." Lin Yan, who had been sitting beside Lin Hao and kept silent, felt exceptionally disgruntled inside. By all rights, that slot should have been his, as he was Lin Hao's son. If such a significant advantage wouldn't be given to him, then to whom? However, things did not go as planned, and he didn't become an evolver. That should have been the end of it, and Lin Yan had prepared himself for the slot to go to someone else. But to his surprise, his father ended up offering the slot to a distant relative instead. Just thinking about Lin Yuan going to a higher education institution for advanced studies, enjoying what should have been his, made Lin Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. You worthless good-for-nothing, always blaming others, Lin Hao's brow furrowed as he glared at his son, as if he were about to slap him. The others, upon hearing this, showed expressions of curiosity. This was clearly an internal issue within the Lin Hao's family, but now it had involved Lin Xiuqing's family, turning into quite a spectacle. Lin Xiuqing's face turned slightly red, unsure of what to say. Under normal circumstances, he should have immediately said that his family did not need the slot. Such a response would ease the tension between Lin Hao and his son. But Lin Xiuqing couldn't bear to let go of that slot. The atmosphere had become awkward for a time. Just then, a staff member from the Fanqing rushed in. They looked a bit anxious as they said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" The question immediately disrupted the mood in the room. "He is here." "What's the matter?" Lin Xiuqing stepped forward to answer. The staff quickly said, "Someone wishes to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." Lin Xiuqing felt baffled by the statement. Someone wanted to visit his son. Hadn't all the family dinner attendees arrived? Who could it be at this time? Chapter 29, 26 Mr. Liao's Request. Chapter 29, Chapter 26 Mr. Liao's Request. Who is looking for my son? Lin Xiuqing stood up and asked. In his mind, he went through the guest list again. He confirmed that all the relatives who were supposed to come had arrived, with no one missing. Could it be that a relative decided on a whim to come without informing them in advance? Lin Xiuqing couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's Mr. Chu. The staff member saw this and let out a slight sigh of relief. There was no helping it, since Chu Corporation had a year-round cooperation with Fanqing. Just now, the founder of Chu Corporation had visited personally to see Lin Yuan, which had really startled her. Luckily, the person in question was indeed there. Mr. Chu. Everyone at the family banquet was slightly stunned. Last name Chu. That wasn't a member of the Lin family, was it? While everyone was quietly discussing among themselves, a bearded man walked in with a teenager who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old. The man with the beard was dressed plainly, but the air of authority he exuded was unmistakable, very similar to those who wield power and influence. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone at the event seemed to realize something and couldn't help exclaiming. In the interstellar era, the internet is widespread, and the photos of any moderately famous citizen are circulated. As one of the top 50 enterprises in Dongning City, Chu Corporation naturally had a huge reputation, and even if its founder was low-key, people would still recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation. My God. He is a big shot in our Dongning City. It is said that Chu Corporation has assets worth tens of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in the neighboring cities. Such a big shot is here to see Lin Yuan. Suddenly, the people at the event started to talk amongst themselves, some even connected to the internet on the spot to compare the bearded men with photos online. Director Chu. Lin Jie dashed over, standing excitedly in front of the men with the beard. We met 6 years ago. Back then, it was your corporation that bought that plot of land in the suburbs. The bearded man responded noncommittally. In fact, he didn't remember Lin Jie at all. Is Mr. Lin here too? The bearded man glanced around, and upon spotting Lin Hao sitting at the main seat, he nodded slightly as a greeting. He then quickly walked over to Lin Yuan, pulling along the teenager behind him, who was Chu Shiyu. Mr. Lin, this junior of mine has been remiss, I hope you will not hold it against him. The bearded man's posture was extremely humble, showing none of the airs of an elder. It's nothing. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Shiyu, who was standing by with an air of restraint, and immediately thought of the recent encounter in the coffee shop, shaking his head as he spoke. How did you find this place? Lin Yuan asked curiously. I originally planned to take Shiyu to visit Mr. Lin's home today, but after arriving there, I heard from others that Mr. Lin and his family had come to this Fanqing hotel for a family banquet, so I followed them here, the bearded man said truthfully. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The family banquet hosted by Lin Shouqing was not a secret. 6 or 7 out of 10 neighbors in the community knew about it. This is a small token of my regard. Congratulations on Lin Yuan becoming an evolver. The bearded man took out an envelope, passing it over with a degree of reverence. What he respected wasn't Lin Yuan's status as an evolver, for evolvers were rare but not unheard of, and even Chu Corporation maintained a team of evolvers. What the bearded man was truly wary of was the goddess of wisdom's partiality towards Lin Yuan. Even attempting to search related information would invite warnings from the goddess. Even a fool would know Lin Yuan was no ordinary person, as no one receives warnings from the goddess when searching for information about a founder of a corporation like him. Understood. Lin Yuan said without a care. He hadn't taken the incident at the coffee shop to heart. In fact, nothing much had happened. What Lin Yuan did not know was the extent of the uproar his conversation with the bearded man had caused among the many relatives present. After recognizing the bearded man's identity, some had begun to wonder if they had mistaken someone else for him. Perhaps the Mr. Lin Yuan the bearded man addressed was just someone with the same name as Lin Shouqing's son. After all, Lin Yuan had just become an evolver. How could he have such an extensive network to know a big shot like the bearded man? It was only when the bearded man walked up to Lin Yuan and spoke with him that everyone realized there had been no mistake about the person he was looking for. The founder of Chu Corporation was indeed looking for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Jie's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Just moments ago, he had been ready to offer Lin Yuan an opportunity to come and work for him, with the demeanor of a senior relative. He had even casually offered a salary of 20,000 a month. Yet, not long after, the founder of Chu Corporation, whom he couldn't even look up to, was standing in front of Lin Yuan with a very humble attitude. My nephew. Lin Hao, seated at the main seat, fell into deep thought. In the eyes of others, the bearded man was a significant figure. But for Lin Hao, he was just a businessman, at best a somewhat successful businessman. What surprised Lin Hao, however, was that the bearded man, wealthy as he was, how could he speak to Lin Yuan in that tone? Knock, knock, knock. The door of the private room was knocked on again. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan's room? A voice full of vigor came through. Ah. Someone else was looking for Lin Yuan. Following the example of the bearded man, the people present did not dare to take it lightly. Lin Shouqing personally went forward to open the door of the room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a man with a ramrod straight posture walked in. Following him was a 17 or 18-year-old youth, Hu Qingyao. Who is this person? The people at the family banquet began to search online, but found no relevant information. This shouldn't be another big shot, right? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. All had been severely rattled by the bearded man, thinking that Lin Yuan must possess some terrifying identity. It seemed now they might have been overthinking it. The bearded man's attitude towards Lin Yuan was likely just a coincidence. Just as everyone's tense hearts began to settle, Lin Hao, who originally occupied the primary seat and even received a greeting from the bearded man, suddenly stood up. Colonel Hua. There was a hint of disbelief in Lin Hao's voice. Military information is always confidential, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to find any on the network without certain privileges. But Lin Hao was different. As a secretary to the director, his permissions were much broader, and he had access to much more information. Mr. Lin, the secretary. Hui Yanming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped aside, allowing another figure to walk in leisurely. Mr. Liao. If seeing Hui Yanming only shocked Lin Hao, as the military and the government were separate systems and no one could interfere with the other. Then seeing the person behind Hui Yanming made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. Mr. Liao. President of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. A second-tier citizen whose status and position could easily rank him within the top 5 in Dongning City. Encountering such an influential figure, even Lin Hao's director had to greet him carefully. Could it be? Mr. Liao is also here for Xiao Yuan. An unthinkable notion suddenly crossed Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 30, 27 The Second Shuttle. Chapter 30, Chapter 27 The Second Shuttle. Lin Hao's guess was not wrong. Mr. Liao truly came to find Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it naturally involved more than just congratulations. Lin Hao, who had keen insight, upon hearing that Mr. Liao had important matters to discuss with Lin Yuan, immediately stood up and led the others out, leaving only Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao in the private room to talk. As the secretary to the head of the bureau, not even Hui Yanming's identity as a senior colonel could suppress him in the slightest. As for the others, naturally, they did not dare to have other opinions and all left the private room one after another. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao sat facing each other. "Mr. Lin, I have come to you this time because I have a favor to ask," Mr. Liao said directly, without beating around the bush. "Please speak, Mr. Liao," Lin Yuan replied formally. He could guess the intentions of the people from the Chu family and the Wu family. But Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss. First off, as the president of the Evolvers Association, his citizen level was also at second layer, and even if his Evolver strength tier wasn't as high as Lin Yuan's, it wasn't far behind. Such a person, what could he possibly have to ask of Lin Yuan? "In one more year, it will be time for Kanglan Stars tournament, and I would like to invite Mr. Lin to participate on behalf of Dongning City," Mr. Liao said solemnly. "Tournament?" Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He then swiftly came to realize. The tournament was an event that was extremely popular on Kanglan Star and even throughout the entire Cosmic Human Alliance. On the tournament stage, 2 Evolvers would compete for the championship through combat, with the whole process broadcast live. It was incredibly action-packed and thrilling, and it was deeply loved by the citizens. "Why choose me?" Lin Yuan asked nonchalantly. "Because Mr. Lin is a citizen of Dongning City and your age is lower than 100 years, meeting the criteria for the star-level tournament. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is extremely close to second layer. You are among the strongest in Dongning City. If I didn't choose Mr. Lin, would you have me pick those Evolvers who are much weaker than you?" Mr. Liao answered truthfully. The tournament on Kanglan Star was about selecting Evolvers from various major cities to spar with each other and determine the strong from the weak. Not to hide it from Mr. Lin, our Dongning City's rankings in the past few tournaments have not looked good. If this tournament turns out like the previous ones, I, as the president of the Evolvers Association, could simply resign from my position. Freewebnovel.com. Mr. Liao's face showed a hint of bitterness. The Evolvers Association is responsible for the management and training of all local Evolvers. Dongning City's Evolvers were weak, and if they did not perform well in the tournament, he, as the president of the association, would naturally have to take primary responsibility. This was also one of the methods employed by the Cosmic Human Alliance to stimulate the potential of Evolvers and guide the birth of more powerful ones. Of course, if one could achieve good rankings in the tournament, such as making it into the top 3,000, they would receive official rewards. So that's the case. Lin Yuan immediately understood. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, if you can make it into the top 5,000 in this tournament, our Evolvers Association will provide a reward of 50 million civilization coins." Mr. Liao immediately promised, fearing that Lin Yuan would not agree. According to past tournaments, roughly 10,000 Evolvers would participate. Among 10,000 Evolvers, to achieve a rank within the top 5,000 would be considered average. The main thing is that in the previous tournaments, the rankings were always at the bottom. Mr. Liao had become scared of losing. For this tournament, he did not seek to push into the top 3,000 for the official rewards but just to maintain within 5,000 to avoid punishment. 50 million. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. No one would say no to more money, especially when Lin Yuan was in dire need of it. Not to mention anything else, just the high-grade nutrient solution alone was something Lin Yuan had a great need for. The first time he traveled back, Lin Yuan had used up a total of 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover his full strength. How many more bottles would he need for the next shuttle? And when his strength became even greater, high-grade nutrient solution alone probably wouldn't be enough, and he might need even more restrictive resources. And all of this required money. If he could have an income of 50 million, Lin Yuan's financial pressure should diminish considerably in the coming years. Okay. I will consider it. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. No problem. Mr. Liao said, unconcerned. Anyway, there was still a year before the arena battle, so there was plenty of time, and Mr. Liao was not in a hurry for Lin Yuan to give an immediate response. Outside the private room, a large crowd was anxiously guessing and waiting. Shoucheng, your son's future achievements are boundless. Lin Hao looked at Lin Shoucheng, who was visibly agitated and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding relatives showed complex expressions. Originally, many of them harbored feelings of jealousy towards Lin Yuan. But now, such emotions had long since vanished. When the gap between two parties becomes insurmountable, all jealousy and resentment struggle to surface. And now, Lin Yuan was a concrete example of this. Even the esteemed president of the Evolvers Association personally sought him out for discussion, a fact that anyone with common sense could interpret the significance of. You good for nothing. Do you even have the face to stand here? Lin Hao glanced at his son and felt a surge of irritation. If it hadn't been for his son, Lin Yan's last few words, the very act of intending to transfer the department's quota to Lin Yuan would have definitely gained him considerable favor. But now, because of Lin Yan, even if that favor still existed, it was likely to be greatly diminished. Dad. Lin Yan hung his head in shame. He had no idea that Lin Yuan possessed such influence that people from the business sector, the military district, and even the president of the Evolvers Association, such major figures, would personally come to visit. At this moment, Lin Yan's heart was still trembling, especially when Mr. Liao from the Evolvers Association had expressly stated he was there to meet Lin Yuan, that had made his legs go weak. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao walked out of the private room. After Mr. Liao took his leave, the Chu family and the Hua family also successively asked to be excused. After all, this was someone else's family banquet. As an outsider, now that their visit with Lin Yuan was completed, it didn't seem right to stay any longer. Once these people had left, the Lin family banquet continued. But at this time, no one was in the mood to participate in the feast. Their hearts were filled with extreme shock and complexity, their gazes towards Lin Yuan were filled with incomprehension and awe. An hour later, the Lin family banquet came to an end. Countless relatives hesitated, wanting to draw closer to Lin Yuan. But they lacked the courage to do so. Xiao Yuan, what exactly is going on? Once they returned home, Lu Qiong couldn't help but ask. The family banquet had seen Lin Yuan becoming the center of attention, but afterwards, Lu Qiong was somewhat frightened. Mom, don't worry. When I registered as an evolver last time, I was classified as second layer, level 12, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Second layer, level 12. Lu Qiong almost thought she was dreaming. She had hardly seen a few unranked evolvers, let alone a second layer, level 12 evolver. My son is a level 12 evolver. Lin Shoucheng was stunned. Thus, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Shuiyue Residential Complex, number 32. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Lin Yuan immediately focused his consciousness deep within his mind. There, the massive, majestic, and imposing door to the myriad realms had its edges completely illuminated. Chapter 31, 28, The Descent. Chapter 31, Chapter 28, The Descent. Is it time to traverse now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The traversing ability of the door to the myriad realms was not without limits. It needed time to accumulate energy, which manifested as it being lit up bit by bit. When Lin Yuan returned from his first traverse, he obtained relevant information from the door to the myriad realms. The degree to which the door to the myriad realms was lit up was divided into the lighting of the peripheral edge, the interior region, and the core area. With the peripheral edge lit up, one could traverse, but the method of traversal was consciousness descending. If the interior region was lit up, physical body traversal was possible. As for the core area being lit up, it related to some kind of transformation of the door to the myriad realms. The information Lin Yuan received only described this briefly. The 3 degrees of illumination required increasing amounts of time. The peripheral edge lighting took about 8 months to a year. To light up the interior region, it would take several years to a decade. As for the core area lighting up, Lin Yuan estimated, it would probably take decades, or even centuries. Go ahead with the consciousness traverse. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in physical traversal. One reason was that accumulating enough energy for physical traversal took too long. Another was that the margin for error in physical traversal was too low. Death meant true death. In comparison, the cost-performance ratio of consciousness traversal was much higher. However, before traversing, some preparations are still needed. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to make arrangements. Mainly, to inform his parents that he might disappear for a while. Even though there was a discrepancy in the flow of time between higher and lower worlds. Lin Yuan was not sure about the level of the world he was about to traverse into. If the time flow was not much different and he stayed there for decades, only a few years might pass in the main world. That could be troublesome. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yuan left the underground training field and came to the door of a room. After this traverse, I should be able to deduce the evolution pathway of martial Tao to the second layer. Then, continuing to upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom, the merit points I'll get should allow me to raise my citizen level to 3, Lin Yuan silently contemplated. Half a year earlier, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved, mythological chapter, and carefree chapter, of the martial canon. He was rewarded with 3,000 merit points. At the same time, the ranking of martial Tao's evolutionary pathway on the Kanglin evolution ranking rose from 93rd to 78th. The 100 evolutionary pathways listed on the Kanglin evolution ranking were ranked by the Goddess of Wisdom based on her vast computational power, incorporating potential, popularity, difficulty of practice, among other factors. The martial canon ranked 93rd when it had only the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter, but adding the mythological chapter and the carefree chapter, its overall potential further increased, which naturally reflected in a rise in ranking. It could be predicted that when the martial Tao evolutionary pathway officially broke through to the second layer, its ranking would inevitably rise another notch. After all, the transition from the first layer to the second layer represented a qualitative change, a major leap recognized by the human civilization of the universe. All in all, uploading the martial Tao evolutionary pathway provided Lin Yuan with a total of 5,000 merit points. Advancing to a second-level citizen consumed 1,000 merit points. 4,000 merit points remained. To advance from a second-level citizen to a third-level citizen, 5,000 merit points were needed. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pushed open the room door. He walked towards a 2-meter-long nutrient pod. During his first traverse, Lin Yuan had no choice but to proceed with the forced conscription bearing down on him, enduring the process. Luckily, it turned out well, as he spent 20 years in the martial world, but only over 10 minutes passed in the main world. Now, of course, Lin Yuan would not just idle away doing nothing. This nutrient pod was a military-grade item that Lin Yuan had purchased through Mr. Liao's channels. Once activated, it could sustain for no less than 200 years. That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan lay in it, unless he got up on his own, the nutrients inside the pod could sustain his body for 200 years' worth of needs. This gave Lin Yuan a great sense of security. At least he would not return from traversing to find his body starved to skin and bones. As the usage of the nutrient pod flashed through his mind, Lin Yuan opened the hatch and lay down inside. Traverse. Lin Yuan's spirit merged into the door to the myriad realms deep within his mind. In an instant, an intangible force of suction came forth. Lin Yuan only felt his consciousness rapidly plummeting. Zhang Family Fort. Adorned with lights and festivity. What a joyous occasion. Everyone in the fort knew that Mr. Zhang's wife had given birth to an offspring, a boy at that. Before this, Madame Zhang had successively brought forth 8 daughters, provoking all sorts of idle gossip. Madame has worked hard. Inside the room, Zhang Kuan, overwhelmed with emotion, put down the baby swaddled in his arms, looked at the frail woman lying on the bed, and spoke with a voice full of compassion. It's not hard, Zhang Lang, this is our child. Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up, took the swaddle into her arms, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. The two shared a tender moment. Then Madame Zhang began to speak of serious matters. My husband, the myriad demon sect has been restless lately, showing signs of approaching this way. Have you notified the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Rest assured, madam. Zhang Kuan patted his chest and said. I've already sent a messenger to Chongqing. He should be almost here by now. As Zhang Kuan spoke to this point, he paused, then continued, besides, what is there to fear from the myriad demon sect? Am I not considered a first-rate expert in the martial world? Why would I fear those demonic brats? His tone overflowed with formidable confidence as he said this. It seems that this birth is not bad at all. What Zhang Kuan and his wife didn't know was that, as the couple conversed, the baby wrapped in the swaddling clothes opened its eyes, revealing a depth not befitting its age. Naturally, this infant was Lin Yuan. From the short conversation of his parents, Lin Yuan deduced that his father in this life seemed to have a decent social status. At the very least, when he was born, there were no less than 5 midwives present, and additionally, over a dozen maidservants attending. This much was certainly beyond what an ordinary person could afford in any world. As he thought, Lin Yuan felt sleepy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he was met with extremely noisy sounds. The door was tightly shut, but the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. His own mother's face was filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did it come to this? His mother, seeing that Lin Yuan had awakened, immediately came over, eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Child, 8 steersmen from the myriad demon sect have attacked. Your father and the experts of the fort have gone to meet them in battle. We will surely repel the myriad demon sect." His mother held Lin Yuan, and rather than genuinely comforting her child, it seemed she was reassuring herself. After a moment, the door was thrust open. His father, Zhang Kuan, entered, drenched in blood. "Zhang Lang, how are things outside now?" Mother Suyun asked anxiously. "We can't hold them back. The myriad demon sect didn't just send 8 steersmen, there's also a protector lurking in the shadows. Our Zhang family fort. Zhang family fort is finished." Zhang Kuan's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that in order to deal with Zhang family fort, the myriad demon sect would actually dispatch a protector. To become a protector of the myriad demon sect, one had to be at least beyond the level of a first-rate expert. What should we do now? Mother Suyun fell silent for a while before asking. "You two should go." Zhang Kuan approached the back of the bed, gave it a light tap, and a secret tunnel emerged. This tunnel stretches 10 miles out. Take the child and go as far as you can, never come back in this lifetime. After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kuan seemed as if he had lost all his strength and nearly collapsed to the floor. "Zhang Lang, let's leave together. Let's depart from here together." Suyun glanced at the tunnel and immediately looked at Zhang Kuan. "I can't go." Zhang Kuan shook his head. "I was struck by a palm from the myriad demon sect's protector. My heart meridian is severed, I won't live much longer." Zhang Kuan looked at Lin Yuan, his voice growing gentle. "I had even thought of a name for you, calling you Shanfeng, to be the peak of our Zhang family fort. Unfortunately, there's no future left." Having said this, Zhang Kuan took out a jade pendant and placed it in the swaddling clothes. 2 characters were engraved on the front of the pendant. Shanfeng. After doing all this, Zhang Kuan looked up at his wife Suyun. "When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just live an ordinary life, and never think about avenging me." Having said that, Zhang Kuan pushed Suyun into the tunnel. Chapter 32, 29, 10 years. Chapter 32, Chapter 29, 10 years. Through the tunnel, Mother Suyun successfully left Zhang family fort. However, it hadn't been half an hour when the pursuers from the myriad demon sect arrived to kill. Clearly, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. Left with no other choices, Suyun could only place Lin Yuan into a hidden thicket. "I'll lead them away and come back for you later." After saying this, Suyun headed in another direction. As the wife of the first-class expert Zhang Kuan, Suyun was naturally no ordinary person. Even just after childbirth, her strength was still above 3rd or 4th tier experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, 2 or 3 hours had passed, and Suyun still hadn't returned. She probably won't be coming back. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. If Suyun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she surely would have returned by now. Her absence implied that she hadn't managed to elude the pursuers. The fate of not evading the pursuers need not be mentioned. Sigh. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Just a moment ago, he had been the highly anticipated heir of Zhang family fort. But now, he had nothing. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Now was not the time for regrets. The urgent matter at hand was how to survive. This time, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan dared not make any significant movements. A newborn like him, if he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be to freeze to death. What about crying loudly to draw the attention of people nearby? Lin Yuan didn't know if the ones he might attract would be the demonic sex pursuers. Additionally, Lin Yuan's current environment seemed extremely remote with hardly any human presence. He feared that any slight noise might attract jackals, tigers, or leopards. To those fierce beasts, a human baby was nothing but a delicacy. What a pity. If it could be a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his against heaven's understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. The first time he traversed, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child yet managed to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist and step into the innate realm. Though a baby's body had many limitations, it wasn't completely incapable of resistance, at least there would be some power to fight back. Soon. It was night. The temperature also began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold. If it were any other baby, they might have already started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that once he cried, it would attract nearby beasts and then be carried away and eaten by them. However, even so, the innate milky scent of a baby was still faintly emanating. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling noises coming from the nearby bushes. Listening to the noise, it was clear that it wasn't made by humans. What to do? Lin Yuan's heartbeat began to speed up. If it wasn't a human that made the noise, then it must be a beast. Facing a beast, Lin Yuan was completely powerless, for to a beast, Lin Yuan was just a delicious meal, devoid of any sympathetic emotions. As the rustling noise continued to approach, Lin Yuan's breathing began to slow down. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and twigs on the ground. This was the wilderness, full of plants, and dry leaves and twigs were everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and twigs, dots of spiritual light suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. You have against heaven's understanding, after observing the withered wood, you understand the withered wood breathing skill. Withered wood breathing skill, by utilizing a special breathing rhythm, conceal all traces of breathing, mimicking the form of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura continued to retract. The original faint milky scent vanished. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally soft and fair, shifted towards the dark color of dried wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in a swaddle. Boo! A few meters away, an adult wolf paused, sniffed the air, and emitted a confused low howl. Lingered nearby for a while, and upon confirming there was no scent of food, the wolf had no choice but to turn away. In the swaddle, as Lin Yuan's breath disappeared and his consciousness remained, after hearing the rustling sound fade away, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Withered wood breathing skill. Lin Yuan maintained this concealment secret technique. Actually, regarding techniques to conceal one's aura, Lin Yuan had comprehended many during his first traversal. However, those techniques required the support of inner qi and primordial qi. And Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, possessed neither inner qi nor primordial qi. As for the newly created withered wood breathing skill, it simply used adjustments in breathing rhythm to achieve the goal of concealing one's aura. It was something Lin Yuan could manage at the moment. There's no immediate danger now. Lin Yuan kept surveying his surroundings, refusing to lower his guard. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body was screaming for food. You have against heaven's understanding and, tormented by hunger, you realize the hibernation breathing skill. Against heaven's understanding saved Lin Yuan once again. The hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, and in combination with the withered wood breathing skill, made him no different from a true piece of withered wood. 2 days later. Lin Yuan clung to his last bit of consciousness. Just then, a Taoist in a Daoist robe descended from the sky. Someone's here. And a Taoist. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in 2 days. No matter. If I keep going like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly deactivated the withered wood breathing skill and the hibernation breathing skill. Although the hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, it was only a reduction. As a newborn infant, surviving for 2 days was already the limit. To continue dragging this out, even the hibernation breathing skill wouldn't hold. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered all his strength and cried out aloud. As the infant's voice sounded, the Taoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned infant? The Taoist looked to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is it an abandoned infant from Zhang family fort? From the pattern on the swaddle, the Taoist guessed Lin Yuan's identity. This jade pendant. Is it Brother Zhang's jade pendant? Is this Brother Zhang's child? The Taoist's eyes suddenly moistened. He was Chongqing, who had received a letter from Zhang Kuan several months ago, saying he had discovered traces of the myriad demon sect. Chongqing immediately set out for Zhang family fort. However, he was ambushed by several protectors of the myriad demon sect on the road, which delayed him for several days. By the time he reached there again, everyone in Zhang family fort had already perished. Just as Chongqing was disheartened and about to return to Mount Longhu to report, he unexpectedly heard Lin Yuan's crying, and this infant was Zhang Kuan's son. Very good, very good. Brother Zhang's bloodline continues. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Chongqing immediately picked up Lin Yuan, feeling him for a while. In Chongqing's view, an infant like Lin Yuan, left outside for half a day, would probably freeze to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been there, the surrounding environment indicated it was definitely more than half a day. Therefore, Chongqing planned to use his own primordial qi to supplement the infant's origin source. Even though this act was a great consumption for him, Chongqing didn't care. Because his late arrival led to the massacre at Zhang family fort, if even the last bloodline of Zhang family fort couldn't be preserved, he truly couldn't face living in this world. There's no injury on the body. Chongqing was stunned. He discovered that the infant's body was very healthy, except for weakened vitality, probably due to hunger. There were no other major issues. Incredible. Chongqing murmured to himself. Child, from now on, you are a person of Mount Longhu. Chongqing held Lin Yuan in his arms. He immediately embarked on the journey back to Mount Longhu. At the Mount Longhu True Martial Hall, Chongqing stood before Master Tsongqing, articulating everything that happened. Master Tsongqing, the current sect leader of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master's Mansion, was a venerable figure in the martial world of his time. The current sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect is brilliant and strategic, having stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, which is why he commanded his disciples to raid the lands to assert demonic might. Master Tsongqing spoke slowly. Soon he took over Lin Yuan from Chongqing's hands. Poor child. Master Tsongqing sighed deeply. Mr. Zhang lived a heroic life. With his death at the hands of the Myriad Demon sect, our Celestial Master Mansion will definitely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? Master Tsongqing asked. I found a jade pendant in the swaddle engraved with the characters Mountain Peak. It must be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child. Chongqing said softly. Mountain Peak, Mountain Peak. All right, from now on, your name will be Zhang Shanfeng. Master Tsongqing spoke slowly. That is how Lin Yuan came to reside on Mount Longhu. Initially, Chongqing was worried that Lin Yuan's crying would disturb others. But after spending a few days together, Chongqing found that Lin Yuan was extremely well behaved. He never cried out. When hungry, he would just open his round big eyes and stare at him. He was unreasonably sensible. As for the infant's need for milk, there were many villages at the foot of Mount Longhu, which included women who had recently given birth. Chongqing would shamelessly ask these women for some breast milk, managing to barely keep Lin Yuan alive. In this way, 10 years passed. Chapter 33, 30 Sword Tomb. Chapter 33, Chapter 30 Sword Tomb. Dragon Tiger Mountain, dusk. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Taoist robe, stopped in front of a large boulder. 10 years already. Lin Yuan sat on the boulder, falling into a brief contemplation. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had come to deeply understand this world. The cultivation system of this world was divided from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. The 9th grade was the lowest, the 1st grade the highest, and above the 1st grade was the celestial phenomena realm. Practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm were said to be one with heaven and earth, perceiving the vital energies of all things, capable of moving mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even within the cosmic human alliance, they're considered a formidable second-layer combat power. From this aspect, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than that of the martial world he had traversed through for the first time. 70 more years to stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current status, consciousness descent. Residence time, 80 years. Perhaps due to the enhancement of strength and the different world ranking. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time had changed from 20 years to 80 years. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the longer the residence time the better, under the background of consciousness descent. Celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the slowly circulating true force within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan naturally hadn't been idle. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the 1st grade realm in just 3 years. That corresponded to the level of the free and unfettered realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the current era. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan, the others on Mount Longhu were not aware. Still, I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. The Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion was the ancestral court of Taoism in the world, with unfathomable depths. At least, after Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial phenomena realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several spots within Mount Longhu that harbored a presence surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Cultivate slowly. Since there's still plenty of time for this residency, there's no need to rush. As he thought this, Lin Yuan left from beside the boulder. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist convent halfway up the mountain. This convent was where the Taoist boys on Dragon Tiger Mountain lived. There were a total of 8 such convents throughout Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Celestial Master's Mansion normally didn't strictly supervise the Taoist boys. As long as they completed their daily lessons, they could do as they wished. Lin Yuan had only been back a short while when he saw numerous young Taoist boys, around his age, gathering together. Taoist Pingyang. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. The one surrounded by many young Taoists at that moment was an elderly Taoist dressed in worn robes. This old Taoist usually loitered around Dragon Tiger Mountain, liked to mingle with the young Taoists, and the many Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion did not bother with him when they saw him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang was because this man was unmistakably a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion publicly announced only its master Tsang Qing to be a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. In fact, there were 3 practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm in the mansion. The somewhat unkempt Taoist Pingyang before him was one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that Taoist Pingyang was likely to be in a role similar to a protector. Only when the Celestial Master's Mansion fell into crisis would he appear. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest person in the world? Among the young Taoists gathered around Taoist Pingyang, a younger-looking Taoist boy asked in a milky voice. The strongest person in the world. Taoist Pingyang was slightly startled, then immediately laughed. That's naturally the successive celestial masters of our mansion. The Celestial Master Mansion has a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters, each an unparalleled genius, invincible in the world. Even those in the celestial phenomena realm must bow their heads in the presence of a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist's tone slightly elevated, quite proud of himself. Upon hearing this, the other little Taoist disciples were all invigorated. After all, everyone was a Taoist disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion, and it was exhilarating to hear that their own Heavenly Master was unmatched under the heavens. Their hearts naturally filled with joy. So, who is the Heavenly Master of the Celestial Master Mansion now? Another innocent little Taoist disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little Taoist disciples turned their eyes towards Pingyang Taoist, the current Heavenly Master. Upon hearing this, Pingyang hesitated but answered, "Our generation of the Celestial Master Mansion has not yet produced a Heavenly Master." Pingyang Taoist had more to say but didn't. It wasn't just this generation that had failed to produce a Heavenly Master. It had been a full 500 years since a Heavenly Master had emerged. The Celestial Master Mansion had a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 Heavenly Masters. This meant that not every era would produce a Heavenly Master. Even so, generally at most 200 to 300 years would pass before a Heavenly Master emerged. But now, 500 years had passed since the last Heavenly Master passed away. Heavenly Master. Not far away, Lin Yuan gazed calmly. Based on his understanding over the past decade, the true realm of the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master should surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. As for how one becomes a Heavenly Master, it requires passing some kind of test. Exactly what the test entails, Lin Yuan did not yet know. This was among the core secrets of the Celestial Master Mansion, likely only accessible to those in the Celestial Phenomena realm. How to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Since stepping into the Celestial Phenomena realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt his cultivation speed decrease significantly. At this rate, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would take Lin Yuan at least 50 years to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was strange indeed. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it would take 50 years to break through, but for others, even the most astonishingly talented, wouldn't it take at least 200 to 300 years, if not 500? Yet all the past Heavenly Masters that Lin Yuan knew of were not older than 100. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated quietly, glancing surreptitiously in several directions again. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence that surpassed the Celestial Phenomena realm. "It is the mountains." Pingyang Taoist looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled, counting the days. "In half a month, it will be the once every 20-year pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb. You should perform well when the time comes, it will greatly benefit your future." Pingyang Taoist said meaningfully. The journey to the Sword Tomb. Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else speaking, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. But Pingyang Taoist was a guardian of the Celestial Master Mansion and one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena realm powerhouses. His understanding of the Celestial Master Mansion certainly far exceeded Lin Yuan's. Such a person stressing the pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb and advising Lin Yuan to perform well clearly carried a deeper implication. "Thank you, Taoist Pingyang, for the reminder." Though Lin Yuan was unclear about the true significance of the journey to the Sword Tomb, he respectfully bowed to Taoist Pingyang. Over these 10 years, Pingyang Taoist had taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Dragon Tiger. In addition to Taoist Chongqing's care, Pingyang Taoist had secretly used his celestial qi several times to cleanse Lin Yuan's meridians and marrow. Pingyang thought Lin Yuan was too young to know about this. But Lin Yuan, having descended in consciousness, was well aware of everything that happened since his birth. Chapter 34-31, Finally Seeing the True Martial. Chapter 31, Finally Seeing the True Martial. After the Pingyang Taoist left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist temple. Sword Tomb. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain was where the Celestial Master Mansion's ancestors had stored their swords. The Celestial Master Mansion revered the true martial great emperor and had considerable achievements in sword techniques, with the supreme art, Jinwu 7-section sword, being the strongest sword technique of the era. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the places that harbored an aura surpassing the Celestial Phenomena realm. They were also what Lin Yuan regarded with considerable wariness. Things will straighten themselves out when the boat reaches the bridgehead. I'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. At the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain. True Martial Hall. Master Tsang Qing of the Celestial Master Mansion, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the towering Zhenwu divine statue before him. In half a month, it will be the trip to the Sword Tomb. I wonder if any of the disciples of our Celestial Master Mansion's generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Tsang Qing sighed. There were countless swords in the Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Among them were the swords of the mansion's past disciples, past masters, past mansion masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial masters. Of course, the most important was the true martial sword. It was said the true martial sword belonged to the first-generation celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion and was related to the revered true martial great emperor, hence it was named the true martial sword. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step to become the new celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. 500 years. 25 trips to the Sword Tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion had been chosen by the true martial sword again. This had led to the position of the Celestial Master being vacant for 500 years. Even though the Celestial Master Mansion was still considered the ancestral home of the Taoist sect without a Celestial Master, no one dared to take it lightly. But in terms of high-end combat power, it ultimately fell short by a great deal. For decades, the Myriad Demon sect had been resurgent, causing untold slaughter. If the Celestial Master Mansion had a Celestial Master in this generation, would the Myriad Demon sect have the audacity? The Mansion Master need not worry, said a plump Taoist who had started to speak beside him. This plump Taoist showed no hint of his aura, yet he was a Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouse, one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm experts of the Celestial Master Mansion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Lin Yuan had just left the Taoist temple. He was immediately approached by a Taoist who came hurrying from the summit. All Taoist boys under the age of 20, come with me, he said. The Taoist seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was a 9th grade expert. In the current system of cultivation, it ranged from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 9th grade experts already at the peak of the middle 3 grades, and they could be regarded as masters in their own right at the foot of the mountain. Is it time for the trip to the Sword Tomb? Lin Yuan felt a slight move in his heart and obediently stood in place as the Taoist commanded. Soon enough, all the eligible Taoist boys in the temple had almost assembled. Lin Yuan took a quick glance around and estimated there were over 100. Follow me. Don't fall behind, and don't run off, the Taoist ordered once he saw that everyone had gathered. His voice contained a hint of martial skills like sound waves, and all the Taoist boys felt a ringing in their ears, not daring to cause trouble. After half a day, under the guidance of the Taoist, Lin Yuan and many other Taoist boys arrived at a valley behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. There were already many other Taoist boys gathered there, presumably from the other 7 temples. So many people, commented a slightly thin Taoist boy next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain his amazement. Shanfeng, what are the masters bringing us here for? The slight boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered. I don't know. Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Taoist boy was named Qingping, and he got along quite well with Lin Yuan. To be more precise, he looked up to Lin Yuan. After all, because of Chongqing's reasons, Lin Yuan had second-generation status on Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasn't bullied, so he naturally attracted a group of young Taoist boys. Even in Dragon Tiger Mountain, the ancestral home of the Taoist sect, there would still be factions, and the young Taoist boys would naturally form small groups to stick together. Another half an hour passed. Another Taoist came quickly, holding several booklets in his hand. After distributing the booklets to each Taoist boy, the Taoist said, the booklet contains a sensing skill. Everyone begin cultivating according to the sensing skill, and then enter the Sword Tomb in succession. Maintain the sensing skill continuously during this time, and look for a suitable sword for yourself in the Sword Tomb. The Taoist quickly finished speaking and then repeated it several times. After confirming all the Taoist boys understood, he went on to other places. This sensing skill is so difficult, Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. The other Taoist boys were similar, working hard to grasp it. Sensing skill. Lin Yuan opened the booklet and quickly scanned through it. Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Reading, Sword Intent Sensing Skill, you have comprehended, Supreme Sword Sensing Chapter. In an instant, copious insights about the sword path and sword intent flooded in. Even Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, spent half an hour absorbing it all. This sensing skill. Uncertainty flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. After mastering and elevating this perception technique, Lin Yuan faintly resonated with the nearby sword tomb. Atop the sword tomb stood a high platform. 3 figures were sitting there, looking down upon the sword tomb below. The leading figure was Master Tsangqing, the current master of the Celestial Master Mansion. In the era without a heavenly master, the Celestial Master Mansion's master was the absolute authority. The one to the left was the unkempt Pingyang Taoist. And to the right was a plump Taoist. These 3 figures were indeed the 3 Grand Masters of the Celestial Phenomena realm from the current Celestial Master Mansion. The journey to the Sword Tomb. It's crucial for the birth of a heavenly master in our Celestial Master Mansion. Let's hope we won't be disappointed this time. Pingyang Taoist muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything within the Sword Tomb below. In the Sword Tomb, it's not only people choosing swords, but also swords choosing their bearers. Every sword that can be placed in the Sword Tomb contains sword intent. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion, one can sense many sword intents and possibly select a sword once worn by previous celestial masters. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why they didn't let the disciples practice sword intent sensing skill in advance, the sword intent sensing skill is not only about sensing but also a measure of one's own aptitude. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion within just a few hours, their swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword they select will also reflect their true level. Besides, if one's swordsmanship aptitude is not up to par, even 10 years of practicing the sword intent sensing skill would hardly bring it to minor completion. As for the major completion level of the sword intent sensing skill, it has been a long time since it appeared in the Celestial Master Mansion. That is something only a prospective Celestial Master Seed could achieve, capable of being sensed by the Zhenwu 7-section sword. Half a day later, as the disciples began to enter the sword tomb and select the swords suitable for themselves, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses watching from the platform above. So far, 4 disciples had chosen swords once wielded by previous celestial masters. This meant that these 4 possessed the potential to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Additionally, 31 disciples chose swords that were once worn by previous mansion masters. Even if they could not become celestial phenomena realm cultivators, reaching the 9th grade realm would not be a problem for them. This scene filled Master Tsangqing with immense satisfaction. Before the journey to the sword tomb, he had wished, albeit extravagantly, that a disciple might select the Zhenwu 7-section sword. But extravagant hopes were just that, hopes. With no one resonating with the Zhenwu 7-section sword for 500 years, why would it happen this time? Compared to this ephemeral possibility, the current outcome was more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master Mansion. As long as they could produce a few more celestial phenomena realm powerhouses, even without a heavenly master, there would be no major issues. No. These sword intents are all too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating his sword intent sensing skill to the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, all the sword intents in the sword tomb were as clear to Lin Yuan as the patterns on the palm of his hand. And whenever Lin Yuan slightly exerted the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, he could sense that countless swords were sending eager signals to him. Those swords were extremely powerful to the disciples, but as Lin Yuan was already at the celestial phenomena realm, naturally, he was not impressed. There is a path of sword intent over there. Following the resonance, Lin Yuan walked towards the depths of the sword tomb. Almost at the same time, the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses above turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. Who is that person, not selecting a sword properly and heading deep into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist furrowed his brows, speaking out. Is it Shan Feng? Pingyang Taoist recognized Lin Yuan, his expression equally puzzled. He indeed told Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well didn't mean wandering around there. Moreover, deep within the sword tomb, sword chi was rampant, which could easily harm the disciples with sword chi entering their bodies, leaving behind problems. Seeing this, Master Tsang Qing was also puzzled. I'll bring him back. The plump Taoist saw Lin Yuan showing no sign of stopping, and was about to go down to halt him. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan looked solemn, raised his right hand, and plunged it into a pile of swords. Come out to me. Lin Yuan operated the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter and began to draw out slowly. SSSSSSHHHHH. A faint frictive sound emerged. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords uncontrollably quivered. This caused the sword tomb to shiver, and the mountain behind the tomb quivered as well. Lastly, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain trembled too. In the extreme northern ice field, a majestic man with golden eyes stood up abruptly, looking toward Dragon Tiger Mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune-telling Taoist in a Taoist robe was slowly hawking his services when he suddenly twisted his body, nearly falling over, much to the surprise of the nearby children. After all, the old master was one of the world's strongest, how could he stumble? But the Taoist's face showed an unfathomable look, the celestial master. In a desolate land, an old man, half buried in the earth, couldn't help but crawl out, his expression vacant as if in disbelief. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, in the sword tomb, Lin Yuan's right hand slowly drew out a sword with a worn hilt and the words Zhenwu engraved on it. With Lin Yuan as the center, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. All the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion were shaken and knelt toward the Zhenwu 7-section sword. 39 real people of the first grade from the Celestial Master Mansion bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully. Master Tsang Qing, this generation's master of the Celestial Master Mansion with strength at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, was at this moment tearfully overwhelmed. Dragon Tiger Mountain had not seen the true martial for 500 years. Today, true martial finally reveals itself to us. Chapter 35, 32 True Martial Dao Zong. Chapter 35, Chapter 32 True Martial Dao Zong. This sword. In the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the sword slightly trembling. If it wasn't for the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter constantly circulating in his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away on its own. A mere object possessing such spirit. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were in the Cosmic Human Alliance, only spaceships made of biofusion technology comparable in value to a planet could possibly match it. However, no matter how spirited, it remains an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Merely moments passed before it stopped trembling and lay quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look behind him. The current lord of the Celestial Master Mansion, the chubby Taoist Master Pingyang, and 2 other Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters stood not far off, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, they were looking at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions a complex mix of relief, shock, and reminiscence. Lord. A tinge of fear promptly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. No need. Master Tsang Qing stepped forward and lifted Lin Yuan up. Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you are this generation's true martial successor, and you will be the future celestial master of our mansion. Master Tsang Qing spoke solemnly. The journey to the sword tomb concluded. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, Master Tsang Qing personally took him to a residence at the mountain summit. With Lin Yuan, there were also 4 Taoist boys. From the casual conversations with Master Tsang Qing, Lin Yuan learned that the swords chosen by these 4 boys, even though not comparable to the true martial sword selected by Lin Yuan, were extremely impressive, having been left behind by past celestial masters of the mansion. They all held great potential to reach the celestial phenomena realm. Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the Lord is doing? Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little shadow, too, had been chosen by a sword left behind by past celestial masters, making him one of the 4. Don't worry, it must be something good. Lin Yuan said offhandedly. From the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Master Tsang Qin, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them were certainly being cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master Mansion. Especially Lin Yuan, who had been chosen by the true martial sword and directly named as the future Celestial Master by Master Tsang Qin himself. What did it mean to be a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still could not forget the terror of a Celestial Master. Whenever a Celestial Master emerged from the mansion, they were invincible in this world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world was the Celestial Phenomena realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally gifted individuals could manage to step half a step or even a full step beyond the Celestial Phenomena realm. But only the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could genuinely transcend the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was why the Celestial Masters were invincible throughout the world. Even Lin Yuan was eager to discover what exactly allowed a Celestial Master to fully transcend that threshold. Considering his calculations, to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would still take at least 50 years. But a Celestial Master, how could they achieve it? Could it be that every Celestial Master of the mansion possessed an against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan's? That was clearly impossible. After Master Tsang Qin brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bedstead. He casually placed the true martial sword in front of him. By now, the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secret of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Tsang Qin would not have acknowledged me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. At the same time, a faint flow of vital breath began to explore deep into the sword's body from the hilt. Boom! The scenery around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a vast darkness of void. To his left, not far away, was a sun-like fireball. To his right, lay an abyss emitting an endless chill. The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly narrowed. His mind suddenly began to flood with spiritual light. Your understanding is against heaven. Witnessing the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang poles deepens your grasp on the Tao of yin and yang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observe the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observe the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. In an instant, a massive influx of insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was utterly absorbed, his focus entirely devoted to the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on his left and right. He didn't know how much time had passed. Gradually, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Yuan. At this moment, he finally understood why the successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. It was because of this true martial sword. Within the sword, the externally manifested powers of Taiyang and Taiyin were housed. This was a direct path leading above the Celestial Phenomena realm. The successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion observed the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within the sword day and night. Constantly comprehending the nature beyond the Celestial Phenomena realm, it was naturally not difficult for them to exceed that realm. 20 years. No, that's not right. At most a dozen years. I should be able to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. In truth, the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang in the sword. Merely comprehending either would allow one to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was also the path taken by the historical heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambition and wished to cultivate both Taiyin and Taiyang simultaneously. Only then would the necessary time skyrocket. If Lin Yuan had chosen to comprehend one power alone, with his against heaven's understanding, it likely would have taken only a year or a few months to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm smoothly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The method I used to break into the Celestial Phenomena realm was mistaken. After Lin Yuan observed the essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, he immediately recognized the issue with himself. Years ago, Lin Yuan had quietly broken through to the celestial phenomena realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomena realm mainly stemmed from his last journey through the martial world. It's not to say that was wrong. But breaking through to the celestial phenomena realm in such a way would make the subsequent path more difficult to traverse. If I rooted my entry into the celestial phenomena realm in the power of Tai-yin or Tai-yang, and then attempted the fusion of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomena realm. Thoughts swiftly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomena realm again. If it were someone else, attempting to break through the celestial phenomena realm again would likely mean ruining their cultivation and starting over. However, Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding and quickly grasped a method that would perfectly convert his celestial phenomena realm's qi and strength into the power of Tai-yin or Tai-yang. Although there were losses involved, it was far better than starting over from scratch. This sword. Could it truly be that the true martial great emperor exists in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the sword in front of him. The essence of the powers of Tai-yin and Tai-yang contained within the sword could guide beings to transcend beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The sheer power of its maker was unimaginably formidable. The next day, Lin Yuan gathered outside with 4 other Taoist disciples. Master Tsang Qing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters stood not far away. All right. You 5 are the future hope of our celestial master mansion. Master Tsang Qing's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yuan without trace. Clearly, in Master Tsang Qing's eyes, the other 4 were optional. As long as Lin Yuan, the future heavenly master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, that was enough. Nevertheless, due to the rules of the celestial master mansion, he brought the others along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Daozong. That place is where the successive heavenly masters of our celestial master mansion have secluded themselves. Inside, the cultivation paths and realizations of the heavenly masters are recorded. Master Tsang Qing slowly stated. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 Taoist disciples. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, the heavenly masters had been mythologized. Being able to go to the place where the heavenly masters once cultivated was something any Taoist of the celestial master mansion deeply desired. Chapter 36, 33, Outraged. Chapter 36, Chapter 33, Outraged. The true martial Daozong was built within the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain, hidden to an extreme extent. The inside space was large, with walls densely engraved with text. These characters were all written by celestial masters from various generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. You should not observe them frequently. Just gaze upon them occasionally. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation. Master Tsang Qing reminded them. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Qingping had already crowded around, staring intently at the characters on the wall. It was only after Master Tsang Qing's reminder that the Qingping reluctantly shifted their gazes away. Your main focus now should be on comprehending the fire pearl and the ice pearl. Master Tsang Qing led everyone to the center of the Daozong. There, 2 stones were placed, one with a reddish surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great amount of heat and cold emanated from them. These fire and ice pearls were formed from crystal stones from the deep depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of essences. The celestial masters of my celestial master mansion often infuse their power into them. Accumulated over a long period, they have formed what the fire and ice pearls are today. Master Tsang Qing explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. These fire and ice pearls must be a greatly reduced version of the power of Tai-yang and Tai-yin contained within the true martial sword. They were imitation artifacts that were attempted by celestial masters from generations past, in an effort to emulate the power of Tai-yang and Tai-yin. Unfortunately, whether it is due to the materials used or the vast difference in strength, even the fire and ice pearls crafted with the power of generations of celestial masters, when compared to the power of Tai-yang and Tai-yin in the true martial sword, they were still but the light of a glowworm compared to the daylight. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. As Lin Yuan pondered, Master Tsang Qing continued, your main goal now is to perceive the power of Tai-yang and the power of Tai-yin from the fire and ice pearls. The strong ones in my celestial master mansion usually take only 2 paths. Tai-yin pole extreme and Tai-yang pole extreme. Whether it's Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, if you can comprehend 3 or 4 parts, you will be able to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Master Tsang Ching scanned the crowd and continued speaking. This was also the cultivational path set by the first-generation celestial master for the disciples of later generations. Indeed, this had proven that these two cultivation paths were very strong, and the celestial phenomena realm strength of the celestial master mansion was always a bit stronger than that of the external celestial phenomena realm. This advantage was due to the Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. Even successive celestial masters took one of the paths within Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. However, the celestial masters could contemplate the true essence of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin within the true martial sword. The effect was far stronger than the current fire and ice pearls, and thus they progressed much further on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. After finishing, Master Tsang Ching sent the 4 Qingping away. He then approached Lin Yuan. You do not need to feel the fire pearl and ice pearl. Master Tsang Ching gazed at Lin Yuan. Though he was unaware of the secrets inside the true martial sword. According to the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, the Celestial Masters who came to cultivate in the true martial Daozong, it seemed they were not much interested in the fire and ice pearls. Under such circumstances, the past Celestial Masters still led far ahead on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Master Tsang Ching therefore surmised that perhaps the past Celestial Masters had other methods of cultivation. Mainly focus on the text on the walls, those are the insights and contemplations of the Celestial Masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Tsang Ching's expectation for Lin Yuan was to be a future Celestial Master. Hence he made such a suggestion. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion were all beings who surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. Their insights and contemplations were naturally useful to Lin Yuan. If there's any issue or difficulty, you can call me. Before leaving, Master Tsang Ching specifically left these words for Lin Yuan. Clearly, he held Lin Yuan in high regard. In the following time, Lin Yuan did not leave the true martial Daozong. He was served food and drink by the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion. There was no need to go out. Indeed, even if Lin Yuan wanted to leave, he could only stroll around Dragon Tiger Mountain at most. The Celestial Master seedlings selected by the true martial sword, before becoming Celestial Masters, were forbidden from leaving Dragon Tiger Mountain. The main reason was to ensure the true martial sword did not get lost. The true martial sword was key for the Celestial Master Mansion to produce a Celestial Master. It absolutely could not be misplaced. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. It was engraved with a plethora of texts. These texts were left by the 18th generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. They narrated this Celestial Master's insights and contemplations on the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme. Your perception is incredible. Observing the Celestial Master's stone wall deepens your understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. I've finally fully transformed. Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. During this period, aside from comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang, the remainder of his time was spent converting his previously attained celestial phenomena realm's true power entirely into the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang. Using either the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as a foundation to step into the celestial phenomena realm, his strength would be 20 to 40% stronger than usual. This was only the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme surpassed other celestial phenomena realm powers by far. Originally, Lin Yuan would have needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomena realm. But after converting his foundation into Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, even without relying on the essence of Taiyin and Taiyang from the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomena realm was reduced to merely 20 or 30 years. This saved him nearly half the time. Shanfeng. How is your comprehension coming along? Just then, Qingping hurried over. The fire pearl is too difficult to comprehend. I haven't figured out much yet. Qingping said with a disappointed face. Take your time. Don't rush. Lin Yuan offered comfort. Qingping had chosen the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, and thus was trying to comprehend the fire pearl. Although the effects of the fire pearl were far inferior to the true martial sword, having it was better than none. With Qingping's qualifications, recognized by the celestial master's sword, patiently contemplating it for years, would surely bear fruit. Shan Feng, how about your comprehension? Qingping seemed to think of something, looking at Lin Yuan with expectation. I have made some progress. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then raised his right hand. A trace of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang twined and collided between his fingers. Wow! Shan Feng, you are so incredible. Qingping's eyes widened. Although amazed, Qingping showed no hint of disbelief. For ever since the day within the sword tomb, when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword, all the Taoist children felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Latterly, Master Tsang Qing reminded them several times not to compare themselves with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future heavenly master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves with Lin Yuan might disturb their state of mind, making it very difficult for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. So, upon seeing Lin Yuan controlling both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang at the same time, Qingping merely marveled. The other 3 Taoist children also gathered around, their eyes blinking in envy. Half a month later, Master Tsang Qing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters arrived. They prepared to check the cultivation progress of the 4. First was Qingping, who tried to lift his hand, with a faint trace of scorching breath circulating. Not bad. You've made it to the threshold. Master Tsang Qing nodded. He too followed the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme and was particularly sensitive to the scorching breath of the world. Next were the 3 Taoist children. One of them managed to make it to the threshold on the Taiyin Pole Extreme path, just like Qingping. The other 2 still hadn't made it to the threshold. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme are obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even with the aid of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, entering the threshold is no easy task. The essence of what Master Tsang Qing meant was to encourage everyone not to lose heart, to slowly perceive and steadily cultivate. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 Taoist children, Master Tsang Qing's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not just Master Tsang Qing, but the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters too. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the true martial sword, a seed of the future heavenly master. Among the other 4 Taoist children, 2 had reached the threshold in their comprehension of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. What then could be expected from Lin Yuan, the most talented among them? Master Tsang Qing and the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters were quite eager to find out. Master. Lin Yuan stepped forward, raising his right hand. Both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, occasionally emitting an even deeper aura. Incredible. Shan Feng has grown stronger again. I wonder when we'll reach Shanfeng's realm. Seeing this, the other 4 Taoist children began to discuss among themselves. Among them, even those who had reached the threshold had only gathered the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as thin as a hair. Whereas Lin Yuan had gathered both to the thickness of a thumb. The difference was clear at a glance. What the Taoist children did not notice, however, was that as Lin Yuan was simultaneously channeling the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang. Master Tsang Qing's face suddenly turned grim. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme? Master Tsang Qing's face even reddened with distress as he looked at Lin Yuan. Either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme alone are paths to the heavens. But cultivating both is a path to death, a dead end. Yin and Yang are inherently opposing forces. You might not notice anything initially while cultivating both, but the deeper you go, the more troublesome it will become. The 3rd generation celestial master of our celestial master mansion wanted to cultivate both Yin and Yang, introducing the power of Taiyin into his body with his celestial master status, only to end up exploding to death. By doing this recklessly, have you considered the consequences? Master Tsang Qing was nearly driven mad with anger and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan. Chapter 37, 34 Taiyin and Taiyang. Chapter 37, Chapter 34 Taiyin and Taiyang. Inside the true martial Dao Zong. The voice of Master Tsang Qing, head of the mansion, echoed continuously with fury. The other 4 Qingping disciples' faces were pale, filled with fear. For such a long time, Master Tsang Ching had been strict with them, but had never lost his temper, let alone scolded them. Even when they had failed to master either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme, Master Tsang Ching would just remark briefly, his words more encouraging than anything. Zhang Shanfeng, you were chosen by the true martial sword, an exceptional honor. Even I am not confident that I can teach you, so I had you read the insights and realizations left on the stone wall by generations of heavenly masters. Master Tsang Ching's voice was subdued. Among these insights and realizations, there was none that suggested you follow both the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme, right? Indeed, there wasn't. Lin Yuan nodded. All the celestial insights in the Dao Zong were singularly focused on illustrating either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. As for mentioning both, there truly wasn't any such case. Because through the generations, the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion likewise followed only one path, either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Given that there was none, why did you take it upon yourself to assert otherwise? The path of cultivation is fraught with caution, forged by the lives of ancestors. Do you think you can alter it on a whim? Master Tsang Ching looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment. Shanfeng, with the recognition of the true martial sword, you need only follow the prescribed path, whether you choose the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. In as short as 50 years, or at most 80 years, you are destined to become a heavenly master. You are the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion, the hope of the world. We all had great expectations of you, but what did you do? A variety of emotions surged in Master Tsang Ching's heart, including anger, disbelief, and heartache, among others. The Qingping disciples were shivering with fear by the side. They, too, realized that Lin Yuan might have taken the wrong path in his cultivation. Otherwise, Master Tsang Ching wouldn't have been so infuriated. Lin Yuan was a seedling of a heavenly master. His faltering pained Master Tsang Ching more than if he had deviated into demonic paths himself. Taiyin pole extreme, Taiyang pole extreme, two completely opposing paths, you've already compromised your foundation by cultivating both. Even if you realize something is amiss in the future, do you think you'll be able to start over? Regret welled up in Master Tsang Ching's heart. He should have imparted this common knowledge to Lin Yuan at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, it wasn't really an oversight. After all, for the vast majority of people, mastering one of the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme was already incredibly difficult. Even a genius with the talent to step into the celestial phenomenon realm like Qingping spent close to a year for a semblance of achievement. The difficulty of mastering the opposing Taiyang pole extreme after entering the Taiyin pole extreme would undoubtedly increase 10 to 100-fold. Therefore, it never crossed Master Tsang Ching's mind that Lin Yuan would cultivate both the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme simultaneously. Add to that the guidance from the ancestor Taoists' insights on the stone walls, which never mentioned the simultaneous cultivation of both Taiyin and Taiyang. Master Tsang Ching really didn't understand. How did Lin Yuan manage to merge Taiyin pole extreme with Taiyang pole extreme? I know, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme is the truly correct path. His against heaven's understanding wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan was able to perceive Taiyang pole extreme and Taiyin pole extreme through his against heaven's understanding, the path ahead could not be a dead end. You feel? Master Tsang Ching almost laughed out of exasperation. Even commonplace knowledge dictates learning from history. For 6,800 years, 36 invincible heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion paved the way for future disciples. And just like that, Lin Yuan nonchalantly denied it all. Perhaps, taking 10,000 steps back. Combining Taiyin with Taiyang really is a great Tao that surpasses both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. But to fully traverse this path, countless generations will have to strive, making great sacrifices. Take for example the third-generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion, who, upon becoming a Celestial Master, attempted to harness both yin and yang forces but met an end by self-implosion. To explore new paths, sacrifices are inevitable, even Celestial Masters cannot escape it. However, Lin Yuan, having gained the recognition of the true martial sword, was bound to become a Celestial Master. There was absolutely no need to take this risk. Better to have one bird in hand than 10 birds in the bush. To forsake the position of an invincible celestial master in this world for a path whose future is obscure. This was the very reason for Master Tsang Qing's fury. From today on, Shan Feng, you will stay by my side. I will temper your body with my true qi every day, attempting to erase the influence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Within 10 years, your foundations will be reborn, and thereafter you may resume cultivation, Master Tsang Qing solemnly spoke after a long silence. Ha! The chubby Taoist beside him stared at Master Tsang Qing in surprise. Even for a peak powerhouse of the celestial phenomenon realm, tempering someone else's body with true qi daily comes at a great cost, not to mention maintaining it for 10 years. To put it bluntly, for Master Tsang Qing to make such a commitment, he was essentially ruining himself. Not to mention that his cultivation might regress to the early stages of the celestial phenomenon realm, and at the very least, it would shave off 20 years of his life. Brother, you. The disheveled Pingyang Taoist sighed deeply. Despite Master Tsang Qing's rigid and severe demeanor, he truly stood from the perspective of the celestial master mansion. Lin Yuan was the first in 500 years to be chosen by the true martial sword. And even though he had taken the wrong path, Master Tsang Qing hadn't given up and wanted to bring him back by all means possible. Master, Lin Yuan glanced at Master Tsang Qing and shook his head. I still feel that embracing both Taiyin and Taiyang is not a dead end. If the master forces me to choose, I fear I will lose interest in the cultivation to come. Lin Yuan outright refused Master Tsang Qing's offer. Mainly because if Master Tsang Qing were to temper his body, Lin Yuan's secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe that cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang at present was a mistake. Each moment of insight from against heaven's understanding reinforced Lin Yuan's belief that this was a path surpassing all previous celestial masters. However, this was something Lin Yuan could not disclose to Master Tsang Qing. Very well. This is your choice. Just don't come to regret it in the future. Master Tsang Qing shook his head. As much as it pained him, he had no choice but to let Lin Yuan go. Cultivation is an extremely personal matter, especially since Lin Yuan had the recognition of the true martial sword. He couldn't force Lin Yuan to do anything. Shortly after, Master Tsang Qing and the other 3 peak celestial phenomenon realm experts left the true martial Daozong. Lin Yuan returned to the front of the celestial master's stone wall and began to ponder. He wasn't frightened by Master Tsang Qing's words, since this was merely his consciousness incarnation. Even if he did meet his demise by exploding due to cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang, it wouldn't harm his main body in the main world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless chances to start over again. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would follow in the footsteps of the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master forcefully introduced the power of Taiyin as a celestial master, trying to merge it with the power of Taiyang within his body. But the power of Taiyang he cultivated for nearly 100 years was strong. To recklessly introduce a completely unrooted power of Taiyin would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, and it would be a surprise if his body didn't explode. Chapter 38-35, What the Ancients Dared Not Do, the Later Generations Cannot Achieve. Chapter 35, What the Ancients Dared Not Do, the Later Generations Cannot Achieve. Brother Shan Feng, are you all right? As Lin Yuan was gathering his thoughts, Qingping, the little Taoist boy, cautiously approached him. The other 3 little Taoist boys stood not far away, not daring to come over. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the deceit and intrigue of the outside world, Dragon Tiger Mountain was much purer. The 4 little Taoist boys inside the true martial Daozong usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was being reprimanded by Master Tsang Qing, not one of them ridiculed him. Instead, they all showed concern. Even Master Tsang Qing himself, upon discovering Lin Yuan's stray into the wrong path, did not give up on him right away but considered using the body refining method to pull him back, even if this method was irreversible and harmful to Master Tsang Qing himself. It must be the mansion master who got it wrong. When I try to comprehend either Taiyin pole extreme or Taiyang pole extreme, I find them so difficult. Brother Shan Feng comprehended both at once. That must be truly amazing. Qingping murmured softly. He wasn't lying. After barely entering the door of Taiyang pole extreme, Qingping tried to comprehend Taiyin pole extreme. he found the difficulty soared. Initially, when he had not entered either path, he could barely sense the power of Taiying and the power of Taiyang using fire and ice beads. Once he entered Taiyang Pole Extreme, he couldn't feel the power of Taiying at all. Not being able to feel the power of Taiying, let alone comprehend Taiying Pole Extreme. Therefore, cultivating both Taiying Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme was seen by Qingping as an incredibly formidable task. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. After chatting with the little Taoist boys for a few moments, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be precise, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had new insights and bursts of spiritual light every moment. Especially after observing the insights of past celestial masters on the stone walls. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, while they did not cultivate the dual path of yin and yang like Lin Yuan, the insights of each master in their respective paths often resonated with Lin Yuan. Marvelous. The power of Taiyang can be used this way too. Lin Yuan sat in front of the stone wall of the first-generation celestial master, his eyes shining. After such a long time studying the stone walls, Lin Yuan categorized the past celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion into 3 levels in his mind. The first level was the first-generation celestial master. Without a doubt, the strength of the first-generation celestial master was the strongest among all the masters, leading the way like a sheer cliff. Especially in the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, the first-generation celestial master could be said to have explored very deeply. Following the first-generation celestial master were the second-generation master, the third-generation master, the 15th-generation master, and the 28th-generation master. These 4 masters, although not as strong as the first, were clearly superior to the rest of the masters. In their respective paths of Taiying Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, each had considerable achievements. As for the remaining masters, compared to the first 2 tiers, they seemed somewhat ordinary. However, even the weakest master had strength far beyond that of the celestial phenomena realm, capable of dominating the world. My path should not be limited by the achievements of past celestial masters, I intend to surpass all of them. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart exceedingly resolute. Just then, Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he looked towards the entrance. Before long, a real person of the Celestial Master Mansion walked in briskly. Disciple Zhang, someone is looking for you. Even though Master Tsang Qing had given up on Lin Yuan or held him in low regard, Lin Yuan's status in the Celestial Master Mansion was still supreme. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a Celestial Master, he would be able to command the entire Celestial Master Mansion. Even if he didn't become the Master, no one could give him orders, including the current Mansion Master, Uncle Chongqing. Lin Yuan walked out of the Daozong and saw the figure of Taoist Chongqing. Lin Yuan had great respect for Taoist Chongqing. After all, without him, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't have survived, whether from freezing or starvation. Against heaven's understanding allowed Lin Yuan to continuously break through his limits and comprehend various secret techniques, but it had its limits. As an infant, without food, even if he truly hibernated, he wouldn't last long. And Taoist Chongqing had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he did not arrive in time back then, he had been very kind to Lin Yuan over the years. Ah, Shanfeng, I've heard that you've rather upset the Mansion Master. Taoist Chongqing looked at Lin Yuan with a gratified expression and casually said. I indeed failed to meet the Mansion Master's expectations, Frubnov.com. Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Master Tsang Qing's expectation for Lin Yuan was for him to become a celestial master. But Lin Yuan's own goal was to transcend celestial mastership. Ha 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 ha. The Mansion Master usually keeps his emotions well hidden. To see you've irritated him like that, it's quite interesting. Taoist Chongqing laughed. Immediately after, Taoist Chongqing's expression became serious. Shanfeng, do you know why I came here today? Did the Mansion Master send you to persuade me? Lin Yuan guessed. Indeed, Taoist Chongqing nodded, the Mansion Master sent me to persuade you, hoping you would consent to the body refining and then walk the path of a celestial master like all past masters. But now it seems I don't need to persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. You don't need to worry too much about being a celestial master or not. Chongqing went on, but then he seemed to remember something and fell into a trance. Years ago, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father to ask what he hoped his son would achieve one day. Chongqing said softly, I assumed. Your father would say that he wanted his son to become a world-renowned hero or, at the very least, to inherit the Zhang family fort. But your father only hoped that you could live a happy life. In this life, we can either live happily or under constant pressure. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion have been invincible throughout the generations, but what is the difference now that they are dead and gone? What's the point of a legacy when a person is dead? Chongqing finally sighed and said, I only hope that you won't regret the path you choose in the future. Chongqing's words took Lin Yuan aback. He had originally thought Chongqing would be Master Chongqing's lobbyist. Instead, the other party spoke from his perspective. After Chongqing left, Lin Yuan once more plunged into his cultivation and sudden enlightenment. There were the insights and realizations left on the stone walls by generations of celestial masters. With his against heaven's understanding to deduce, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, in at most 10 years, he would be able to elevate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme beyond the level of the celestial phenomena realm. On this day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. A Taoist in a disheveled Taoist robe appeared silently behind him. Pingyang. Lin Yuan's face showed a look of surprise, and he immediately greeted him. Compared with Master Chongqing, Lin Yuan was much more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the venture into the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often chatted jovially with the Taoists from the Mountainside Taoist Institute, without any hint of the bearings of someone from the celestial phenomena realm. Impressive. To cultivate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme simultaneously is something that no generation of celestial master has ever achieved. Master Pingyang nodded slightly, expressing his admiration. Out of the 36 celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, only the third-generation celestial master ever thought about cultivating both paths of yin and yang simultaneously. However, the third-generation celestial master only tried to incorporate the power of Taiyin after becoming a celestial master. And the result was not very successful. Lin Yuan had not yet become a celestial master, but he was already pondering over this matter and even putting it into practice, truly deserving of the true Marshal Dao Zhang's recognition. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master. Lin Yuan maintained a calm expression. However, have you thought about the road ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme might allow you to reach the celestial phenomena realm. But if you want to step into the celestial master level and surpass the celestial phenomena realm, you will need to transform your own primordial qi. Considering you tend to both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin-yang power will repel each other, and you know what the consequences will be. Master Pingyang reminded. The consequences would be the third-generation celestial master. He perished in a blown-up body. Uncle Master. Regarding this matter, I have given it some thought. The reason why the yin-yang power repels during the transformation of the primordial qi is that they are not unified. If I can integrate the yin-yang power into a new force before that and break through the celestial phenomena realm once more. Lin Yuan revealed his own thoughts. This was also the path he had deduced after many days through his against heaven's understanding. Integrate the yin-yang power. You mean to merge Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme? Are you crazy? Two fundamentally opposite forces that can't even be practiced simultaneously, and you want to merge them. Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly frightened by Lin Yuan's idea. That would be like trying to merge fire with water. Ultimately, either the fire would be extinguished and water partly vaporized. Or the water completely vaporized with the fire severely weakened. The more likely outcome would be both fire and water collapsing simultaneously, with no other possibility. You've really gone mad. Merging Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme is utter nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do such a thing. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it would be impossible for anyone to conceive of this. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. With two extreme forces, harmonized through the human body, there might be a slim chance to practice both, but to merge? That would be courting death. The ancients didn't dare to do it, and modern people couldn't achieve it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He could see that Lin Yuan was resolute, truly intent on merging the dual path of yin and yang. Ah! Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Master Pingyang's retreating figure. Then, he stepped out of the Daozong and came outside, looking down from above, overseeing the mountain below. The ancients dared not, the modern cannot. Lin Yuan lifted his head slightly, with the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang interlacing and clashing in his eyes. I will do it. Chapter 36 The Situation of the World. Chapter 36 The Situation of the World. 8 years later. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Wish wish. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air several yards from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking down at the drifting sea of clouds in the early morning. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme may seem like two entirely different paths, but their essence is part of the vast universe. Taiyin can be transformed into Taiyang, and Taiyang can be transformed into Taiyin. Deep within Lin Yuan's Qi Si Dantian, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged into a duo of black and white. Constantly colliding, dissipating, and then rebirthing in an endless cycle. Over these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme. He hadn't even progressed half a step in his cultivation realm, he was still in the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme, there was no difference between the early stage and peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the true martial sword floated in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan realized the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. It condensed the essence of both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang into a single sword for future generations to comprehend, which was an inconceivable level of control. Without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehension over the years might have been slower. Mastering the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme is not difficult, but to fuse them together is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. For the ordinary, it means certain death upon contact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Master Tsang Qing and other celestial phenomena realm masters considered it a dead end. Even for someone as strong as the celestial master, to dare such a feat was to court death, as shown by the case of the third-generation celestial master. As one of the 36 powerful celestial masters in the celestial master mansion, ranked second tier, did the third-generation celestial master not know the consequences of forcibly invoking the power of Taiyin? I am different from the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master decided to pursue a path that balanced yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. But by that time, his foundation was already set. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the role of celestial master, and by balancing yin and yang, fusing them, it is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Of course, the entirely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. For anyone else, even if they still had exceptional talents and were recognized by the true martial sword, to balance and fuse yin and yang would remain an elusive hope. Firstly, one must consider how to initiate into the other after starting with either the Taiyin Pole Extreme or the Taiyang Pole Extreme. Secondly, while balancing both the Taiyin and Taiyang Pole Extremes, how to fuse the two. In the process, any slight mistake could result in a fatal explosion. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could grasp a thread of survival in any situation that was not destined to be fatal. The terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding is the ability to comprehend the most beneficial methods for oneself, no matter what the circumstances. Just like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still an infant on the brink of being discovered by beasts, he comprehended a technique to conceal his presence. On the verge of starvation, he comprehended a hibernation breathing technique. These two secret techniques didn't require any internal energy or qi, they were completely based on the circumstances Lin Yuan found himself in at the time. During the fusion of yin and yang, Lin Yuan faced countless crises, but each was overcome by the relevant secret techniques comprehended through against heaven's understanding. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, and with the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan felt the continuous collision and intertwining of Taiyin and Taiyang within the depths of his qi si dantian, anticipation hidden in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang would make him far more formidable than any of the Celestial Master Mansion's past Celestial Masters. How could the individual powers of Taiyin and Taiyang compare to the combined force after merging? After scrutinizing himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain. These years, things have not been peaceful outside. In fact, ever since the Myriad Demon sect rose again more than 20 years ago, there has been little peace under the heavens. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master Mansion, the Myriad Demon sect dared not be too reckless. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a message suddenly spread from the Myriad Demon sect. The sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect had obtained the heritage of the Primordial Demon Gate. The Primordial Demon Gate was an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, had long since perished in the annals of history. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Master Mansion 6,800 years ago, the successive Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had always been synonymous with invincibility. But invincible did not mean no one else could come close. 6,800 years ago, the first-generation Celestial Master emerged, brandishing the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first-generation Celestial Master. However, it was in that same era that another mighty figure was born. That was the Primordial Demon Lord. Although the Primordial Demon Lord could not defeat the first-generation Celestial Master, the first-generation Celestial Master was also unable to kill him completely. And so, amidst their ongoing stalemate, they each established the lineage of Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion and the Primordial Demon Gate. In the end, the first-generation Celestial Master sacrificed his life in a battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. But even though the Primordial Demon Lord died, the Primordial Demon Gate continued to exist. In the following hundreds of years, under the joint siege of the second and third generation Celestial Masters, the Primordial Demon Gate was finally utterly annihilated. In the ensuing thousands of years, the Primordial Demon Gate disappeared from sight and was never heard from again. The Celestial Master Mansion has not had a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without a new Celestial Master to deter them, demonic forces have developed rapidly, which is why we have the Myriad Demon sect today. According to the custom of successive Celestial Masters, the first thing each Celestial Master did after assuming the title was to descend the mountain to purge the demons, suppressing the demonic Tao. Now, with 500 years without a new Celestial Master, even though righteous forces like the Celestial Master Mansion still hold an advantage, it is undoubtedly giving the demonic Tao plenty of time to grow. Compared to the righteous Tao, demonic methods are easy to master quickly, and one can even rapidly improve by absorbing human essence and blood. This is also the reason why Zhang family fort was slaughtered. Apart from the fact that Zhang family fort possessed a large amount of wealth, it was also because of the sufficiently large population and even the presence of strong individuals. And these, in the eyes of demonic practitioners, were no different from delicacies. Regardless of whether the Myriad Demon sect really obtained the Primordial Demon Gate's heritage, the moment this news broke out, the reputation of the demonic path would certainly soar. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, he had his own grudge against the Myriad Demon sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family fort was annihilated by the 8 helmsmen of the Myriad Demon sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents died on that day. Shanfeng. Shanfeng. Just then, a calling voice came. A young Taoist came running over. I knew Shanfeng would be here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist cracked a smile. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around for a look. The young Taoist who had come up to him was none other than Qingping, the junior apprentice from those years past. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown up a lot. Moreover, due to his cultivation, he was almost no different from an ordinary adult male. Chapter 40, 37 Heartache. Chapter 40, Chapter 37 Heartache. Over the years, Lin Yuan kept to himself. Yet, he got along quite well with Qingping. Mainly because Qingping would often come over for small talk with Lin Yuan whether there was something to discuss or not. By the way, he would also mention various news from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides Qingping, Chongqing visited Lin Yuan from time to time. For Chongqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own offspring. No matter whether Lin Yuan became a celestial master or not, Chongqing's attitude wouldn't change. In Chongqing's heart, there was always a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If only he could have arrived in time back then, Zhang family fort might not have met such a fate. And Lin Yuan wouldn't have had to live a hard life on Dragon Tiger Mountain ever since he was a child. A few days ago, the sect leader ordered the 4 of us to descend the mountain for trials one by one. Qingping said casually. The 4 he mentioned naturally referred to the 4 Taoist children who were chosen by the Celestial Master to inherit swords during the trip to the Sword Tomb. Although they couldn't compare to someone like Lin Yuan who was chosen by the true martial sword. They were still the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion. As for why they descended the mountain one by one, it was to prevent extreme incidents. Like the situation where all 4 might die at the same time. If, with Lin Yuan being a Celestial Master seed that took a detour, the 4 Celestial Phenomena Realm seeds were to die, Dragon Tiger Mountain would not recover for at least 50 years. Descend the mountain. Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Having arrived in this world with his consciousness 18 years ago, Lin Yuan had only spent 1 day outside. The rest of the time, he had stayed on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Shanfeng, as a Celestial Master seed, you're different from us, you cannot leave the mountain. Qingping said, immediately feeling somewhat nervous. Now he was no longer the ignorant little Taoist boy. He understood the importance of a Celestial Master seed to the Celestial Master Mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword could become Celestial Master seeds of the Celestial Master Mansion. And each Celestial Master seed was never without the true martial sword. If Lin Yuan were to leave the mountain, it would mean that the true martial sword would have to leave as well. If something unexpected happened and the true martial sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Celestial Master Mansion. The current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion might spit blood on the spot from anger. A Celestial Master seed like Lin Yuan taking a detour was indeed a serious matter, but it could not shake the foundation of the Celestial Master Mansion. At worst, when Lin Yuan died of old age, the true martial sword would return to the Sword Tomb, and the Celestial Master Mansion would still have the chance to give birth to another Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword was lost, that would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. Qingping could fully predict that if he caused Lin Yuan to sneak out, the sect leader, Master Cangqing, might even consider flaying him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was not really an 18-year-old youth. In fact, considering all the time he had spent, Lin Yuan was probably over 50 years old. Moreover, with his against heaven's understanding, he did not need what was known as trials outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Dragon Tiger Mountain was the best place. There was food, drink, and unparalleled safety. Why would he even think about leaving? That's good. Qingping let out a huge sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Shanfeng, my recent cultivation has felt rather strange. After chatting for a while, Qingping broached the subject of cultivation. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and soon understood the cause. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You're following the path of Taiyang Wuji. Taiyang Wuji is the utmost rigid and yang. Out of the 36 past celestial masters of our mansion, the majority followed the path of Taiyang Wuji, including the strongest first-generation celestial master. What is Taiyang Wuji? It is the utmost rigid and yang, unyielding and unstoppable. Recently your mindset hesitates, looking forwards and backwards. Continuing to cultivate Taiyang Wuji, naturally you feel that everything is strange. Lin Yuan pointed out the problem directly and spoke slowly. It's not to say that those who follow the path of Taiyang Wuji are all rash. But that kind of indomitable spirit and decisive character is required. So that's how it is. Qingping suddenly understood. Indeed, he had been quite stirred by the thought of descending the mountain for trials, wanting both to see the outside world and fearing potential dangers. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his state of mind started to clarify. Qingping only felt the qi within his body flowing smoothly, and a hot current surged through his limbs and bones. 9th grade. After a short while, Qingping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's comment, he had managed to break through from 4th grade directly to 3rd grade. It must be known that in this world, cultivation levels are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, while the 1st grade is the highest. Being at the 3rd grade, he was already among the upper echelons, even when considered amongst the powerhouses of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Many thanks to Brother Shanfeng for the guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He was aware that without Lin Yuan's words, not to mention breaking through to the 3rd grade, he might have regressed if he continued as he was. No trouble at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned. At his current level, giving pointers to a cultivator who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomena realm was too simple. True martial hall. Master Tsang Qing rubbed his brows, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The myriad demon sect was constantly causing trouble outside, and the key issue was that the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't do anything about it, only able to join forces with other orthodox powers to suppress it as best they could. Moreover, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate, which greatly boosted the morale of the demonic Tao forces. This resulted in a series of encounters between orthodox and demonic Tao forces, all ending with the orthodox forces being defeated. The multitude of pressures was indeed making it hard for Master Tsang Qing to catch his breath. It seems that the sect leader of the myriad demon sect truly is a remnant of the primordial demon gate. The previous generation Celestial Master had discovered traces of the primordial demon gate while traveling the world but was unable to find the source. At the time, we thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the primordial demon gate were already there at that time. Over the years, the myriad demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the primordial demon gate. The hefty master beside him spoke up. As Dragon Tiger Mountain was the ancestral home of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion the foremost authority under heaven, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not bad, quickly figuring out the details of the myriad demon sect. It's too late to discuss this now. Master Tsang Qing shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was how to continue suppressing the myriad demon sect. At that moment, a figure ran in from the outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was light-hearted as he shared the good news. As a celestial seed of the Celestial Master Mansion, Qingping and the 3 other Taoist children were always directly taught by Master Tsang Qing. Whenever any of them made a breakthrough in cultivation, they had to inform Master Tsang Qing at once. 3rd grade. So soon. Upon hearing this, Master Tsang Qing slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he didn't wish for Qingping to break through, but he was worried that Qingping had used some rapid, but unsafe method. According to the cultivation speed of disciples from past generations who received the Celestial Master's sword, reaching the upper 3rd grade took at least 15 to 20 years. But since Qingping started his cultivation, it hadn't even been 10 years. His rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The foundation is solid, I see no problems. The hefty master stepped forward, carefully examined Qingping for a while, and concluded. Hearing this, Master Tsang Qing's brows finally relaxed. Qingping, what's with your rate of cultivation? Master Tsang Qing was still somewhat astonished. Master, it's because Shanfeng gave me pointers that I was able to break through so quickly, Qingping honestly explained. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his speed of cultivation was only somewhat faster compared to the other 3 Taoist children. It was still within normal limits. So, Master Tsang Qing did not question it, thinking that Qingping was just very diligent. But this time, jumping from the 4th to the 3rd grade normally requires 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless advancement naturally caught Master Tsang Qing's attention. Shanfeng gave you pointers. Master Tsang Qing's tone was somewhat astounded. A few casual pointers were enough to enable Qingping to step into the 3rd grade, which meant that his strength must far surpass the 3rd grade. Even most cultivators in the celestial phenomena realm might not be capable of achieving this. Yes, Shanfeng has been guiding me over the years. He's really powerful. Every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves, Qingping said. These words were like thunderclaps in the ears of Master Tsang Qing and the other powerful celestial phenomena realm masters. Every word spoken brings enlightenment. And then strength improves. Although these sentences might seem trivial, to someone like Master Tsang Qing, who was a powerful being, he realized something was amiss. Anyone capable of such feats must have an extremely profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the nature of power. And this was coming from Lin Yuan, whom Master Tsang Qing had completely given up on. I also feel that Shan Feng is very strong. When I see Shan Feng, it's like seeing Master Qingping. Seeing Master Tsang Qing silent, gathered his courage to speak. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell quiet once again. Like Master Tsang Qing. Isn't Master Tsang Qing a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse? Could it be that Lin Yuan was also at the celestial phenomena realm? To step into the celestial phenomena realm before the age of 20 was unheard of among past celestial masters. Could it be that Shan Feng is truly an unprecedented prodigy, murmured the hefty master, his expression one of shock. A prodigy, Fribnoel.co. Master Tsang Qing lapsed into silence. Then a look of bitterness crossed his face. If what Qingping said was true, then Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. A prodigy beyond all their imaginings. But in the end, no matter how talented, cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji meant his limit was the celestial phenomena realm. He could never reach the heights of past celestial masters. Because the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within him would explode at the moment he became a celestial master. So young, yet with such an understanding of the nature of power, our celestial master mansion. The lofty master paused halfway through his sentence, stopping short. A deeply painful thought surged in his heart. Such a prodigy. Why did he have to go astray? Chapter 41, 38 Awake to Enlightenment, Asleep to Enlightenment. Chapter 41, Chapter 38 Awake to Enlightenment, Asleep to Enlightenment. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Yuan's life had hardly changed. He was either comprehending the wisdom left by the previous heavenly masters within the true martial Dao Zong, or he was climbing to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain to watch the sea of clouds. Apart from occasionally communicating with Qingping, he hardly spoke a word. When Master Tsang Qing learned that Qingping had stepped into the upper third realm thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, he wanted to converse with Lin Yuan but was quickly preoccupied by the disturbances of the outside world. The myriad demon sect was ready for a decisive battle. The sect leader of Wan Mo men, accompanied by 9 vice-sect leaders, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands from the demon crowd, marched imposingly, intending to ascend Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain is the ancestral land of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion is the foremost authority in the world. The unbeatable heavenly masters of past generations all emerged from here. If they could flatten Dragon Tiger Mountain and destroy the Celestial Master Mansion, who else in the world could stop the myriad demon sect? True Martial Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Under Master Tsang Qing's lead, numerous experts of the celestial phenomena realm gathered. These celestial phenomena realm masters, mostly from other powers across the land, had come in response to the summoning of the Celestial Master Mansion. They all understood the principle of interdependence. If the Celestial Master Mansion really fell to the myriad demon sect, then the next ones to be eradicated would be the other righteous forces. In peaceful times, the forces of righteousness had slain countless demons. Should the myriad demon sect gain the upper hand, their fate would not be much better than that of the Celestial Master Mansion. The 9 vice-sect leaders of the myriad demon sect are all at the celestial phenomena realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper third realm. They won't be easy to deal with. A celestial phenomena realm expert of middle-aged lady's appearance spoke slowly. Other celestial phenomena realm powerhouses present nodded slightly at her words. Together, these celestial phenomena realm experts numbered 11, surpassing the myriad demon sect by 2. But the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm fighters were not easy to tackle, as demonic arts naturally excelled in slaughter. Even if 2 righteous celestial phenomena realm experts teamed up against a demonic Tao celestial phenomena realm fighter, they might still be traded for 1 life in a desperate struggle. None of these matter. At this moment, Master Tsang Qing, the leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master Mansion's celestial phenomena realm masters who followed the path of Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme were clearly stronger than their demonic sect counterparts. This had been verified through numerous past encounters. Master Tsang Qing had taken action thrice, easily repelling several vice-sect leaders of the myriad demon sect. Even Wan Mo Men's sect leader chose to retreat when facing Master Tsang Qing. however. Under such circumstances, the myriad demon sect still dared to initiate a decisive battle, aiming to strike at Dragon Tiger Mountain. This gave Master Tsang Qing an ominous premonition. Two possibilities. One was that Wan Mo men had gone mad and decided to battle to the death. The second was that Wan Mo men had enough confidence, believing they could level Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master Tsang Qing thought the former unlikely, as he knew from numerous encounters that the sect leader of Wan Mo men was very composed and would not engage in sure-lost battles. This was also why the sect leader of Wan Mo men did not even engage with Master Tsang Qing and chose to withdraw. To outsiders, it may seem like Wan Mo men's leader was afraid, but Master Tsang Qing did not think so. The retreat of Wan Mo men's leader was simply an unwillingness to waste time. One day, Qingping rushed to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a fluster. "Brother Shanfeng, something terrible has happened, Uncle Changqing," he. Qingping's face was ashen, as he cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Uncle Changqing? What happened to Uncle Changqing?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards Qingping. "Changqing was ambushed while chasing a demon, and by the time we got there, he had already suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. The leader and the others have seen him. They say the demonic qi has entered his lungs and it's very difficult for him to regain consciousness." Qingping explained the situation all in one breath. "Take me to see him," Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it were not for Changqing, he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not an end, it was merely a waste of a chance to traverse again. Inside the Dao Institute, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Changqing. Qingping stood beside him, his face showing a hint of grief. Changqing was well liked within the Celestial Master Mansion, and Qingping had received countless assists from him. In Qingping's heart, Changqing was more like an elder, not just an uncle master. "It's nothing serious." After a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan concluded. Changqing had fought with a demon, who had infused him with demonic qi. This caused him to fall into a coma, unable to awaken. Such an infusion was difficult for outsiders to interfere with, even those at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm peak could do little. But for Lin Yuan, who was about to break through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm using the power of Taiyin and Taiyang as the foundation, solving this issue of demonic qi infusion was merely a trivial effort. "Take good care of Uncle Changqing. I will come back to save him in some time," Lin Yuan instructed Qingping. Now, Lin Yuan was only a step away from completely merging Taiyin and Taiyang. With every moment of comprehension afforded by his against heaven's understanding, he was moving closer to the level of a heavenly master. "Okay." Qingping was momentarily stunned before responding. The matter of Changqing's coma did not affect Lin Yuan. He remained immersed in enlightenment at all times. With the help of his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in enlightenment while awake, and even as he slept. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive rock, his mind devoid of distractions, continuing to ponder over the power of Yin and Yang. It had to be said, the power of Yin and Yang was definitely the highest level of force Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Mere comprehension of this power had already taken Lin Yuan nearly a decade. And that was with the help of his against heaven's understanding. Naturally, compared to other powerhouses of this world, even compared to past generations of heavenly masters, Lin Yuan's pace of comprehension and cultivation was simply unreasonable, indescribable even by any monstrous or perverted standard. Hundreds of miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, within a dimly lit grand hall, a tall man dressed in a black robe sat on the master's seat. This tall man had pitch-black eyes. A mere glance would cause ordinary people to spawn heart demons, and all sorts of desires to emerge. Sect leader. To combat the Celestial Master Mansion so soon, is it not, Phoebnol.C Sigmam? On the right below him, an old man with wrinkled skin tentatively asked. The foundations of the Celestial Master Mansion were unfathomable. After all, they had produced 36 invincible heavenly masters. Moreover, other righteous forces would not sit idly by, and would surely provide their full support. Although Myriad Demon Sect was powerful, it was not suitable to confront the Celestial Master Mansion head-on. A bunch of incompetents. If this sect leader did not have confidence, would I make such a decision? The Wan Mo Men sect master snorted coldly from his seat. Instantly, the demon crowd below broke into a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect leaders, who had attained the celestial phenomena realm, felt chills down their spines. Their own people knew well that, given their potential, there was no chance for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. It was the Wan Mo Men sect leader who, through some unknown means, had forcibly elevated them to this realm. Even though they had sacrificed a significant price, at least 20 to 30 years of their lifespan, the 9 vice sect leaders did not regret it at all. This was the celestial phenomena realm, a level many dreamed of reaching, and no one would dislike the sensation of standing at the pinnacle of the world. I know what you are worried about. The Wan Mo Men sect leader slowly stood up from his seat. But I have already stepped half into the celestial phenomena realm. As long as the celestial master mansion does not produce a heavenly master, with my strength, I am more than capable of sweeping through them, said the sect leader of Myriad Demon Sect, his eyes deep. Chapter 42, 39, One Step into the Heavenly Master. Chapter 42, Chapter 39, One Step into the Heavenly Master. He had taken a half step beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The 9 vice sect leaders below were startled. It was true that transcending the limits of the celestial phenomena realm was not exclusive to the heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion. Besides the heavenly masters, there were still a very few other hereditary powers capable of surpassing the celestial phenomena realm by a small or large half step. But those who achieved this degree were incredibly rare. Had their sect leader also reached this level? If I could fully absorb the heritage of the primordial demon gate, it wouldn't just be a half step. The Myriad Demon sect leader glanced at the multitude of subordinates below, his mind involuntarily recalling everything he had experienced in the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. It was a great opportunity that he had acquired after surviving countless brushes with death. Furthermore, he could only enter once, now he could no longer do so, not even able to confirm the corresponding location range. As time went by, the ultimate confrontation between the Myriad Demon sect and the righteous faction such as the Celestial Master Mansion grew increasingly imminent. Half a year later, at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Myriad Demon sect gathered several thousand demon crowd. The Celestial Master Mansion, not to be outdone, had all their celestial phenomena realm experts emerge. They formed a standoff against the Myriad Demon sect. Ha 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 ha. Master Tsang Qing, you wouldn't think that I retreated in the past because I was afraid of you, would you? The Myriad Demon sect leader was wantonly arrogant, with a terrifying aura of the demonic Tao sweeping across all directions. Opposite him, Master Tsang Qing remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the primordial demon gate, wasn't it enough that you were chased and killed by generations of heavenly masters from my celestial master mansion? Master Tsang Qing spoke indifferently. What of it? Your celestial master mansion hasn't produced a heavenly master in 500 years. In the end, this world will belong to my primordial demon gate. The Myriad Demon sect leader stopped pretending and let his aura become even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Master Tsang Qing sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, it wasn't impossible for his celestial master mansion to produce another heavenly master. But in the current situation, it was of no use, even a heavenly master needed time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of past generations heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion, it would take at least 50 years to become a heavenly master. When the heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion descended from Dragon Tiger Mountain, most were already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything went smoothly for Lin Yuan, without any detours, it would still take 50 years for him to become a heavenly master. Today, you, Master Tsang Qing, will witness my true strength. Seeing that Master Tsang Qing didn't respond, the Myriad Demon sect leader laughed heartily and simply raised his right hand, lightly pressing down. Boom. A terrifying presence crushed down from all around. Seeing this, Master Tsang Qing did not hesitate to draw the sword at his side. An extremely sharp sword chi burst forth, directly piercing the surrounding demonic chi, while slashing toward the Myriad Demon sect leader. The Celestial Master's sword. Not bad. With your strength, by wielding the Celestial Master's sword and invoking the residual Heavenly Master's power within it, you could indeed unleash a power close to mine. The Myriad Demon sect leader offered his comment. As the current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, Master Tsongqing was naturally cultivated as a celestial phenomena realm seed since his youth, and had entered the Sword Tomb, having been chosen by one of the Celestial Master Swords. The Celestial Master Sword, although far from being like the true martial sword that contains the substantial powers of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, was nurtured day and night by generations of heavenly masters, retaining some of the heavenly master's power. A celestial phenomena realm expert from the Celestial Master Mansion, following the same path and exerting full force, could completely activate the power deep within the Celestial Master's sword. What a pity. Even with the Celestial Master's sword, it's still an external object. Even if you can activate it, for how long can you maintain it? The Myriad Demon sect leader sneered. Even if every celestial phenomena realm individual in your Celestial Master Mansion held a Celestial Master sword, and joined forces to besiege me, at most you could suppress me, until your power is exhausted. The Myriad Demon sect leader's gaze turned cold. In fact, the celestial phenomena realm of the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't truly besiege the Myriad Demon sect leader with Master Tsongqing, because they didn't have enough hands, which allowed the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm experts to act without restraint. Die. The sect leader of Myriad Demon sect took a step forward, a horrifying and frenzied demonic chi enveloping him. This isn't good. Master Tsongqing's complexion changed. At the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of the heavy, ominous mood at the mountain's base. The morning sun rose, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, indifferent to external matters. Shan Feng. Qingping had somehow made her way up without anyone noticing. The Celestial Master has instructed me to tell you, you must leave Dragon Tiger Mountain now through the secret passage. Qingping spoke rapidly. In the decisive battle against the Myriad Demon sect, Master Tsongqing was not fully confident. To ensure the survival of the Celestial Master Mansion's heritage, Lin Yuan, the disciple recognized by the true martial sword, must leave. This way, even in the most extreme case, the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion would not be completely severed. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the Myriad Demon sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master emerging in the future would remain. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of years, as long as a new Celestial Master emerged, he could still restore the heritage of the Celestial Master Mansion. Shan Feng. Seeing no response from Lin Yuan, Qingping called out a little louder. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to her, remained unresponsive as if he was lost in a trance with his eyes slightly closed. Shan Feng. Just as Qingping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward and nudge him, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is against the heavens, meditating day and night on the Tao, you've comprehended the fusion of power of Taiyin and Taiyang, and significantly refined it, surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up, rising from the giant rock. At this moment, in his field of vision, all things in heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, the two colors, merging into black and white, turning into the fish of yin and yang, intertwining and fusing continuously. Shan Feng, you. Qingping's gaze turned blank, and for some reason, she felt that Shan Feng seemed different from before. Hold on a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp at the void. A sword, unnoticed until now, appeared out of thin air, suspended above Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword, speaking softly, you go ahead first. Whoosh. The sword soared into the sky, heading towards the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Master Tsongqing was clashing with the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect. Suddenly, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect seemed to sense something, his expression changing dramatically as he retreated explosively. Ancient sword descended from the sky, its point embedding in the exact spot where the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect had just been standing. The ancient sword was only 3 feet long, but it contained a vast Tao, overshadowing the sky as if it were as majestic as Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. One could vaguely make out the words, True Martial, engraved on its scabbard. The True Martial Sword. The sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect's expression grew serious as he looked up in the direction from which the ancient sword had come. That was from the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At that moment, atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan simply let out a long sigh, taking a light step forward. That one step traversed hundreds of yards, bringing him directly off Dragon Tiger Mountain. Above the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds surged, all converging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the sea of clouds, step by step heading towards the base of the mountain. Qingping, stunned by the spectacle before her, seemed to recall something, her eyes reddening as she murmured softly, "Chongqing, wake up and see, Shanfeng has taken a step into the Celestial Master Realm." Chapter 43, 40 Invincible. Chapter 43, Chapter 40 Invincible. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds rolled and surged like a vast sea in the sky. A figure in a Taoist robe, crowned with a lotus tiara, slowly descended, using heaven and earth as steps, with the sea of clouds as a ladder. This scene, seen by all, whether from the righteous or the demonic Tao, filled everyone with trembling reverence, as if beholding a deity. The Heavenly Master, our Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master. An elderly Taoist from Celestial Master Mansion, with tears streaming down his face, said with trembling lips. Apart from the invincible Heavenly Masters, who else possesses such capability? To tread upon the clouds, to descend through the skies. None of the strongest beings of this world, not even those in the celestial phenomena realm or those who surpass it by half a step, could achieve such a feat. Only a Heavenly Master who has mastered either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme could have such means. The Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master. The 183rd generation of disciples from Celestial Master Mansion greets the Heavenly Master. Greetings to the Heavenly Master. The numerous disciples of Celestial Master Mansion knelt with a thud, incessantly kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous forces also knelt down. The Heavenly Master of Celestial Master Mansion held special significance for Dragon Tiger Mountain and for all under heaven. When a Heavenly Master emerges, heads of all major righteous forces would personally come to pay their respects. The Heavenly Master. Pingyang Taoist gazed blankly, unlike the other disciples and the righteous forces. Insiders know their own affairs. Of this generation in Celestial Master Mansion, indeed there was a disciple recognized by the true martial sword. But that was not too long ago, not even 10 years have passed. Even with the potential to become a Heavenly Master, it would still take 40 to 50 years. Now, to become the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master. Master Chongqing, the mansion's sect leader, looked up towards the figure treading on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he saw the face more clearly. It was Zhang Shanfeng, the one he had abandoned. Could it be that I was mistaken, and that following both Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji is also a path to reach the heavens, one also capable of entering the Heavenly Master's level? Master Chongqing's thoughts were in turmoil, and it took him several breaths to calm down. No wonder he was so beside himself. Others only saw that a Heavenly Master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. They could not imagine which path this Heavenly Master had taken, one that was unprecedented among all generations, combining Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, a path deemed impossible. If Lin Yuan had not become the Heavenly Master, that would be one thing. But if he had achieved the position of Heavenly Master with both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, then he would be the strongest Heavenly Master in Celestial Master Mansion's 6,800-year history, even surpassing the first-generation Celestial Master who founded the mansion. The path that balances both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme is known to everyone as powerful, and Master Chongqing was certainly aware of its strength. But knowing it is strong and achieving it are two different things. Everyone knows that mastering the great Tao of heaven and earth will turn them into divine beings, but how many can truly master it? The same goes for Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. These two entirely opposite forces, if recklessly approached, could cause immediate bodily explosion. But now, Ewenvel.com. Master Chongqing's face showed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and scare of a narrow escape. He nearly destroyed Lin Yuan, nearly destroyed the entire Celestial Master Mansion. If Lin Yuan had not held his convictions, not stubbornly followed both Taiyin and Taiyang, but had chosen one according to their requirements, he would have been just another ordinary Heavenly Master among the mansion's history, even possibly not achieving the Heavenly Master status until his 50s or 60s. By then, the entire Celestial Master Mansion could have been trampled by the myriad demon sect. Master Chongqing took a deep breath. No matter what, after 500 years, another heavenly master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. And it was very likely that he was the strongest among all generations. As for the rest, what does it matter if Master Tsang Qing couldn't recognize a treasure? Even if he had to die as an apology now, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Having seen the emergence of a heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion before his death was enough. The heavenly master. Damn it, how could a heavenly master emerge at this time? Wan Mo Men's sect master felt a chill crawl over his scalp. In recent decades, while accruing power, he had also been covertly testing Celestial Master Mansion. Only after confirming that this generation of the mansion had not produced a heavenly master did he dare to gather the powers of the demonic Tao and plan for a decisive battle. When the demon crowd surrounded the mountain, Wan Mo Men's sect master was convinced that there was no heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion. Otherwise, with the invincible power of the heavenly master, how could they have surrounded Dragon Tiger Mountain? But Wan Mo Men's sect master could never have anticipated that, at the last moment, a heavenly master would indeed emerge from Celestial Master Mansion. Given his insight, he could tell that this heavenly master had just broken through, otherwise even Master Tsang Qing would not have shown such a look of surprise and shock. Clouds descended beneath the sea of clouds. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes tranquil as he looked towards the myriad demon sect master. Whoosh! The true martial sword, stuck in the ground, lifted off again, revolving around Lin Yuan before finally coming to a halt beside him. Heavenly Master. A shiver ran through the heart of Wan Mo Men's sect master. Go. Without hesitation, Wan Mo Men's sect master retreated explosively. Although he still had many trump cards, even the strongest one brought from the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. If he used these trump cards, Master Tsang Qing would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged struggle. But Wan Mo Men's sect master knew that in front of a true heavenly master, those trump cards would merely prolong the inevitable. At best, they would change dying from one palm strike of the heavenly master, to dying from 2 or 3. A few more breaths of life, but the outcome would remain unchanged. Therefore, Wan Mo Men's sect master naturally knew how to choose. In fact, upon the appearance of the true martial sword, Wan Mo Men's sect leader had already faintly guessed it was related to a heavenly master. But his unwillingness made him wait until he saw Lin Yuan in person and confirmed he was truly a heavenly master before deciding to retreat. Rustle. Wan Mo Men's sect master's figure suddenly exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a life-saving secret technique of the demonic Tao, and with Wan Mo Men's sect master's power, suddenly using this technique, even a heavenly master might not be able to catch up. Besides, Lin Yuan had just achieved his breakthrough and was not highly proficient in the power of the heavenly master's level. Thinking of running away. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Rise. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan. A vast circle with him at its center, spanning across hundreds and thousands of meters, formed. Within this circle, the powers of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme permeated, turning into black and white, forming Yin Fish and Yang Fish, continuously merging, transforming, and colliding. Boom. Within the area, 5 out of the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only the horrified myriad demon sect master remained. No. What kind of technique is this? You're not a heavenly master. Wan Mo Men's sect master struggled desperately, a glimmer of black demonic flame igniting between his brows, trying to resist something, but he disintegrated into dust within the waves of black and white. For decades, who had stirred countless upheavals in the world and led the demon sect in besieging Dragon Tiger Mountain. The myriad demon sect master. Dead. The scene plunged into dead silence. On the side of Celestial Master Mansion, the powerhouses felt dizzy, as if they were in a dream. Although they had long guessed that the heavenly master would sweep through the myriad demon sect, seeing this scene unfold still stirred a whirlwind of emotions in their hearts. The myriad demon sect master, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant by the roadside in front of the heavenly master, easily crushed to death with a single step. Compared to the myriad thoughts on the side of the righteous. On the demonic sect side, emotions were simple and pure. Fear, dread, anxiety, and trembling engulfed the hearts of every demon leader. Run! Another heavenly master has emerged from the Celestial Master Mansion, what are you waiting for? The sect master is dead, everyone run, or die just the same. The 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders, along with numerous protectors and helmsmen, panic-stricken, fled far from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Slice. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, and he swiftly drew the true martial sword, making a light cut. Schlack. When the sword light first emerged, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and larger, heavier and sharper to the extreme. With just one sword strike, 7 of the 9 vice sect leaders were cleaved in 2, with hundreds in the demon crowd meeting their demise. Lin Yuan struck several more times. Thousands of demon corpses lay strewn, the ground almost dyed red with blood. Chapter 44-41, I just sleep for a while and you become a heavenly master. Chapter 44, Chapter 41, I just sleep for a while and you become a heavenly master. It's almost done. Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. With those few strikes, at least 99% of the thousands of the demon crowd surrounding Dragon Tiger Mountain had died. Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the Celestial Master Mansion's group. Mountains. Heavenly Master. The Pingyang Taoist and Taoist Songqing's hands trembled, their old tears flowing freely. This was the Heavenly Master, after all. For the first time in 500 years, the Celestial Master Mansion had finally seen the rise of a new Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. The rest of the righteous faction's members also bowed in unison. At this moment, they all felt a tremor in their hearts, and a question arose within them. Was the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master really this powerful? Killing those in the Celestial Phenomena realm as if slaughtering chickens. The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them, and the major forces had records of the previous generations of Heavenly Masters. In terms of power, the Heavenly Master indeed stood completely above those in the Celestial Phenomena realm, but their abilities and techniques shouldn't be this terrifying, right? All of you, rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. The crowd stood up, feeling somewhat relieved internally. FreeWebNovel.cm, it seemed that the disposition of this generation's Heavenly Master was quite good. But when everyone remembered the fate of the thousands of the demon crowd just now, and the scene nearby with bodies strewn everywhere, they immediately dismissed that thought. Quite good, my ass. Disciple, this disciple has sinned. Master Songqing still knelt in his place. The others could stand, but he could not. It's fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Master Songqing had indeed given up on him, but at the time, Lin Yuan had also taken the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, which indeed could be described as shocking and unorthodox. Had it been anyone else, their death would have been on their own head. But Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the true martial sword, making him a seedling for the Heavenly Master. For the Celestial Master Mansion, he held great significance. Such a disciple taking what was perceived by the public as the wrong path, Master Songqing's deep regret and distress were understandable. It was like those scientists from the Cosmic Human Alliance who studied battleships and mechas, suddenly focusing on literature and theology. The outsiders would be furious, let alone the teachers and schools who nurtured these great scientists. Afterward. After chatting with the other righteous forces for a few moments, Lin Yuan, along with the Celestial Master Mansion disciples, returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The powerful individuals from the righteous factions also tactfully took their leave. 500 years, and the Celestial Master Mansion has finally produced a new Heavenly Master. I almost thought the ancient records were wrong, that there was no such thing as Celestial Masters, that the Celestial Phenomena realm was the apex and the idea of a Celestial Master transcending it was nothing but absurdity. The Heavenly Master, to witness the grandeur of a Heavenly Master in one's lifetime, TSK. Right, what was the name of that Heavenly Master again? Zhang Shanfeng, I heard a true person from the Celestial Master Mansion mention this name. Zhang Shanfeng, Heavenly Master Zhang. The strong individuals from the numerous righteous factions conversed among each other, and it was predictable that within a month, the news of a new Heavenly Master's emergence in the Celestial Master Mansion would spread across the world. At the waist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan walked up the mountain path, step by step. Following behind him were Master Songqing, Pingyang Taoist, and other disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion. Heavenly Master. Ping Yang Taoist hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Lin Yuan had once told him that he intended to follow the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang and even aimed to merge them to surpass the celestial phenomena realm. At that time, Ping Yang Taoist had thought Lin Yuan was crazy, as it was already extremely difficult to pursue the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, let alone to merge them. But now, it seemed, Lin Yuan had obviously succeeded. Even outsiders could see that the power Lin Yuan displayed was different from that of previous heavenly masters. As someone from the celestial phenomena realm within the celestial master mansion, Ping Yang Taoist naturally had his own feelings about this. That's why he harbored doubts in his heart. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan halted his steps, looking over the scenery below the mountain. I have indeed integrated Taiyang and Taiyin. After the fusion of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, I call it Taiji. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said. At the same time, the Taiji symbol formed by the intertwining of the Yin fish and Yang fish appeared in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. The extreme of Taiyin is Taiyang. The extreme of Taiyang is Taiyin. Taiyang and Taiyin together compose Taiji. 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 Ping Yang Taoist felt an indescribable shock in his heart. This was a realm that the 36 generations of celestial masters of the celestial master mansion had not touched. Even the most powerful first-generation celestial master paled before the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not for those without great perseverance, great opportunity, or great enlightenment. I will imprint this path into my celestial master's saber. In the future, I will place this saber in the sword tomb. If a future disciple unconsciously conforms with the Tao of Taiji, the saber will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The Tao of Taiji was something he had comprehended in this world, and thus he would return it to this world. The reason Lin Yuan did not directly record the path of Taiji in books for inheritance was that the dual cultivation of Taiyang and Taiyin was too perilous. Ordinary people who touched it would die. If the complete path of Taiji were made available for all to see, it was feared that the celestial master mansion wouldn't last many years before self-destructing. Inside a Taoist temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Master Tsangqing, Ping Yang, and others all stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked towards the bed, where Taoist Chongqing lay in a coma. Taoist Chongqing had fought with a powerful practitioner of the demonic Tao and ultimately had been infused with demonic qi deep into his viscera. This caused his consciousness to sink into a coma, from which he could not awake. Such an injury was difficult to cure, and even practitioners in the celestial phenomena realm could do nothing, only relying on the patient himself, hoping that one day, if the demonic qi in the viscera dissipated enough, he might wake up on his own. Of course, such injuries, for Lin Yuan at this time, naturally were not a concern. With the power of Taiji bringing balance between Yin and Yang, it only took a few breaths for him to completely expel the demonic qi from Taoist Chongqing's body. Half an hour later, Taoist Chongqing gradually regained consciousness. Shan Feng. Seeing Lin Yuan first, Taoist Chongqing became excited immediately. I found the trail of the Yin snake helmsman who acted against Zhang family fort back then, but when I tracked it down, I ended up ambushed. That Yin snake helmsman was well prepared, and with all my strength, I only managed to seriously injure him before being struck by others. Taoist Chongqing said this with a bewildered look in his eyes. He knew nothing of what happened after that. No matter. I will personally reclaim the vendetta for Zhang family fort. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Shan Feng, those people from the demonic sect are extremely cunning, you must not personally undertake such risks. Upon hearing this, Taoist Chongqing's tone immediately became serious. He himself was a living example. He thought he was the hunter, but ended up falling into the Yin snake helmsman's trap. You. Taoist Chongqing was about to continue educating Lin Yuan a bit more. However, Taoist Ping Yang, standing beside, found it a bit unbearable to watch. Chongqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Mind your tone and words. Taoist Ping Yang subtly hinted to Taoist Chongqing with a glance. Ah. Celestial Master Zhang. Shan Feng became Celestial Master Zhang. Taoist Chongqing's face filled with confusion, and it wasn't until he saw Master Tsang Qing and many other prominent individuals standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan that his mouth slowly fell open. I just fell asleep, and Shan Feng became the Celestial Master. Chapter 45-43, The Heavenly Master Descends the Mountain. Chapter 45, Chapter 43, The Heavenly Master Descends the Mountain. Under Qingping's quiet explanation, and Master Tsang Qing's nod of affirmation, Chang Qing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion. To be precise, he was the 37th generation Celestial Master. The 36th generation Celestial Master dated back to 500 years ago. How unpredictable life is. Chang Qing's expression was one of gratification, tinged with a hint of complexity. Before he fell unconscious, the Celestial Master Mansion, together with other righteous forces, had been collectively striving to curb the expansion of the demon crowd and other demonic Tao forces. The situation between the two sides wasn't exactly even, but the Celestial Master Mansion had not gained any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had watched grow up, had become a Celestial Master, directly breaking through the myriad demon sect, with the blood of the demonic Tao's followers still warm at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Such a turn of events left Chang Qing quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Chang Qing's body several times over to ensure there was no residue of demonic qi. Before rising to take his leave, Chang Qing walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. His lips moved. "Zhang, your son has become an invincible Celestial Master. True martial Dao Zhang." Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place had always been where the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion secluded themselves for cultivation. It only became a site for potential Celestial Masters and those of the Celestial Phenomena realm to seek enlightenment in the absence of a Celestial Master. Celestial Master. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He carefully felt his own strength. After becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan had first rushed to handle the myriad demon sect. Frubnoel.com, then he had rescued Chang Qing, which meant it was only now that he had time to experience the power of a Celestial Master. Firstly, it was his lifespan, based on the power of Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji. After becoming a Celestial Master, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 500 years. You should know, the lifespan of previous Celestial Masters was only about 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than double that of previous Celestial Masters. Combining both Taiyin and Taiyang indeed made him much stronger than Celestial Masters who focused solely on Taiyin or Taiyang. This was not only evident in combat power but also clearly reflected in lifespan. 500 years. Lin Yuan was profoundly stirred. You see, this was the basic lifespan. This meant that without any external aids, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years. If he were to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, combined with various cutting-edge biotechnologies, Lin Yuan estimated he could live for over 2,000 years. The essence of a lifespan limit comes from the failure of various organs, but in the Cosmic Human Alliance, it was entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decayed old ones. This was also why the first-layer evolvers could easily live for 400 to 500 years. Of course, replacing organs could only prolong life. With the passage of time, the soul's consciousness of living beings would gradually weaken, and then, no matter how many organs were replaced, it wouldn't be very helpful. However, the strength of the soul's consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength, according to the rankings of the Human Alliance, would be roughly equivalent to the second layer 9th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomena realm roughly corresponded to the second layer evolvers of the Human Alliance. Specifically ranging from the second layer 1st stage to the 2nd stage. As for a Celestial Master, it would be between second layer 4th stage and 6th stage. Since Lin Yuan entered the rank of Celestial Master rooted in both Taiyin and Taiyang, his strength far surpassed that of previous Celestial Masters, thus positioning him at the second layer 9th stage. Do not underestimate the gap of just a few stages. The Cosmic Human Alliance's ranking is extremely standard. Even a difference of one stage can mean nearly double the internal energy capacity. Still 61 years of residence time left. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 60 years and 11 months. This time traveling through, Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Apart from the first 10 years and the more than 9 years of becoming a celestial master seed. A total of 19 years and 1 month had passed. There's still plenty of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the 20 years of residence time during his first travel, this time the residence duration was considerably more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the residence time for each travel will extend. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Having sensed his own condition, Lin Yuan's mind slightly stirred. The true martial sword hung in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. Go back. Lin Yuan reached out to touch the sword's hilt, whispering softly. After stepping into the realm of Heavenly Master, the power of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang within the true martial sword offered virtually no assistance to Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to let it return to the sword tomb and continue its slumber. Go. Lin Yuan patted the sword's hilt, and the true martial sword, with a swoosh sound, turned into a sword light and went back into the sword tomb. Shortly after sending away the true martial sword, Master Tsang-Ching respectfully walked in. Heavenly Master. Master Tsang-Ching inquired, I wonder how the Celestial Master's sword should be crafted. What requirements do you have, Heavenly Master? In the Celestial Master Mansion, every generation Celestial Master would possess their own Celestial Master's sword. The Celestial Master's sword is also a symbol of each generation's Heavenly Master. Even if a Heavenly Master passed away, the sword he left behind could still represent him. The journey to the sword tomb, which happens every 20 years at the Celestial Master Mansion, would occasionally see the sword of a past Celestial Master fly out. The disciple recognized by the Celestial Master's sword would receive the full support of the Celestial Master Mansion's training. The Celestial Master's sword. Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. He had no special requirement for his own Celestial Master's sword, as long as it was of a normal sword shape. Do you need anything engraved on the hilt or the blade? Master Tsang-Ching reminded. Typically, every generation's Heavenly Master would have their signature engraved on the Celestial Master's sword. This signature could be characters, a pattern, or even a painting. After all, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master Mansion were highly skilled, so this was no issue. Engraved. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, My name is Zhang Shanfeng, so let's engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master's sword. No problem. Master Tsang-Ching agreed immediately. This wasn't a difficult task. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given by his parents. They originally wanted him to protect the entire Zhang family fort like a mountain peak. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had already been dead for nearly 20 years. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind, engraved 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master's sword. 3 mountain peaks. Master Tsang-Ching was slightly startled. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmith of the Celestial Master Mansion delivered the newly crafted Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed was that every generation in the Celestial Master Mansion had their own swordsmith craft the embryo of the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a new Celestial Master was born, they could craft the complete Celestial Master's sword in the shortest time. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks engraved on the blade. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan referred to was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special aspect of the Celestial Master's sword was that it was imbued with the Heavenly Master's energy over a long period, which gave it a certain level of sentience. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remained power left by a corresponding Heavenly Master, and future disciples could hope to draw out this power to fight their enemies. When Master Tsang-Ching fought the Wan Mo Men sect master, he had used the power of the Celestial Master within the sword. It's almost time to go down the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master's sword, left the true martial Daozong, and descended Dragon Tiger Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family fort was destroyed. Several years ago Chongqing was possessed by demonic qi, and not long ago, the myriad demon sect besieged Dragon Tiger Mountain. New grudges and old hatreds could not be settled just by Lin Yuan killing the Wan Mo Men sect master and several thousand members of the demon crowd. Chapter 46, 43 Purge the Demons in the Year of Jiazi. Chapter 46, Chapter 43 Purge the Demons in the Year of Jiazi. How many demon chiefs are there in the world? If someone were to ask this question, they would certainly be mocked. Because the number of demon chiefs in the world is simply countless. Even if you counted every demon chief under the command of the myriad demon sect, the leading force of the demonic Tao, including those of 8th and 9th grade, the number would still fall short of 10,000. And what about the demon chiefs causing chaos in places all around the world? Aren't they more than 100,000, a million? Because becoming a demon chief is just too easy. And the benefits are too great. Ordinary people who want to step into the 9th grade and become cultivators. Not to mention enduring training. In the 3 nines of winter and the 3 10 days of summer heat, must devote countless efforts and time. And in the end, they may not even succeed. But if you simply cultivate a single demonic technique, and then consume the essence and blood of several dozen ordinary people, you can smoothly step into the 9th grade realm. Although it's true that demonic techniques are easy to begin but much more difficult to master into higher levels, or even to achieve the upper 3 grades, compared to righteous techniques. Many people wouldn't even be able to reach the lower 3 grades without demonic techniques, let alone the upper 3 grades being an outlandish idea. Moreover, demon chiefs act unscrupulously, not bound by various rules, killing as easily as eating and drinking. And thus, they are pursued and revered by many. Especially in the last few decades, as the myriad demon sect has risen, occupying much of the righteous path's efforts. This has allowed the demon chiefs all around to run even more rampant. Previously, strong cultivators of the righteous path would often leave their cloisters to purge demons and protect the Tao. Now, these righteous path strong cultivators are all battling with the myriad demon sect. The demon chiefs that squat around have lost their shackles, their methods becoming even more vicious. However, now, the demon chiefs of the world have met their doomsday. Because Zhang, the heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, has descended to purge the demons. The headquarters of the myriad demon sect. After the battle at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the sect master of the myriad demon sect met his death. 8 of the 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders perished. The only one who escaped alive did so because he had tasks to perform at a distance from Dragon Tiger Mountain. And with his expertise in preserving his own life, he barely managed to escape. Even so, the vice sect leader was still terribly shaken. Although he was fully focused on escaping, a casual glimpse revealed the myriad demon sect turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight so horrifying that it almost shattered the demon heart of such a demon chief. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead, and the other vice sect leaders are dead too. Do we stay here now? A demon chief who was left behind asked with a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we flee to? This is the headquarters, full of complex mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect leader composed himself and issued the order calmly. At the beginning of the rise of the myriad demon sect, they had already considered that if they were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, the headquarters would be their last refuge. The headquarters of the myriad demon sect, prepared by dozens of master mechanicists, would not be a place where a group at the celestial phenomena realm would dare to barge into without risking severe injury from the traps. It was precisely because of this. The vice sect leader finally chose to flee back to the headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the demon chiefs who stayed behind to activate all mechanisms. Suddenly, just at this moment, screams of agony could be heard from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor was almost transmitted throughout the entire headquarters. No. Who are you? Why are you killing us? The desperate howls of demon chiefs within the headquarters came over, and in the blink of an eye, silence fell. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan. Heavenly Master. The vice sect leader gave a wretched smile. He had anticipated that the headquarters mechanisms wouldn't stop the Heavenly Master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The many mechanisms that the myriad demon sect once regarded as a means of retreat were unable to hold on for even a fraction of an incense stick's time in the hands of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, if I choose to submit to you, to submit to the Celestial Master Mansion, can I still live? The vice sect leader didn't give up and asked softly. No matter what, he was a celestial phenomena realm figure, so surely he must be of some use, right? There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He then turned and left. The vice-sect leader who sat in the chief position suddenly had a red line appear at the center of his forehead. The demon chief beside him was no exception. His eyes quickly stiffened, and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty. The capital. A man dressed in a blood-colored robe, full of terror, fled to the outer gates of the imperial palace. My name is Ouyang Yi, the direct disciple of the myriad demon sect master. I know the secret method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. The myriad demon sect's 9 celestial phenomena realms came into being through this method. The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and projected his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty was the unifying and powerful dynasty of the world today, and also the only survival path for him, Ouyang Yi. I can reveal this method to the Great Yu Dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang, the heavenly master. Ouyang Yi continued, his expression almost begging. He believed the method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses was something the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse, for these were celestial phenomena realm beings. No matter how great the cost, for a dynasty, it was an invaluable treasure. After a long wait, the massive gates of the imperial palace were pushed open. A hunched old man walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, evidently a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse. You may go. Zhang, the heavenly master, is unmatched in the world. Those he wishes to kill, the demons he wishes to purge, we cannot help with. The hunched old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned and went back through the door. The next moment, the great doors of the imperial palace were shut tightly. Can't help. You'd forsake even the methods of cultivating warriors of the celestial phenomena realm. The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, fell silent. Could it be, there is really no one in the world who can save me? Ouyang Yi was utterly disheartened. Soon after, a streak of sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell to the ground, lifeless. How sensible of him to fall. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace for a moment, then turned and left. The extreme northern ice field. In front of a palace built of crystalline ice. A figure clad in black robes knelt there. My primordial demon gate lineage once stood with yours from the northern plains, side by side, 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many of the primordial demon gate's secrets, if only to survive. The figure in black robes spoke softly, knowing that the lord inside the ice palace of the northern plains could hear him. Under all the heavens, it was only this northern plains lord who could somewhat restrain that heavenly master Zhang. You want to live? Deep within the ice palace sat an imposing man with golden glinting eyes. His expression was grave, betraying no emotion. I, too, wish to live. The imposing man sighed. Northern Plains Lord, are you really just going to watch as my primordial demon gate lineage faces extinction once again? With no response coming, the figure in the black robe raised his head in despair. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice emerged beside him. Northern Plains Lord. Lin Yuan looked at the palace before him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, he knew that the Northern Plains lineage had a history as ancient as the Celestial Masters. However, this lineage had always kept their distance from the Central Plains power, dwelling in the extreme northern ice field, hence the world knew very little about them. Heavenly Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my Northern Plains. He came to us of his own accord. The imposing man in the depths of the ice palace immediately spoke up nervously, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He vanished without a sound. Only after Lin Yuan had completely left did the Northern Plains Lord heave a sigh of relief. The pressure this generation's heavenly master puts on me is too great, apparently much stronger than any of his predecessors. The imposing man thought to himself. The Northern Plains lineage understood the celestial masters better than other righteous forces. And for this reason, the pressure the imposing man felt from Lin Yuan was almost unbearable. In a desolate desert, dozens of figures frantically fled. Heavenly Master Zhang, although we brothers call ourselves demons, we have nothing to do with the Myriad Demon Sect. When the Myriad Demon Sect attacked Dragon Tiger Mountain, we brothers were not privy to it, nor did we take part. The leader, with a hoarse voice full of fear, looked back at the figure approaching step by step. All demons must be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The dozens of people running ahead of him fell simultaneously. On a bustling street, a fortune-telling Taoist called out to passers-by. At that moment, a man with ordinary features approached. "Tell me, how long can I live?" The men with ordinary features had red-rimmed eyes, obviously in a state of extreme tension. "Considering your young age." The fortune-telling Taoist took one look and his expression changed slightly. He quickly packed up his abacus and without a second thought, turned and left. "Sir, are you that afraid of him? You didn't even dare to give him a reading." A child ran after the fleeing man. "What do you know?" The fortune-teller glared at him. "The man from just now, his life won't last long. If we get too close, we might get involved." The fortune-telling Taoist spoke quickly. "Ah. Get involved." The child blinked, knowing that his master was one of the strongest under the heavens, wondering how he could be afraid of getting involved. "Because that man is a demon," the fortune-telling Taoist stated bluntly. "A demon?" Upon hearing this, the child shrunk his head back. Who didn't know, nowadays, that the demons of the world were facing a great calamity? The Heavenly Master Zhang, who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, was hunting demons all over. Any demon would hardly escape death, and no one could stop it. Heavenly Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart began to tremble. For a young man wearing a Taoist robe came facing him, walking towards the spot where the men with ordinary features had been. "Heavenly Master Zhang has arrived," the fortune-telling Taoist murmured to himself. Later generations recorded that the 37th generation Heavenly Master Zhang Shanfeng descended the mountain to purge a myriad of demons. In the 60 years that followed, the demonic Tao forces vanished into obscurity, and peace reigned in the world, with no one daring to call themselves a demon. This period was subsequently known as the Demon Purge Cycle. Chapter 47, 44, 60 years later. Chapter 47, Chapter 44, 60 years later. Time moved languidly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Deep in the endless desert of the extreme west, there sat an ancient and eerie mysterious ruin. This is the place. According to Master Zhang's description, this should be the location of the primitive Demon Gate ruins from years ago. Hurry and notify Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists who had explored this far all felt a surge of excitement. The burly leader quickly gave the order and then stood guard in front of the ruins. It is said that this ruin shifts its location in concert with the Earth's ley lines, relocating periodically, which is why it remained undiscovered for such a long time. Added a slightly darker-skinned man next to the burly leader in a low voice. Half a day later, there appeared, in front of the ruins and of unknown arrival, a young man clad in a Taoist robe. "Master Zhang," said the burly leader, immediately walking over and respectfully speaking. "We have seen Master Zhang," continued the others, each performing the customary rites of respect. Everyone felt an immense pressure involuntarily surge within them upon facing this Taoist, who appeared utterly unremarkable. That was because this Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most lethal amongst all the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion throughout the generations. In the past, it was indeed customary for heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion to descend the mountain and purge demons. However, at most they would carry out such purgings for a few years, yet, this Master Zhang had been purging demons for a full 60 years. By this time, numerous once arrogant demons had now become but legends, with the most taboo words in the world being demonic Tao. All because of Master Zhang. Master Zhang alone had killed so many demons that no one dared call themselves a demon lord under his watch. Someone internally calculated that, during these 60 years, the demon lords who died at Master Zhang's hands numbered not in the millions, then certainly in the hundreds of thousands. This is the place. Lin Yuan carefully examined the ruins, confirming them to indeed be the site of the ancient primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate, as a power capable of contending with the first-generation celestial master 6,800 years ago, could be described as the source of all demons under the heaven. For Lin Yuan to truly eradicate all the demons in the world, he definitely couldn't bypass this ruin. However, the location of the primitive Demon Gate ruins wasn't fixed, it was constantly changing. Therefore, directly under the authority of the Celestial Master, Lin Yuan mobilized martial artists from across the world and finally pinpointed the ruins' location today. I'm going in now. You all leave quickly. Lin Yuan glanced at the burly leader and the others, then spoke. Yes. Quickly responded the burly leader. Master Zhang, this place is very dangerous, you must be careful. The burly man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He greatly admired Master Zhang. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon purging, although the world could not be considered entirely without strife, it had certainly become much more peaceful. The burly leader's grandfather often told him how 60 years ago, demons were rampant, frequently capturing humans to feed on their blood for demonic cultivation. I am aware. Nodded Lin Yuan and then proceeded straight into the ruins. Outside the ruins, the crowd quickly started discussing. That is Master Zhang. He looks very young. Young. 60 years ago, Master Zhang was already 20 years old, now, he must be 80. Heavenly Masters are not like us mortals can imagine. I heard that all the past Heavenly Masters lived over 200 years. The crowd whispered among themselves, for these years had seen Master Zhang becoming nearly mythical. Compared to other Heavenly Masters of previous generations, Master Zhang had purged demons for the longest time, hence his fame was even deeper, so much so that even the Emperor of Great Yu had to show respect to Master Zhang. In these years, what was it that allowed Master Zhang, under the title of Heavenly Master, to command the heroes of the world? Was it because they were simply obedient? It was nothing other than unbeatable strength. Although Master Zhang always only slew demon lords, how these demon lords were defined depended solely on Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced righteous arts and never harmed a soul, if Master Zhang deemed you a demon lord, then you were a demon lord, and thus could be killed. All right. Let's leave. Since Master Zhang has asked us to leave, he surely has his reasons. Even though the primordial demon gate has fallen, its ruins should not be underestimated. Master Zhang might not fear it, but we are not Master Zhang, sternly said the burly leader. The others, hearing this, immediately shuddered. They quickly followed the burly leader, leaving the area. Inside the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely. An invisible Taiji energy field, centered around him, covered an area of 100 meters. Within the 100 meters, everything was as clear as viewing the lines on one's palm. 60 years ago, upon becoming a heavenly master, Lin Yuan was already unmatched under the heavens, surpassing all previous heavenly masters. Now, after another 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unsure of the level he had reached. Throughout these 60 years, although Lin Yuan had been purging demons, with his against heaven's understanding, whether in seclusion or in demon purging, he was always mindful of enlightenment, constantly cultivating. Before becoming a heavenly master, the reason Lin Yuan hid on Dragon Tiger Mountain was twofold. Firstly, his strength was not yet unrivaled under the heavens, presenting certain risks should he leave the mountain. Secondly, he had yet to fully comprehend the true martial Dao Zong of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After becoming a celestial master, even if he did not exorcise demons, Lin Yuan would not remain on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Instead, he would travel around the world, comprehending the universe. The interior of the ruins was dark and eerie. But Lin Yuan seemed unaffected as he walked directly to the deepest part of the ruins. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a huge altar. The altar was black and red in color, with faint traces of blood remaining on its surface. He. Just as Lin Yuan looked towards the altar, a deep and robust voice rang out. Countless blood auras surfaced on the altar, condensing into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally given birth to another celestial master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan and lightly chuckled. Who are you? Lin Yuan asked. Who am I? You can call me the primeval demon spirit. The tone of the blood-colored figure heightened, slightly maniacal as he spoke. Primeval demon spirit. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, You are not from this realm. Back when he acquired the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword, even the current Lin Yuan could not harness it, let alone celestial masters from past generations. And the celestial master is the pinnacle of this world. If a celestial master could not do it, it meant no creature in this world could. Only so-called other worlds or perhaps even the upper realm might be possible. Now, encountering the primeval demon spirit in front of him, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his speculation. The way the primeval demon spirit had appeared already surpassed the mundane, and his tone suggested he might have existed as long as 6,800 years ago. Ha ha ha. This generation's celestial master is somewhat perceptive, recognizing the origins of this demonic spirit. After observing Lin Yuan, the blood-colored figure spoke, "But since you've come here, the person chosen by this demonic spirit likely died by your hand. 100 years ago, the sect leader of Wan Mo Men accidentally entered the ruins. Under the covert guidance of the primeval demon spirit, he obtained part of the heritage of the primordial demon gate. With it, he stirred up blood and chaos in the world. It was not an isolated incident. Every few hundred years over the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos initiated by the demonic Tao occurred, most of which were instigated by the primeval demon spirit. So, tell me, seeking this demonic spirit, what do you intend to do?" The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. He had been lonely for too long. The last time he saw a living person was 100 years ago. "I plan on trying to destroy you." Lin Yuan did not disguise his intentions. He led the heroes of the world to search for the primitive demon gate ruins to put an end to this source of all demons once and for all. Without the primitive demon gate ruins, there might still be many demon lords in the next few hundred or few thousand years, but at least they could not cause a major disaster. Ha 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 ha. You want to destroy me? How arrogant. More than 20 celestial masters have found this place before you. That includes the first celestial master of this world. Why do you think I still exist now? The blood-colored figure paused briefly, then suddenly burst out laughing. Taiyin. Taiyang. Lin Yuan remained silent, but his mind stirred, invoking the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang from the environment, suppressing them towards the altar. Boom boom boom. The black and white turned into a yin-yang great grinding disc, which sought to crush the altar, causing the entire ruins to tremble faintly. Under the crush of the yin-yang great grinding disc, the blood-colored figure suddenly retreated a few steps, its vibrant red figure dimming slightly. Simultaneously controlling the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, just with these methods, you surpass all the celestial masters of the true martial lineage in this world, including the firstborn celestial master who received the true martial heritage. But with just these, you still cannot destroy me. The tone of the blood-colored figure returned to calm, as a large amount of blood aura emerged from the altar again, continually replenishing his energy. Condense. Lin Yuan cycled the Taiyin and Taiyang within him and extended his right hand, slowly pressing down. After 60 years of cultivation and enlightenment, Lin Yuan's understanding of Taiyin and Taiyang had far surpassed that of 60 years ago. The power of Taiyin and Taiyang he invoked was now vast and formidable. Boom, 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 boom. The yin-yang great grinding disc expanded tenfold, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang transforming endlessly, like an immense ocean rippling and undulating. Useless, I am indestructible. The expression of the primeval demon spirit slightly changed, but he still remained defiant. But just after a few breaths had passed. Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk properly. There's no need for violence. Chapter 48, 45 Return. Born in this world, return to this world. Chapter 48, Chapter 45 Return. Born in this world, return to this world. Within the ruins of the primitive demon gate, the overwhelming power of Taiyin and Taiyang transformed into a vast ocean. Unmoved by the pleas for mercy from the primeval demon spirit, Lin Yuan was indifferent. Whoosh! A strand of yin-yang power transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the blood-colored body of the primeval demon spirit. In an instant, the blood-colored body boiled and then rapidly recovered. However, this scene caused Lin Yuan to pause slightly. Because your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill, Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill. In an instant, all the details pertaining to the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill flooded into his mind. This skill Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had not cultivated it, Lin Yuan was certain that this skill was indeed a Heaven Master level skill, and even within the Celestial Master Mansion, there were not many skills of this level. Primeval Demon Spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the blood-colored figure screaming pitifully on the altar. What is the Primeval Demon Spirit? A protector? Clearly not. The Primeval Demon Spirit cannot leave the altar, nor the ruins of the Primordial Demon Gate. Obviously, it has no connection with the protectors. Lin Yuan believed that the Primeval Demon Spirit was more like an inheritor of some sort, guarding the heritage of the once mighty Primordial Demon Gate, ensuring that this lineage did not die out completely. The sect leader of the Myriad Demon Sect, 60 years ago, had obtained part of the Primordial Demon Gate's heritage from this very Primeval Demon Spirit, thereby establishing the Myriad Demon Sect and bringing chaos to the world. If it was an inheritor, then it surely had control over many of the Primordial Demon Gate's heritages. Just now, when the Primeval Demon Spirit had been pierced by the Yin-Yang power, it instinctively used the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill to recover. As a result, falling into Lin Yuan's sight, he directly perceived and understood it with his against heaven's understanding. Over the past 60 years, while pursuing the evil heads across the world, Lin Yuan had indeed comprehended many demonic skills and secret techniques. But those demonic skills and secret techniques were not of high level, and Lin Yuan barely paid attention to them. Only the Primeval Demon Spirit before him. This was a demonic Tao heritage comparable to the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion. The many profound essences it commanded were indeed enough to catch Lin Yuan's eye. Take it slow. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. He had originally planned to finish the battle quickly and deal with the Primeval Demon Spirit as soon as possible. But now, finding profit in the Primeval Demon Spirit, Lin Yuan naturally would not let it go so easily. What followed? Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the Primeval Demon Spirit to use many of its inherited skills. Thus, your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the Primeval Demon Spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Several months later, the Primeval Demon Spirit had basically been drained dry by Lin Yuan. All the demonic Tao heritages it possessed had fallen into the hands of Lin Yuan. Are you going to kill me or not? Give me a quick end. Atop the altar, the Primeval Demon Spirit had completely given up hope. Though it was not a living being, it was intelligent and could not fathom why Lin Yuan, clearly powerful enough to kill it, had instead played around for several months. Could it be that the Primeval Demon Spirit was fun to toy with? It wasn't right to bully like this. The Primeval Demon Spirit probably never dreamt that all of its tricks would be covertly learned by Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Upon confirming that no more could be extracted from the Primeval Demon Spirit, he directly activated the Yin-Yang Great Grinding Disc, completely annihilating it. As he walked out from the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan looked back once more. This visit to the Primordial Demon Gate had been like killing two birds with one stone for Lin Yuan. He not only truly eradicated the Primordial Demon Gate, achieving what generations of heavenly masters had failed to do, but also conveniently acquired the complete heritage of the Primordial Demon Gate. Although Lin Yuan was a heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion, he held no aversion to the heritage and secret techniques of the demonic way. As long as it made him stronger, be it the righteous path or the demonic way, there was no difference. The Cosmic Human Alliance possessed evolution paths that were considered numerous, within which many were horrifying, with some even feeding on blood and souls. But not one of them was forbidden by the three goddesses. The essence of power has no right or wrong, it's the wielder of the power who can determine its morality. The demonic way. Lin Yuan appeared to be in deep thought. In the span of several months, he had essentially mastered the many heritages of the Primordial Demon Gate. Against heaven's understanding depended on Lin Yuan's strength. Before he became a heavenly master, Lin Yuan had spent years, barely managing to grasp the insights contained within the true martial Daozong. After becoming a heavenly master, and continuing his assiduous cultivation for 60 years, he faced the heritage of the Primordial Demonic Gate, which was almost as profound as the true martial Daozong, and Lin Yuan needed only a few months. The way of heaven lessens the excessive to supplement the insufficient. The way of demons lessens the insufficient to supplement the excessive. Many heritages of the demonic Tao surged within Lin Yuan's heart. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan stood in front of the true martial hall. He looked up at the statue of the true martial great emperor. Heavenly Master. Qingping immediately came forward. 60 years had passed, and the former master Tsangqing and Pingyang had both passed away. The current Celestial Master Mansion was essentially managed by Qingping and a few other celestial phenomena realm experts. Master. At this moment, a figure walked in and greeted Lin Yuan with the utmost respect. You've become a heavenly master. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at the figure. This figure, named Yuan, was an orphan that Lin Yuan had picked up during his time vanquishing demons off the mountain 50 years ago. Noticing his unusual talent, Lin Yuan took him under his wing and carefully instructed him for several years. When Yuan turned 10, Lin Yuan took him to Dragon Tiger Mountain. With Yuan's talent, he would not have been approved by the true martial sword. Fewebnovel.com. But under Lin Yuan's command, the true martial sword had no choice but to recognize Yuan. Now, 40 years later, Yuan had not disappointed Lin Yuan and had officially become a heavenly master 2 years ago. Thus, the Celestial Master Mansion welcomed its most prosperous era, with 2 heavenly masters emerging in one era. If not for Master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago. Yuan said respectfully. His achievements, greatly attributed to those years of Lin Yuan's guidance, played a decisive role, even greater than the influence of the true martial sword. As his strength grew, Yuan felt even more the unfathomable depth of his master. As a child, when Yuan saw Lin Yuan, he just thought his master was very strong. Upon entering the upper third realm, seeing his master felt like facing the might of heaven. Now that he had become a heavenly master himself, Yuan realized that his master was as vast and boundless as heaven and earth. It was like standing 100 miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, feeling like the mountain doesn't seem very high, but as you step closer, it grows taller. When you're only 5 miles away, you find the mountain truly lofty, and when you arrive at its base, the mountain rises so high it obscures the sun and sky. Zhang Family Fort. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the mountain with their dance. Nobody knew that over 80 years ago, this place had been annihilated by the demonic sect, with the loss of thousands of lives, their blood dyeing the earth red. The current Zhang family fort had become a mausoleum, burying all of the former Zhang family members. Due to that celestial master Zhang, the mausoleum was guarded by dedicated people who forbade outsiders from disturbing the peace of the deceased. Because of this, the mausoleum was usually undisturbed and exceptionally quiet. But today, in the Zhang family fort mausoleum, in front of a tombstone, stood a figure. This figure, dressed in a Taoist robe, with a youthful appearance, was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the tombstone in front of him, inscribed with the names Zhang Kuan, Su Yun. They were the parents of the body Lin Yuan occupied. The time has come. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with a sense of loss, his 80-year tenure in this world nearing its end, with at most half an hour left before returning to the main world. Now that the Celestial Master Mansion had a new heavenly master, and with the Celestial Master's sword that carried Lin Yuan's Taiji Wei, left within the sword tomb on Dragon Tiger Mountain. At this moment, Lin Yuan could be considered without worries. Before leaving, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to see the parents of this lifetime. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In Lin Yuan's mind, the door to the myriad realms suddenly shone brightly. As his consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved ever so slightly. The yin-yang taiji power within his body clashed and scattered. Along with it, his physical body also began to dissipate inch by inch. A gentle breeze blew through, and Lin Yuan completely vanished from sight. Born to this world, he returned to this world. There was no longer a celestial master Zhang in the world. Chapter 49-46, 3 Goddesses. Chapter 49, Chapter 46, 3 Goddesses. Kanglin Star, Shuiyue Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Inside a nutrition pod, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first traversal, this traversal lasted much longer. He had stayed in the dragon-tiger world for a full 80 years. Consider that before the second traversal, including the first traversal, his life in the main world, and his life on Earth, all added together did not amount to 80 years. However, it was all worth it, because Lin Yuan had created the Tao of Taiji. You should know, at the level of a heavenly master, Frubnov.com. The heavenly masters who break through by following the paths of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme are not the same concept as those who break through by following the Tao of Taiji, even without relying on either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could force open a new route and break through to the heavenly master realm. In the first 10 years of the dragon-tiger world, that's what Lin Yuan did. But in the end, he found that both in terms of potential and combat power, they did not compare to Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. And Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, in turn, are far inferior to Taiji. The Tao of Taiji is, up to now, the path most suitable for Lin Yuan and also the most perfect and powerful path he could achieve. Perhaps in the many evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there are paths stronger than the Tao of Taiji. But definitely none as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Taiji. How could the evolutionary paths initiated by others ever be as smooth as those one creates oneself? My current strength should be at the peak of the second layer 12 segments, infinitely approaching the third realm. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. In the dragon-tiger world's demon purge cycle, it only took Lin Yuan 40 years to advance from the second layer 9th segment to the 12th segment. The remaining 20 years, then, were spent exploring the subsequent third layer path. 40 years to advance 3 segments. Looking at Kanglan Star, this might be considered top tier. But if considered within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, it could only be regarded as above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was path creating. Creating a completely new evolutionary path from scratch. The difficulty was 100, 1,000 times higher than for those evolvers who followed paths paved by pioneers. Gathering his thoughts slowly, Lin Yuan got up and left the nutrition pod. During the 80 years in the dragon-tiger world, Lin Yuan was invincible. But there were still many secrets he hadn't unraveled. For instance, the true martial sword, and the primeval demon spirit. Why had these items from the upper realms fallen into the lower realms? Could it be that the upper realm powerhouses were laying out some plans? But now that he had returned, none of this was relevant to Lin Yuan anymore. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. To confirm that from the moment he lay down for the traversal to the moment he got up, it took a total of 2 hours. To be precise, it took 2 hours and 3 minutes. It seems that the tiers in the dragon-tiger world are indeed higher than in the martial world. Lin Yuan judged inwardly. In the martial world, 20 years passed and only 10 minutes had gone by in the main world. If extended to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of the flow of time, the rate in the dragon-tiger world is less than half that of the martial world. There are also the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently night, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the forces of Taiyin and Taiyang disseminating throughout the heavens and the earth. Being nighttime, the power of Taiyin was more pronounced than the power of Taiyang. Absorbing it bit by bit is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual objects. Lin Yuan sighed. He now had the realm, what he lacked was merely energy accumulation. And in the main world, what was least scarce was various forms of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could completely go cultivate on the surface of a star. The power of Taiyang there condenses into a liquid. With a single breath, the Taiyang power Lin Yuan could absorb would probably match years of arduous cultivation. Of course, achieving this would require a substantial amount of money. And Lin Yuan, most of all, lacked money. With sufficient funds, Lin Yuan could not only purchase various spiritual objects. He could even buy many of the evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance to simulate and perfect his own cultivation system. Continue uploading the Tao of Taiji. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the 3 goddesses even gave certain resource preferences to this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged the martial path evolutionary path for 5,000 merit points. 1,000 of those merit points had elevated his citizen level to second level, granting him many privileges and making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglan Star. The Tao of Taiji, being a continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system created by Lin Yuan, if uploaded, would certainly prompt the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate and thereby earn more subsequent merit points. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for acquiring merit points is to contribute to humanity, and there are undoubtedly many other ways to do this. But for Lin Yuan, the quickest and simplest way was only one. That was to upload the Tao of Taiji. The three goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are absolutely selfless, and there are no scenarios involving suppression or enslavement of citizens. As long as the Tao of Taiji uploaded by Lin Yuan was valuable enough, it would receive the protection of the three goddesses. As for whether other citizens could surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation after uploading the Tao of Taiji, even though the cultivation environment of the Cosmic Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Dragon Tiger world, it would still take others decades to reach the Heavenly Master level on the martial path evolutionary path. In a matter of decades. Given Lin Yuan's shuttling frequency of once every 8 months, he would have already experienced dozens of shuttles. To the Heavenly Master of today, Lin Yuan of several decades later would hardly be considered anything less than an ant. Since he decided to upload the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan began to translate it into the language of the main world and made minor adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his achievements in the Dragon Tiger world into 2 parts. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin-Yang chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter, indeed named by Lin Yuan for the Heavenly Master level. To master both Taiyin and Taiyang, to integrate Taiyin and Taiyang. After completing these tasks, he immediately connected his consciousness to the Goddess of Wisdom. If he were an ordinary citizen, even connecting to a trivial subentity of the Goddess of Wisdom would require patiently waiting for several minutes. But Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen who had made contributions to the Human Alliance. It only took a moment. The solemn and calm voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. Respected second-level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request. I want to continue uploading on the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan directly said. After notifying the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan uploaded the organized Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. The moment the Goddess of Wisdom received the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter, in a mysterious space countless light years away from Kanglan Star, numerous large screens flashed rapidly, and massive computational power frenziedly assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. Detection of Celestial Phenomena chapter, involving dual properties of Yin and Yang. Detection of Yin-Yang chapter, involving the integration of dual properties of Yin and Yang. Extreme power integration. This evolutionary path's theoretical limit is determined as 6th rank. Discovery of potential up to the 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th charter, commencing contact with the Goddess of Justice, commencing contact with the Goddess of Freedom. Upon confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach 6th rank. Relevant contingency plan generated, beginning to contact the highest authority of this planet, Planetary Governor Song Wuyang. At the highest point of Kanglan Star, Governor Song Wuyang had ended his calls with other planetary officials. The planetary tournament is about to begin. I hope this tournament yields a few seeds with the potential of 3rd or 4th rank. Song Wuyang sighed. As the planetary governor, he too faced performance pressures. Every 10 years, the Goddess of Wisdom would review every action taken during his governance, no matter how trivial. Among the criteria were how many evolvers of different ranks were born on Kanglan Star during this period and the overall happiness index of all citizens, among others. The higher the Goddess of Wisdom's evaluation of him, the greater his rewards, most tangibly in the form of merit points. Of course, if the Goddess of Wisdom rated him too low, he would not only fail to earn any merit points but would also face impeachment. And in severe cases, he would lose his position as governor and be sent to the Supreme Court for trial. I wonder how the creator of that martial path evolutionary path is doing now. Thinking of the tournament, Song Wuyang naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system had squeezed into the top 100 of Kanglan Star's evolution rankings as soon as it appeared. This was the first change in the rankings during Song Wuyang's term. The goddess of wisdom really protects these creators of evolutionary paths tightly. Even I, the governor, can't access their information. Song Wuyong clicked his tongue. Ordinary second-level citizens were open to his scrutiny as much as he pleased. After all, he was a fourth-level citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a second-level citizen but also a creator of an evolutionary path, making him a special person protected specifically by the goddess of wisdom. But Song Wuyong also understood such actions by the goddess of wisdom. In the history of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there had been many instances where promising talents were prematurely eliminated. These eliminations arose from various sources, rivals, competitors, or different species. Thus, the three goddesses decided that anyone identified as a genius of the human race would be protected with specific encrypted information. Outsiders couldn't access their information at all, naturally making it very difficult to carry out any eliminations. It's just that the martial arts evolution system, having a potential upper limit of third rank, wouldn't be valued so highly by the goddess if it wasn't so widely adopted. Song Wuyong shook his head slightly. Evaluating the value of a particular evolutionary path, potential is one aspect, and its degree of adoption is another. Suddenly. Just then. An electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wuyong, the goddess of wisdom, requests a connection. The goddess of wisdom wants to speak with me. Song Wuyong was slightly startled. He had just been thinking about the goddess of wisdom when she sought him out. Connect her. Song Wuyong nodded. He straightened up his back a bit, wanting to appear more presentable to the goddess of wisdom. After all, although Song Wuyong couldn't see the goddess of wisdom, through various monitoring equipment, she could always keep track of all his movements. As Song Wuyong chose to connect with the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom has been connected. The goddess of freedom has been connected. The goddess of justice has been connected. In an instant, the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance all arrived. This made Song Wuyong, who had been pondering how to speak with the goddess of wisdom, feel his scalp tingle. Wasn't it the goddess of wisdom who wanted to talk to him? Why did all three goddesses show up? Good heavens! What on earth had happened to draw the attention of all three goddesses at once? Chapter 50, 47, Star Destroying Level. Chapter 50, Chapter 47, Star Destroying Level. The Cosmic Human Alliance's three ultimate intelligent goddesses are known as the Goddess of Freedom, the Goddess of Justice, and the Goddess of Wisdom. These three goddesses govern different aspects. The Goddess of Freedom oversees aggression and expansion. The Goddess of Justice handles legal decisions. The Goddess of Wisdom is in charge of civilian life and logistics. The three goddesses each fulfill their roles, collectively supporting the dazzling brilliance of human civilization today. Normally, each goddess would only appear in their respective fields. Only when an event occurs that could impact the star domain, or even beyond, do the three goddesses communicate and make decisions together. Song Wuyong has seen the three goddesses. Song Wuyong speculated uneasily, speaking with a hint of respect. Although the three goddesses don't possess what are called emotions, and they don't treat citizens differently based on their attitude. But in front of these three, it's always safe to be a bit more respectful. Changes have been detected in the martial path evolutionary path. The goddess of wisdom said with a solemn and cool voice, being the first to speak. The martial path evolutionary path. Song Wuyong was stunned. He did know about the martial path evolutionary path. He even had a strong impression of this evolutionary path. But for the three goddesses to seek him out because of this. The martial path evolutionary path is special, but its theoretical limit was already set. Third rank. Was such a level of evolutionary path worthy of startling the three goddesses all at once? Could it be that the theoretical limit of the martial path evolutionary path had changed, rising by a rank? Song Wuyong thought to himself, silently speculating. The theoretical limits of evolutionary paths are deduced by the three goddesses using their tremendous computational power. Freewebble.cm, simply put. A second-layer evolutionary path, if its theoretical limit is third layer, then it means this path potentially could reach the third layer. Of course, this is only a possibility. Most evolutionary paths do not reach their theoretical limits. But it's undeniable that the theoretical limits derived by the three goddesses are somewhat linked to the potential of the evolutionary path. Moreover, the deductions of the goddesses are not entirely accurate. During the development of evolutionary paths, they can be influenced by various factors. For example, a first-rank path evolving towards second layer could, under certain special influences, see its potential greatly increase, raising its theoretical limit. Although these are low-probability events, now that all three goddesses have approached him and mentioned changes in the determination of the martial path evolutionary path, Song Wuyang could only think in this direction. This is the latest determination result of the martial path evolutionary path. The somber voice of Goddess of Wisdom came again. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Wuyang. It displayed many characters, describing the martial canon. Song Wuyang immediately looked towards the theoretical limit section. 6th rank. Song Wuyang was stunned, almost thinking that he had read it wrong. He looked again. It was still 6th rank. Goddess, is this? Song Wuyang wanted to ask if the goddess had made a mistake, only to suddenly realize that it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom watching him, the other two goddesses were also present. He swiftly tucked away that comment in his mind. As ultimate intelligences of the cosmic human civilization, every action of the goddesses is computed millions of times over. They are definitely not mistaken, especially when it concerns the 6th rank. Moreover, it wasn't just the Goddess of Wisdom who had come today. All three goddesses were here, clearly after countless confirmations prior to their visit. How is this possible? Song Wuyang muttered to himself. The martial path evolutionary path, which had a theoretical limit of 3rd rank just 6 months ago, now suddenly had a theoretical limit of 6th rank. Skipping 3 ranks in one go, this was rarefied among dozens of star domains nearby. The Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin and Yang chapter, of the martial path evolutionary path involved the fusion and transformation of extreme forces. Continue to develop and explore, and there is a 100% chance of reaching the 3rd rank, a 60% chance of reaching the 4th rank, a 30% chance of reaching the 5th rank, and a 10% chance of reaching the 6th rank, the Goddess of Wisdom said. Extreme force fusion. Song Wuyang took a deep breath. Fusion of the same type of forces could already cause major issues. Not to mention the fusion of extreme forces, which had a high probability of causing a self-explosion. Suddenly, Song Wuyang's curiosity surged about what the founder of the martial path evolutionary path had gone through to delve into these realms. Unfortunately, Song Wuyang knew the only thing he could be now was curious about Lin Yuan. The evolution path that was established reached the theoretical 6th rank, and now that creator of martial Tao was probably the favored gem of the Goddess of Wisdom. It was likely that not even the Lords of the Stars had the authority to investigate this person, let alone himself. What can I do now? After a moment of silence, Song Wuyang spoke up. According to the judgment, the subsequent Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin and Yang chapter, of the martial canon are valued at 20,000 merit points and require authorization from official Song Wuyang, said the Goddess of Wisdom succinctly. 20,000 merit points. Song Wuyang felt somewhat bitter. He had battled various different species on the front lines, killing countless to barely elevate his citizen rank to 4th level. Then he was reassigned to the rear to serve as an official. Just the rewards he could earn as an official, even over 1,000 years, would not amount to 20,000 merit points. That was under the condition of receiving a superior evaluation from the Goddess of Wisdom every 10 years. But Song Wuyang also knew that an evolutionary path with a theoretical potential of 6th rank truly deserved that many merit points. Not to mention, just the fusion of 2 extreme forces had failed countless times, each failure resulting in tremendous losses. I agree, Song Wuyang nodded. In fact, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The 3 goddesses would authorize it step by step, and the result wouldn't change. Shuiyue Residential Complex. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently for a response from the Goddess of Wisdom. In his heart, Lin Yuan believed that the insights gathered from this journey through the Celestial Phenomena chapter, and Yin and Yang chapter, were more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter. Even when Lin Yuan encountered bottlenecks while exploring the latter, he surpassed them in days or months at most. But the Yin and Yang chapter. To comprehend the yin-yang power, Lin Yuan had deliberated for nearly 10 years, even with the aid of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were turbulent. Just then, A solemn and cold voice came through. Respected second-layer citizen Lin Yuan, the evaluation of your submitted martial path evolutionary path has been completed. All right, Lin Yuan was invigorated. Although Lin Yuan had expended a great deal of effort on the Yin and Yang chapter, the specific value it held in the eyes of the goddess of wisdom was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our evaluation, the subsequent evolutionary path is valued at 20,000 merit points. Would you like it credited now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that 1,000 merit points could generate one second-layer citizen, 20,000 merit points could create 20 second-layer citizens. 20 second-layer citizens. In the entirety of Dongning City, there were only 6 or 7. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said. After confirming the 20,000 merit points were credited, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious to know the current evaluation of the martial path evolutionary path. Theoretical upper limit of 6th rank. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. He was somewhat surprised. 6th rank, corresponding to a 6th rank evolver. And 6th rank. Evolvers had another name. That was fallen star level. Every 6th rank evolver was capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical body alone, and with a full force strike, they could obliterate stars. Chapter 51, 48 Freeriding. Chapter 51, Chapter 48 Freeriding. The title of Fallen Star for a 6th rank evolver is in reference to the Cosmic Human Alliance. If that were placed in the martial worlds Lin Yuan traversed, like the martial world or Dragon Tiger world, it would be equivalent to an apocalypse level rank. However, be it Fallen Star level or Apocalypse level, they had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's current situation. The goddess of wisdom, with her vast computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Taiji Dao is at the 6th rank. But a theoretical limit is, after all, just that, a theoretical potential for the future. It indicated that the goddess of wisdom had high regard for Lin Yuan. To be precise, she was very optimistic about the Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. The reason why the goddess of wisdom determined that the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path uploaded by Lin Yuan were worth 20,000 merit points primarily resides in the Yin and Yang chapter. Had it not involved the fusion and transformation of Yin and Yang, but simply been a pure Taiyang chapter or Taiyin chapter, even if it ranked at 3rd rank, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the frightening 20,000? The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin are both high-level energies. Mastering one holds the potential of reaching 3rd rank, let alone the fusion of both. The fusion directly extends their potential to the level of 6th rank. I currently have 24,000 merit points. Lin Yuan had just received 20,000, while the remaining 4,000 were left over from his last traversal. On the first traversal, Lin Yuan uploaded the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the martial canon, earning 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter, gaining 3,000 merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points needed to upgrade to a 2nd-level citizen, Lin Yuan's current merit points had reached 24,000. Let's directly upgrade the citizen rank. With so many merit points, there was no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chose to directly upgrade his citizen rank. Congratulations to Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizen rank has been upgraded to 3rd rank. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. I am now a 3rd rank citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Across Kanglan Star, a 3rd rank citizen could also be considered a significant figure, and the highest citizen rank in Dongning City to date was only 2nd rank. From a 3rd rank citizen to a 4th rank citizen, I need 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checked the citizen rank information and immediately felt a slight urge. He currently still had 19,000 merit points, which was more than enough for another upgrade in citizen rank. A 3rd rank citizen is followed by a 4th rank citizen. A 4th rank citizen. This was no longer a significant figure on Kanglan Star, but a major power player. Only the planetary governor had achieved this rank on the whole planet. If Lin Yuan became a 4th rank citizen, his status would be directly on par with that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan was well aware that this was only in terms of status, far from comparable in terms of power and influence. But the influence of a fourth-rank citizen was already quite significant, especially with the numerous privileges it granted within the human alliance, enough to make ordinary citizens shudder. Let's upgrade. Lin Yuan was about to continue raising his citizen rank, when at that moment, he glanced at other content on his information interface. There were items like name, account balance, loan limit, and so on. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that his loan limit had somehow been maxed out. After being promoted to a second-rank citizen, Lin Yuan had a 10 million credit line at the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan, provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens, was an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. It was pretty much like giving money to high-ranking citizens. Even if they did not spend this money and just withdrew the loan to invest in a few financial products, they could earn money effortlessly. After all, the loan provided by the central bank required no interest payments. Therefore, prior to his second traversal, most of Lin Yuan's expenditures were principally through loans. Purchasing a residence in Shuiyue residential complex, other nutritional products, and that military-grade nutrition pod, and so on. The initial 10 million credit limit had been almost fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Only now, his personal loan limit had been restored. To put it simply, all the money Lin Yuan had borrowed before was now repaid. This was quite strange, as Lin Yuan was clear that he had not actively repaid any loans. As for automatic deductions, how much time had passed? Besides, the money in Lin Yuan's account hadn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected third-rank cosmic citizen Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turned out that every time a citizen's rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will automatically be nullified, with the central bank repaying them on behalf. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be the official loans. As for private loans from non-official sources, they are not included in this repayment clause. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of a high-rank citizen, which isn't explicitly stated. An upgrade in citizen rank signifies a contribution to the Human Alliance, and hence, the central bank repaying loans for them isn't a strange occurrence. There's such a good deal. Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit available to third-rank citizens in the central bank. 100 million. The thought of immediately ascending to the fourth-rank citizen was suddenly restrained. If I spend this 100 million in loan limit and then upgrade to a fourth-rank citizen, wouldn't I be able to freeload this 100 million without paying it back? Clearly, Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, that was indeed the case. This isn't a loophole in the citizen rank system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens will definitely upgrade as soon as they accumulate enough points for it. Almost no one can resist the urge not to upgrade, especially given the vast array of enticing privileges and benefits that come with a higher citizen rank. While thinking about how to spend this 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed through the mail sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after being promoted to a third-rank citizen. First was the congratulatory message and a transfer of 10 million. When promoted to a second-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now, upon being promoted to a third-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the increase in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, this was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it without reservation. Next came updates to the many privileges. Compared to the privileges of a second-rank citizen, a third-rank citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If subjected to any unfair treatment or witnessing any injustice, one could make a direct appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local star. After Lin Yuan reviewed all the privileges and had a clear understanding in his mind, he immediately opened the shopping options and started selecting various spiritual objects to restore his strength. With the authority of a third-rank citizen during the search, Lin Yuan could see a list that was several times larger. Many unheard-of spiritual objects and wonders continuously appeared. These two then. After half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choices. Solar Essence, Cosmic Spiritual Object, 30 million civilization dollars proportion. Lunar Marrow, cosmic spiritual object, 20 million civilization dollars proportion. Lin Yuan, having created the Taiji Dao and encompassing Taiyin and Taiyang, naturally needed the most Yang and most Yin objects to recover his strength. In this regard, solar essence and lunar marrow were suitable. Solar essence came from stars in the exhaustion phase, and its collection was quite difficult. The price of 30 million proportion was the result of Lin Yuan getting a 20% discount with his third-rank citizen privileges. As for lunar marrow, it came from a few special cold planets, often guarded by different species, and was extremely dangerous. In fact, due to the characteristic of the Taiji Dao to merge and convert, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength even if he continued to take high-grade nutrient solutions, slowly refining the energy within the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang through the Taiji Dao. However, this method would take a fair amount of time. And a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Lin Yuan had used over 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover before. Now that his realm had reached the second layer limit, to fully recover his strength, at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution would be needed. Over 200 bottles of high-grade Yin and Yang essence would cost 40 to 50 million, which was not much different in value compared to lunar marrow and solar essence. He clicked to confirm the purchase of lunar marrow and solar essence, and set the payment method to the loan limit from the central bank. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his mood brightening. How to spend the remaining 50 million? Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. Maybe I could buy some evolutionary paths to look at. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. With his against heaven's understanding, examining other evolutionary paths might allow him to further perfect his martial path evolutionary path. Thinking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's thoughts once again drifted to the Kanglin evolution ranking. This ranking recorded the most powerful 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglin Star. Before the second crossing, Lin Yuan had uploaded the subsequent, Great Grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, of the martial path evolutionary path. The addition of higher levels of cultivation moderately increased the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. As reflected on the Kanglin evolution ranking, it went from originally being ranked 93rd to 78th. And just now, he had uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter, and the Yin and Yang chapter, especially the Yin and Yang chapter, which was key in allowing the Goddess of Wisdom to start anew in evaluating the martial path evolutionary path. Goddess of Wisdom, where does the martial path evolutionary path now rank on the Kanglin evolution ranking? Lin Yuan contacted the Goddess of Wisdom, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The Kanglin evolution ranking was updated daily at midnight, but as the creator of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan could naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom for the real-time ranking. Respected third-rank citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the martial path evolutionary path is now 8th on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.